Coming to you live here from Owens Park here in Williamstown, New Jersey. Hello, everybody. Welcome to TCUFL Action, where today we are in Williamstown for a four-bagger here. The Deptford Spartans taking on the Monroe Braves. The first of four games coming up. And got the freshman game, of course, lining up first. And I hope everybody's having a wonderful Saturday. It feels like October. Going to be 80 degrees today, but some beautiful weather for football. A little windy, but we'll take it. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Now, these are two teams that, I think we may have seen one of them before, but it looks like these two looking out for the final regular season game. And, they're going to be putting out their best effort, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, definitely. It's going to be a nice day for a game. You might have seen one of these teams. I came in at the Millville Violent game, so I have not seen Deptford or Monroe. So I'm pretty excited about today. It's going to be a good game.
Well, considering
good games. Four. We got four games today.
Considering last week when we were in Kingsway. Oh, yeah, actually. Yeah, hang on one second. We're going to kill the audio. We've got to fix something. We'll come back in a moment. We're back. Actually, it wasn't an issue we had. It was the fact that there was a copyrighted version of the national anthem that was being played, and we could not air. Otherwise, we get kicked off. So that's the whole reason why I had to pause for a couple of moments. But anyway, back with a freshman matchup between the Deptford Spartans and the Monroe Braves. And I think it's going to be a pretty interesting matchup between these two. Of course, all the teams have had a long season, John, and I would suspect, as mentioned before, both teams looking to bring their best effort to the table today.
Yeah, we got a great American Conference battle this morning with the freshman Deptford is 6-1 and Monroe is 5-2 records.
Oh, that's going to be a good game then.
Yeah, so we got 6-1 and 5-2. There we go. See the alignment here for the freshmen. You got Whitman Park sitting at the top with the Deptford Spartans tied. Willingboro with a 5-2. Monroe coming in 5-2. So there's your top four teams to make the playoffs as of right now. Last game, so that should be it. But now it's about seeding and home field. So big game here for home field for the playoffs.
Interesting question, John. Where is Whitman Park?
Whitman Park is Camden.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you have Whitman Park, Camden, and Camden Pale out there. They used to have a couple teams out there.
All right.
Nice facility. I've actually had some games myself on that field.
Well, that explains that a little bit because I was like, where is that?
A lot
But
of
then
people
I'm thinking,
like, where's Whitman Park?
but then I'm thinking Walt Whitman, so it kind of makes a
Yeah.
little bit of sense here.
Yeah.
Well, anyway, it will be a Deptford ball first as Monroe won to toss. They'll choose in the second half. And Deptford, of course, they would like to solidify the top spot. And of course, if, I'm not sure if Deptford and Whitman Park played each other yet. So,
Well, it's it is next week. It is next week game. This is the last week of games, so no, they must have already played.
remember, everyone plays each other one time, and then it's a matter of the seeding from here. And can you imagine if Monroe comes through and pulls off the win over Deptford? They
Get a tie.
And now the tiebreaker in that case
Yeah,
over Deptford.
and being a part of midget football in this league years ago, we've had that, the 7-1s times 3, and we used to always have to go to Kingsway to do the round robin, and sometimes it would get done pretty late at night because one team beat one team and the other team didn't beat the other team, and you got a 3-way tie, and that's the only way you can solve the problem.
Right, and the other issue too is, I mean, you have the teams playing 2-3 games in one night.
Yeah, you mean for the round robin?
Yeah.
It just
All right, well, here we go. Game is underway as a kickoff. Squabbers all the way to about the 22-yard line, trying to return it and not getting
Good
too
defense.
much, getting to about the 26-yard line. That was Hanif Anderson Jr. He was able to get to about the 26. We'll see where they spot the ball. So that's Deptford's first spot, 1st and 10.
Yeah, it's going to be nice to see what these teams come out with, the last couple weeks, and we see a lot of double wing. We see teams going in that I formation at this young level, not too much passing. So we might see similarities today.
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, you do not expect much passing, especially on the freshman level. It kind of grows as you advance in levels. So
It's going in shotgun. Nice shotgun pro set. Nice
And-
handoff right up the middle, right off
and
tackle.
a good
nice
look
run.
at this, cutting to the right,
Oh,
slips
he's
out
got
of the tackle, and
great
he's going to go
run.
out of bounds, probably about the 40-yard line. So that's a nice gain.
That's the way to start.
13 yards and a first down. And once again, I believe that was Hanif Anderson Jr., who was able to take that carry and move to chains.
Yeah, very nice run.
Good for a first down and more.
Just a basic run, right off tackle.
Bentley on the tackle.
Made a great hit the hole really well and executed. Great blocking on the line.
So 1st and 10, and they're going to modify this. We haven't seen this too much from freshman teams. But if it works, you go for it. And here's a handoff going to about the 40, maybe the 43-yard line.
Look,
And that time, that was Brody Quick who was able to pull through. So a couple yards on the play, and 2nd and 7 coming up.
and when you come out and you have confidence to start moving the ball, that means you're prepared and ready. Looks like we got number 8 in there at quarterback today for Deptford.
His name is Brandon Williams Jr.
Yeah, Brandon, shot caller for the Deptford Spartans for this freshman team right now.
We'll read the lineups on both teams a little bit later on. But in the meantime, Deptford trying to spread everyone out. Another modified on 2nd down. Another handoff, but there
defense.
is Monroe making
Wow,
a very
number
nice
27.
stop. And that would be Travis Tuff, and he's tough when it comes to running into him.
Yeah, way to read, way to fill that gap, close it down, and no gain. Maybe loss of 1.
Might have been. So it'll be 3rd and 9 coming up, back at about the 41-yard line. So Deptford, couple of runs, and back and breaking it out again. So, like I say, you're not going to see too much passing, but here on a grass field, I mean, that could be something as far as basically balance, and if you're cutting and all that stuff, we've seen that a couple of times. And now on 3rd down, delayed handoff. There's Anderson.
Oh, he's trying to
Anderson,
bounce it
he's
out.
contained,
Coming
and he's
back
going to
around.
reverse direction.
I don't
Now
see
let's
anyone
what
near him.
happens. Now he's got to get through, and
Way
he
to
does
get through
break
there.
through
He
the
got
tackles.
through. He's still going.
Oh, my goodness. He
Wow.
almost gets the first down at about the 48-yard line. Anderson ends up his best impersonation of Fran Tarkenton there.
Finally brought down
Gianni
by
Torres.
59.
Yeah, Torres with the stop, but it ends up being 4th and 2.
Yeah, Torres saved that first down. He came out of nowhere, big defensive tackle, and he saved that big first
Boy,
down.
boy, GPS has got messed up on that play.
East, south, west, northwest, east, south.
Or they were
west.
mislabeled. And now on fourth down.
Oh, he got
they
it.
keep it, and he's going to have a first down at the 49-yard line.
Hey, he knew where it was. He took that handoff, and he knew exactly where he had to be, and he got there.
First down.
So that's a key play already to start the game. A 4th and 2, and Williams ends up getting 3. And so now Deptford in plus territory to Monroe 49-yard line.
They were quick with their play calling on that. They knew exactly where they wanted to go, and you know when you have a game plan and you're prepared, you get that first down. So that was great.
All right, so 3 minutes gone by. Remember, in this league, 10-minute quarters. Obviously,
This offense is really confident right now. You know, they're relaxed. The line are executing. Everyone is crisp right now, so they're moving the ball very well. Good handoff on shotgun.
Here's a keeper and drop down to 45-yard line. Once again, that's Williams.
Quarterback keeper on
And
play,
nice
gain
stop
of
by
4.
Jordan Sampson.
The guard Glenn in
Brings
on
it
the
down
tackle.
after a 4-yard pickup to just outside the 45.
Yeah, it was nice. Took that snap and was following the traffic. You know, his lead blocks, and then he has that nice cut in the middle, and it was successful. Nice 5-yard gain, 4.5.
So quick substitution in as looks like Keno Jones has come in for this next play for defense. And tell you what, the Monroe Braves, they've been doing a pretty good job on defense, but right now Deptford with some formations that a lot of teams really have not seen.
No,
And
we
it's
haven't
not
seen anything they're running yet this year.
now in 2nd and 6. They got a man in motion. They're going to go jet
giving
sweep. Trying to sneak through and gets a couple to the 43-yard
Over
line.
the ball carrier. Short gain on the play. Taken down by number
That was
47,
Messiah
Cooper Cheeseman.
Suarez, who was brought down by Cooper Cheeseman. But he gets to about the 43. So now 3rd and 4 coming up for Deptford.
They're just creeping. You know, they're getting them nice gains when they need them, and they're all producing positive yards every play.
And they're keeping it situational, which they're kind of setting up for the next play and then setting up for the next play and
Definitely
making
game plan.
adjustments where needed.
Yeah, it's always good to know the 2nd and 3rd play down the road already ready to go.
3rd and 4 from the 43. They go strict eye formation here. Oh, here's a fullback
Got the
handoff.
first down.
And that's going to be a first down. That was Charles Lyson. And just inside of 40, I mean, he might have been marked down a little short.
Just shy of a first down, but it'll be 4th and a yard.
So,
Terrell
I don't think he got a
Harvey
great
Jr.
spot.
in on that. 31, you had 31, 59 on that tackle. 44.
Oh, wow, there's a flag down on the
Late
play.
flag thrown on the play.
Keno Jones was in on that tackle.
Oh, goodness. Now, this is not what you want to show your kids here because you thought you had a first down, you didn't get a great spot, and now you went from 4th and a yard to 4th and 16 on a dead ball and sportsmanlike conduct by the coaching staff. That is a no-no.
Yeah, that's not good.
So
all that positive gains just brought back on carelessness.
And now 4th and 16 it will be as Deptford is back at their own 45-yard line. Wow. And it looks like they may have to go punt option here. But they're not. Doesn't look like they're going to do that. Now, you got to remember, you're talking 1st and 2nd place here. So there's a lot of seeding going on for the postseason. Here on 4th down, they hand it off to Anderson. He'll cut around the corner to midfield, and he's cut down at about the 45-yard line. So that penalty proves costly, and Monroe gets the ball on down.
Wow. 10 Monroe with the 45-yard line.
I mean, that's got to be a tough break.
Yeah, it's they worked real hard for all them yards, and they had the ball quite a bit of time. I don't think we have the clock on her yet.
Well, sometimes you have to kind of wonder some of the callings here, but we're going to see Monroe, and you may have heard in the background the Florida State or Atlanta Brave chant. Or the Kansas City Chiefs.
We had to pause for a second. Scared me there for a second.
Well, anyway.
I couldn't hear.
And the Eagles playing the former Redskins tomorrow. But anyway, 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line as Monroe gets their opening possession of the game.
We got them double wings out there, and he's going to send his man in motion.
and took a little bit of a late
great
snap.
defense.
And that allows Deptford to get across, and no gain on the play. Quarterback, by the way, for the freshman is Cameron Thompson. He's number 1. And Holmes was the one who carried it and lost maybe a half a yard.
Well, you saw the Deptford Spartans quarterback playing linebacker in on that tackle with big number 90. Rise Sharp was in on that.
That's Reese Sharp.
Yeah, Reese Sharp and the quarterback was in on there.
I don't know if you're a Phillies fan.
Well, it wasn't about the names. I couldn't tell if it was the first or last name until I looked on top of the list. It was. I was like, wait a minute here. Sharp is not his first name. Because every week they're reverse. It's last name first name, and you get really sidetracked.
Sometimes it happens. I think you probably forgot about another Reese named Hoskins that's local. So,
yeah.
All right, so second and about 10.5. Ball is out, and who falls on it?
Fumble on the play.
It looks like it's Monroe
Yeah,
who
they
fell
got the
on it,
ball.
and they lose another yard.
Number 1 got
And
that,
it's the
recovery.
quarterback, Thompson, who fell on it. That forces 3rd and 11 at the 44-yard line. So Deptford, after what was a promising opening drive, unfortunately it faltered, and their defense is now trying to pick up for that offense.
Yeah, Deptford came in more crisp. You know, they were moving the ball. They had that tough break with the penalty. I know they're going to, move the ball again once they get the ball. They're just very confident. Right now, Monroe's a little bit getting that motor running. They're a little cold right now. So they got to pick it up right now. They got a 3rd and long. So this is a really big play for them right now.
And once again, we've talked about this for the last couple of weeks. The center comes out before the huddle breaks.
Yeah, every team is a little different. Some want their center over there to get ready beforehand, so his line can line up on him already instead of because at this age group they get out there and they're looking at their feet and they're trying to get the right stance and the right separation.
All right, we got a penalty flag down as somebody jumped, and the officials we're going to discuss. They haven't given any indication. It's a matter of who jumped first. So it's either going to be 3rd and 7 or 3rd and 17. 3rd and 7. That's an encroachment call against Deptford, so it makes it 3rd and 7. And needless to say, Brandon Williams Jr. pleading his case, but didn't happen.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you see it at the right moment when these teams, they practice that a lot in practice, going on two. It's really important part of youth football. And you catch a team slipping on it, and, it can help you really turn a game around if you catch someone.
Coming down to a minute and a half left in the first quarter. This is Monroe's opening drive after Deptford had the ball for nearly half of the first quarter. Let's see what Monroe can do now on 3rd and 7.
Staying in that double wing, single back.
And they have a back to go with that.
Got one receiver out there.
One of the wings leaves.
Dive.
Up man dive. Bounce off one tackle.
Oh, he's still
and
going.
Still
He
going.
got it.
He's going to get a first down. Crossing the
That was a nice
45-yard line. And again, that encroachment foul turns out to be costly.
Land on the carry.
The jerseys get rolled. It went from 0 to 9 to 8.
Dakari Gland with the carry, and he was able to cross the 45. And I tell you what, Monroe is capitalizing on the Deptford mistakes early.
Yeah, that was a nice run. It just, when them jerseys are folded up, I mean, I knew it looked like number 0. And it was not 0. Then it turned into number 9, and then it turned into number 8, and within three seconds. So all right, we got it now. We got it.
We think Powerball lottery here. All right, so 1st and 10 inside of 45.
Yeah, that was a big first down. That shows that they're getting warmed up here. Their line is blocking. They got a good sized line too, and they just had to warm up a little bit on a few plays.
Look at the number of Spartans in the box here. They go with the handoff, and he got slowed up enough. He only gets back to the line of scrimmage.
They were there.
Yeah,
Big
that was Elijah.
Standoff.
That was Elijah Holmes. Got back to the line of scrimmage, so it's 2nd and 10. Final minute of final play of the first quarter as the clock runs down to 0, and we will switch sides here at quarter time. So after 1, the Spartans embrace no score. We'll switch sides. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
I didn't get an invite.
All right, we are back here in Williamstown, about ready to start the second quarter. No score between Deptford and Monroe, and Monroe with their opening drive. They got the ball back after a turnover on downs. So
Yeah, this is a very evenly matched from what we're seeing right now. Freshman team, they got some size, they got some speed. The teams are very developed in their gameplay right now. That's why it's 0-0 still in the first quarter. So this is a good game.
All right. The hand up and breaking one tackle, crossing the 40, and he slips through another tackle down to about the 31. He was almost nailed for about 4-yard loss, but it ends up being a 13-yard gain instead.
First down.
Yeah, he's brought down by number 8 from Deptford. That's our quarterback playing linebacker.
Yeah, Brandon Williams Jr.
got a
has
lot of
been
time.
able to deal with both sides of the ball here.
Field Deptford.
So a good start from Monroe.
Yeah, they're moving the ball now. They're warmed up.
And has there been a timeout called? Sounds like Deptford's going to call a timeout. So why don't we take a quick break here? No score between Deptford and Monroe. We'll come back in a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Okay, Deptford called that timeout, and Monroe now with 1st and 10 right outside the 31-yard line. Needless to say, Deptford a little frustrated after the way the game started.
Yeah, now Monroe has got a nice drive going now, and right now you got two teams that are battling, and you want to be the first one to get in the end zone.
Bouncing off a tackle that was
Bounced it out.
Darnell Rippey Jr., and he ends up losing a couple yards on the play. So good job by Deptford's defense to respond there.
Yeah, he was getting ready to bounce it out and try to have another big run like he already had a few plays ago, and someone cleaned up house on that.
We got to consider, John. I mean, these two teams are battling for playoff position, but let's also not forget that the emotions are more elevated than you would see in a normal game.
Yeah, that's always going to be a part of football. If you don't have emotions, you're not a football player or coach. It's definitely a big part of the game.
Yeah, bring out a fight fiercely sign, if you will.
Yeah.
2nd and 12 from the 33-yard line, a double wing yet again. See how Deptford responds.
He's got his big man going in motion, a dive.
And they go up the middle on a dive inside the 30 to the 28. That is Dakari Gland. So a gain of 5, and it's a manageable 3rd and 7 coming up the way Monroe's drive's been going.
7 coming up from Monroe.
And now Rippey leaves, and their substitution coming up.
Got a 3rd and 7 yards?
Yeah, 3rd and 7 from the 28-yard line. Now, what defense would you expect Deptford to put through here? Now,
I would cramp that box. What they did a few plays back. You seen them put 9 in the box and put all that pressure, and there was no gain. You would have to start bullying right now. If they stay in that wing, you got to bully them if they're staying in the wing because, most of your runs are going to be inside the tackles. So, they're sitting back a little bit. They're more relaxed on defense. If he sends them in motion with another counter, Instead, he gives it, and it was a
And
straight
it's a
give.
handoff. It'll go to about the 26.
Flag
That's
on the
about
play.
it. Elijah Holmes. And do we have a penalty on the play? Yeah, an illegal motion call again, or a shift foul against Monroe.
Ooh,
So
see, that always hurt. You get a good drive, you get a good yards, and then something sends you back. And we seen that with Deptford, and then a few plays later they couldn't get that first turnover on downs, and now you've seen it twice with Monroe get a good drive and they're brought back.
well, it's a 5-yard penalty, and now for Monroe,
Third
they're
and
faced
12.
with a 3rd and 12. So now what Deptford has to do is not make the same mistake like they did earlier in the drive, and that's jump. So they got to be a lot more disciplined on the front line here.
Yeah, because once it works once, you try it again, and until they're more disciplined on the line. So they might try to go for 2 to help them out a little bit here on this 3rd down.
Let's see what happens on 3rd and 12. They do give the handoff, bouncing along left side. Will he get a
Good
block? He
defense.
will not. Look at that.
28,
and,
our running
and
back.
leading the charge is Hanif Anderson Jr., who has done a nice job closing the
On the
line.
field, Spartans.
And now another timeout called by Deptford. So let's grab a break still. Deptford and Monroe, no score in the second. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, back here in Williamstown, Deptford using their second time out of the half. 7:02 left here till halftime. And we got our first comment. Reginald saying, let's go DJ, whoever that is.
Now we got to find DJ. I'm going to be looking now. I'm going to look.
Anyway, ends up being hey, those of you who are watching, feel free to comment and tell your friends and any of your relatives for this game, HSG Network on YouTube, and feel free to comment on the comment line, on the chat line. So, all right, so after a 2-yard loss, 4th and 14 from the 36.
Counter
They're
going
going to go
back.
to counter, and then unfortunately
Nowhere
it
hits a wall.
backfires.
Stone wall.
And you talk about a wall. Elijah Holmes ran into it, and Monroe turns the ball over on down. So each team has had one drive, and they've turned it over on down. So
Yeah, that was a big tackle. The main guy in there was number 4, Messiah Suarez on that. And number 11, Charles Lizoun.
Charles Lizoun was in on that too. So
Yeah, that was a big break. Again, you got a team that was marching downfield, wasting time off that clock. You stop them. Deptford's going to come back in here. They were moving the ball very well in their first drive. They turned the ball over on downs, and we're going to see if they're warmed up now and can smell that end zone.
well, we'll find out. Let's see what Deptford does differently here. They're going to go full house. 1st and 10.
Got
They
Mr.
go with a
Redmond in
handoff.
there.
They get a block, still staying up. Couldn't shake out of a tackle, but that was a good run by Carter Redmond, who was able to get to about the 38-yard line. Thompson with a stop.
That was a nice run. He's number 33. His father wore that number. Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, his father. Do you know his father? Is a coach here too.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, his father. His name is Isaac Redmond, and he played at Bowie State, and he played at Paulsboro High School, and he was picked up by the Pittsburgh Steelers. And he's coaching the junior team, and his sons both wear 33.
How about that?
Yeah, it's nice to see, wearing Pop's number out there, and you know a little history.
Well, anyway, John would certainly know better than me, that's for sure. Now on 2nd down, they go to delayed handoff. Looks like Anderson will cross the 40-yard line. We do have a penalty flag down. Let's see what this is all about. Well, they will discuss, and it turns out we're going to have another
Illegal
shift
on the offense.
or motion penalty
tough.
against them. So it's going to back it up 5 yards.
All right, let's see what we got here with Deptford. They got to get rid of these little setbacks and get that ball moving again. And it's coming down. I think we got probably how much time left in this half here?
Well, we're midway through the second quarter.
Through, so someone's got to score. We don't want to. Someone's got to win this game. So someone's got to smell that.
Well,
end
it's
zone.
still the second quarter. We got plenty of time for that. On
Quarterback's
second
rolling
down,
out.
back
Oh,
to
is he
trying
keeping it?
to
Is he
get through a
keeping it?
tackle
He's
and
still
will,
going.
but gets down, ends up losing a couple of yards at the 35-yard line. Williams.
Yeah, he gets taken. 45. Keanu Jones.
Keanu Jones
Take
with the
down.
stop.
Taken down by number 44.
So that now makes it
Jones.
3rd and 10. Once again, Deptford penalty throws the drive off a little bit. And you do not expect any punts to happen. I think what we got now, I thought for a second we had a timeout here, but it looks like we're going to have a huddle on the sideline. So it looks like they're huddling with the offense, and the coach is trying to come up with a play. Meanwhile, on the other side of the screen, the offensive line having a little bit of a chat. So that's something new I haven't seen. Usually expect the quarterback to get the communication for the coach, but so anyway, 3rd and 10 from the 35-yard line. Let's see what they do here. They got split backs and a wing on the left. They run it again. Anderson bounces and taken down for a 2-yard gain. And once again, it was Jordan Sampson able to make the stop.
Yeah, him and 44 on that again.
On the tackle.
And now official timeout, too.
Official timeout on the field. Deptford selects
Oh,
the punt
and
option.
how about this? We're going to have a punt option. So, and that's probably the right call because remember, for those of you first watching, a punt option means 25 yards from the spot of the last play. So in this case, it'll be Monroe ball at the 39-yard line, 1st and 10. So you're looking right now at 3:43 left till halftime. We're hoping to have a clock later on, but for right now, it's basically a defensive struggle. Wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you got a good game. These teams are very evenly matched up right now, and you see that 6-2 and 6-1 and 5-2. So we knew, it tells a story when you see records at this level most of the times. And this league is very well rounded with competition. So you're seeing a very well rounded game where both teams came prepared. They're evenly matched. They both got some good-sized linemen. They both got some nice, fast running backs. They're both moving the ball. They just can't capitalize on that touchdown. So it's going to be one of those games where someone who gets it in that end zone first is going to have the advantage for most of this game as soon as they get in, because it's going to be a battle going back and forth. I don't see a blowout. I don't see a high-scoring game. I think it's going to be a low-scoring game, and it's going to be within minimal points. I mean, they're both playing very well right now. They got a nice running game, and it's who wants that end zone more right now.
A handoff on a 1st down gets to about the 40, but that's about it. It's only a yard on the play. And you're noticing, John, how stout the defenses are on both sides here.
Yeah, well, they both got a couple big guys in the middle that are actually that are big but physical, and they got size with speed, and they're getting the job done. When you're playing solid defense and you're making your tackles, and both teams are very well wrapping up. They're well coached. Both teams are very well coached freshman programs. From looking at this, nobody's missing these big tackles that are going for long distance runs. I mean, these guys are really completing the task. They're hitting their gaps. They're wrapping up. They're finishing the tackle. They're gang tackling. So I mean, this is a very good game going into the playoffs.
Okay, double wing here on 2nd and 9. Whoops, somebody jumps, so we got a flag.
Might have been the guard.
False start on
Yep,
the
it's a
offense.
false start, so back it up 5, and it's 2nd and 14.
He moved on that cadence, but it was just, I mean, he's got speed. He fired off the ball. It's unfortunate. I mean, he did get there before the snap, but you could almost see that the quarterback said hike, and he was just faster than the center.
Sometimes it's a matter of timing, and it's, I guess, better to be early than late, but either way it wouldn't work. And now we're going to have timeout called by Monroe. So let's grab a break. Monroe and Deptford, no score in a second. We'll be back in a moment.
We have the world at our fingertips, inspiration in our touch, and power in our hands. Our hands can build relationships, frame ideas, and empower communities. And it doesn't stop there. Right here, in our hands, we have the power to save a life. If you see a teen or adult suddenly collapse, call 911 and push hard and fast in the center of the chest.
The power is in your hands.
All right, we are back here in Monroe, and I've noticed that we are getting people getting on the chat board here on YouTube at HSG Network. Thank you so much for doing that. Like I said, make sure you tell your friends and relatives and all the people involved in this game, please subscribe. HSG Network on YouTube. Still a couple more weeks left. The playoffs, I believe, in 2 weeks' time. So, all right, second down, and they hand it off, and nowhere to go is Darnell Rippey Jr., and he ends up losing a yard. And now Deptford's going to use a timeout. So they'll use their last 1.5. Let's grab another break. Still no score, and we'll come back in just a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
The heck? Okay, we are back here in Monroe as Deptford just used the timeout here. So, yeah. So, wasn't aware. Something I don't think we realized in this. It took us all year to not realize that each team has the freshmen have 4 timeouts.
Oh.
Interesting. Well, that's the first I've heard of that, but it's learned the league, as they say. Meanwhile,
2 in the first half, 2 in the second half.
No, 4 per half.
4 per half? Oh.
That's a new one.
Yeah, I did not know this.
Well, hey, at least, hey, listen, Monroe and Williamstown taught us something new about this.
I had no idea.
Hey, listen, we're always learners in here. Anyway, false start called against Monroe, and they are back 5 more yards. So they're stuck in a pretty big predicament. 3rd and 19 from the 30-yard line.
Mental mistakes will get you. You're moving the ball well, you're getting downfield, and then you get a couple mistakes and brings you back. Quarterback rolling out, he's going out.
He might pass, but now let's see if he gets some room. He'll get to about the 40. Still going. And he does get the first.
Wow.
Wait a minute. He was stopped about 2 yards short.
3 yards shy.
What an effort. What an effort.
4th and 3.
Wow, I'll tell you what, Cameron Thompson, he
Might
decided
be the
to
best
run
run of
himself.
the game. I mean, that's the
I
best
agree.
run
I
of the
mean, you
game
go
right
from
now.
3rd and 19 to 4th and probably like 3.
Oh, he went out of bounds right there. Huh?
Yeah, and it looks
that's a
like he
shame.
stepped out just past the 45-yard line. So as the clock winds with a minute, he stepped out of bounds, which stops the clock. 1:43 left. And I would think that maybe a blast up the middle might do good on 4th down, but pretty risky play.
Yeah, you got a lot of green over here. It'd be nice. I mean, you've seen his speed on that when he finally hit the corner. With all this green out here and a minute left, I would hope they're trying to get to this green, stretch it out to the sideline, and just put the wheels on and put the pedal to the metal and try to run one down because you got to get near the end zone. You got to score. And right before the half would be
He's
great.
going to try it again. Let's see
Wow,
if he passes.
he's going up in the air.
He will.
Oh,
It's
my
caught
goodness.
at the 40
What a
and
play.
down at the
And the clock is
34-yard
stopping.
line.
Number 47.
Cooper Cheeseman
Wow.
with the reception and a huge first down from Monroe, and that could be a turning point right here.
Yeah, that's a name you can't forget for a tight end. You know what I mean? That name you'll never forget that. Cooper Cheeseman.
You're not kidding.
That's a tight end name if I ever heard one.
And that's a 22-yard gain.
Yeah, like Gronkowski and
Now you knew Howard was
Kelsey
going
and
to go with it.
Cheeseman.
Well, I'm sure you made Howard happy by mentioning Gronkowski.
Because Gronkowski over the cameraman's a New England fan. He's over there gloating.
Anyway, first
The
and 10.
digitalographer / cameraman /
Oh, and slammed down. Good tackle. Ramon Butler with a sack. And about the 37-yard line now, Monroe's going to call a timeout. So another break here. A minute 8 till halftime, and still no score. Back in a moment. Okay, we are back as Monroe uses their second timeout. Deptford still has one remaining, and now 2nd and 5.
Yeah,
second and 14 from the 37-yard line. Back with his snap, they're going to try a handoff.
Almost
slipping
had a
out
shoot.
one
Cleaned him
tackle,
up.
not getting out of the second
24,
one.
big 24 on the tackle.
A good tackle by Brody Quick, who was quick to clean up on that.
Yeah, almost had a shoelace tackle in the back. He got away from it, and Brody just came in there and cleaned house.
Well, it goes back to about the 39-yard line. So it goes back to about the 39-yard line, but still a loss on the play. It'll be 3rd and 16 now. So once again, Monroe with 3rd and double digits to work with.
Deptford is not letting off, and they're making them work for every yard they get right now.
All right, now we got another timeout for Monroe. So we'll just kill the audio for a second. Still no score, so hold tight. All right, back after another timeout. 3rd and 16. The ball is at the 39-yard line. And 30 seconds remain here in the half. This is a pretty big play here. Monroe ball to start the second half. And this is a sweep play.
He got away.
No, he did not get away.
Still
in fact,
going.
He's still going, but
big
the
loss.
wrong way, and he loses a lot of yards there. That was a Joseph Medley who just completely ran the wrong way. And Deptford now uses their last timeout.
Yeah, number 1 in that tag.
Yeah, we'll take a timeout as well, so hold tight. All right, back once again, down to 21 seconds, still halftime, and Monroe's going to take a shot at fourth down. I mean, why not? Hey, you got a 20-yard completion on fourth down the last time.
Yeah,
Why
you
not try
got
it again?
Not much time, nothing to lose. Try to make something happen.
Ooh, that was nearly
There's the stretch
offside.
we were talking about.
And running and not going to be as successful this time. He gets out of bounds at about the 48. So Monroe will turn the ball over on downs, and Deptford will have the ball with 12 seconds left in the half. So maybe they might have a shot with throwing the football.
If they can get one big play. One it only takes one big play. That's what this game is looking like. Who's gonna finish one drive to get in the end zone, or it's gonna be one of these teams are going to get one big play.
And what about a turnover possibly?
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying, like, the way this game is going, it's going to be a breakout player that's going to make one long run could be the factor in this game. As soon as someone lets loose or they're going to complete a drive. Because right now these defenses are playing so good, someone's going to have to slip up to let a big run.
I mean, last week we saw 2 games that were scoreless going through three-quarter time. So
we did.
A handoff now on first down, bouncing off a tackle.
There he goes.
And he's running. Look out.
Still going.
To the 40-yard line. He
Still
better hurry
going.
to the 30,
We just talked
to the
about
20.
that one big
and he's
play.
going to be brought down inbounds as time expires.
Wow,
as
that was the
Messiah
big
Suarez
play.
makes a huge run, but they ran out of time. Monroe saves the scoreless shutout at the half.
Yeah, that was a great run. That was almost the big run we were talking about.
You got that right. All right, halftime, Deptford and Monroe, no score. We'll breathe out, and we'll come back with the second half in a little bit. So please stay with us. Okay, we are back here in Williamstown. Thanks for your patience. I had to deal with a technical issue as we start the second half. But here we are again, starting the third quarter. Monroe getting the ball to begin the second half of play. Only missed like a play or two. That's about it.
Yeah,
But
no
anyway,
technical difficulty.
it's the life of trying to be broadcasters. But anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as usual. So right now you're looking at a 3rd and 6 for Monroe. The ball is spotted at the 44-yard line.
The injured player.
My foot got into one of the wires here, but
He got tangled up in the wires. Yeah, we got a player coming off the field right now.
all right. All right, so we're in just the first couple minutes of the third quarter. Monroe with the opening drive of the second half, and they're at the 44-yard line. They have to get to midfield for the line of gain.
Yeah, it's been a great game so far. A battle of defense, great runs too, and they're getting positive yards on both teams. They're just not capitalizing on a touchdown. Right before the half, we were just talking how someone's going to have to make could be one big play in this game is the factor, and number 4 for Monroe took off and almost scored a touchdown with 50.
Well, here's a handoff trying to go up the middle, only getting to about the 48-yard line. And I believe that was Darnell Rippey Jr. And now 4th, and they gave him a pretty good spot. Going to be 4th and about a yard and a half, I'd say.
Yeah. Yeah, they're playing some great football today, these two teams, and it's gonna be just like this to the very end. These two teams are gonna battle to the end.
Oh, there's no question. I mean, there's so much on the line for them.
Yeah,
it's a matter how you handle it.
Yeah, when you got I was just talking to one of the coaches from the junior team, and I was asking about the junior game too, and he's like, they're the Deptford is 7-0 and Monroe is 6-1, and number 1 is on the line for Deptford and a 3-way tie possibly for number 2, and just this at this time of the year to have games of this caliber, it makes it so much more fun in football and so much more exciting.
Add some beautiful weather to go with that.
Now
we have a flag down here on 4th down. And that's going to be a false start as Monroe left side ended up moving. So that is a critical penalty. Now going to about 4th and about 7.
Yeah, I mean, we see it weekly. You get a great break, you get great runs, and little mental mistakes bring you back, and it's a big factor in why you don't have a touchdown right now, because when both teams right now today in this freshman game have had great drives where penalties have brought them right back, and ending result is 0-0 right now. So you got to clean them up. You got to be a little bit more crisp if you want to win this game. You got to clean up the penalties right now.
And that's such a huge thing. Ball sitting about the 44, so you're looking at 4th and 6.
Yeah, quarterback is going under center. He's got that. He's got a single wing and he's got a pro set formation, and they got him.
Well,
they got their 5 back, I think.
And yes, they did.
Yeah, they got.
So now back to being 4th and about a yard and a half again.
They said they took it and we got it back. Going on 2 is such a big part of the game, and.
So now it's going to be 4th and a yard.
Yeah, they got a better than a yard and a half, isn't it?
You're not
like,
kidding.
hey, we took a few seconds off the clock, but we got, instead of a yard and a half, it's just a 4th and 1.
Here's a handoff. Wow. Slipped out of a tackle and got the first down to 48-yard line.
He got that
Rippey was the one who got it, so a first down for Monroe. Why don't we quickly read down the Monroe freshman team? They are the following: Cameron Thompson, Darnell Rippey Jr., Dakari Gland, Casey Harmon, Elijah Holmes, Reese Wright, Calvin Philemon Jr., Travis Tuff, Zachary Johnson, Terrell Harvey Jr., Kira Ehret, Colin Ehret, Joseph Medley, Anthony Prate, Keanu Jones, Lincoln Davidson, Cooper Cheeseman, Vincenzo Scafisi, Finley Wilcox, Kevin Jackson Jr., Keno Jones, Gianni Torres, Ashton Martin, Elijah Newton, and Jordan Sampson. All right, now we got a clock.
Thank you,
we're
Howard.
almost halfway through the third quarter already.
Yeah, the clock is going.
And time waits for no one. And they try to do a quarterback draw, and it doesn't work. And maybe the ball came out. So for Monroe, they keep it, and it's 2nd and 10. So I forgot to mention the coaches for this Monroe staff, led by head coach Preston James, assisted by Julian Thompson, Ray Accardo, Matt Ayers, Bob Barheld, Karine Fisher, James Gregory, and Darnell Rippey.
Yeah, next time out, I'll go through the Spartans freshman team and the coaching staff. I don't want to get cut off because I know as soon as I start, they're gonna hit that whistle. And here we go.
Hey, listen, I was reading a coaching staff last night, and all of a sudden there was a 50-yard touchdown play. So you know how that goes.
Yeah.
2nd and 10 from the right outside the 48-yard line, looks like, and still a scoreless game here in Williamstown.
Quarterback going under center again. He's got that single wing out there, number 14.
Try to make sure everyone's assignment is on cue as the clock winds down. And it's a
Gonna
play
keep it.
fake.
He's rolling out again.
And he throws. It is caught nicely,
Wow,
crossing
nice
the 40.
again.
And that's
Two
a
for
first
two.
down to the 35-yard line. Good catch to Medley.
Joseph Medley. So now we got Cooper and Medley with catches today. He's 2 for 2 right now. 2 for 2.
So it ends up being a first down, a gain of 13 on the play.
Hey, I got to tell you, when he rolls out, he's confident in his passing game. He's a nice little quarterback arm on him, and he rolls out and he sets up and he puts the ball on the money. He's got a nice pass.
Definitely does.
He's 2 for 2 right now, and he's got 2 nice gains with his receivers.
Possibly a future quarterback for
Yeah.
Monroe or Williamstown. Of course, where we are here, it is just right next door to Williamstown High School.
Yeah, this is Williamstown High School area. It definitely is, and nice complex here today.
And it's the Owens Park.
Complex.
Yep, Owens Sports Complex. 1st and 10 for the 35, and a hand up.
Defense.
Nicely tackled by Deptford there. They went with Colin Everett, but that didn't quite work. Give Deptford a lot of credit reading that play.
Was Charles on there. Lejeune Charles, number 11, on a big tackle.
So a 2-yard loss. He got 2nd and 12. But that's one thing that's unrelenting, is that both defenses have been pitching shutouts so far,
yeah.
but somebody's got to get it.
Both are giving up a few plays here. Both are giving up a first down. And then they just show up, lights out both defense, and then they get the ball back, and it's the way it's been. And we had two nice runs before the real big run to end the half. You had 17 for Deptford had a 17-yarder, and then Monroe had a 19-yarder. The quarterback keeper, he ran 19 yards when it was on 4th down, and and then Monroe number 4 came out to end the half with almost a 50-yarder. But it's 0-0, and both defenses are protecting them end zones, and
here's a handoff right side. Flag is down already, down to about the 32-yard line. That is Holmes, but that flag came out very quickly.
Yeah, it could be either that motion or the a holding call back there.
It is a hold against Monroe, and that is a big penalty. Yeah, now force it back to 2nd and 22, and Deptford is trying to take advantage of that 2nd and 3rd and long situations. So another tough penalty for Monroe, but I think the officials, for the most part, have called a pretty nice game, considering the importance of it.
It's been a very smooth game right now. The penalties are right on mark what they've been calling. The refs have not, been a part of controlling the game, as they call it, or the coaches would say. They just been making sure the game has been running smooth, and they're doing a good job. But it's just it's a game where, I heard people saying this game, there's no scoring, it's boring when we had the timeout. I'm like, no, this is a good game. This ain't boring.
Hey,
this
listen,
is a good game.
When we got youngsters playing good defense, it's not a boring game. Oh, wait a minute. That's a false start. Or wait a minute. One's saying false start, the other's saying neutral zone infraction. So we'll find out what the referee says for a tiebreaker here. By the way, we want to thank all you people.
14. Here we go.
Yeah, and it's going back by false start. So make it 2nd and 27 now. And for Monroe, they're back on their own side of the field. I wanted to mention, John, for those of you checking on the chat line here on YouTube and the HSG Network, thank you very much for doing so. Make sure you tell your friends and all the relatives. We got more to come, especially on the higher levels. We're going to be here throughout today here at HSG Network on YouTube. And make sure you subscribe, especially when playoff time comes around for the TCUFL. So after the 5-yard penalty, ball is at right by the 49-yard line. That's on 2nd and a long way.
Yeah, they he's proved that the quarterback has proved he can pass the ball. They proved that he can get to the outside and he's got some wheels on him. So they need to pull a couple big plays out right now. Cooper Cheeseman's got hands. Number 40, Medley's got hands. So it's going to be interesting to see if they can get out of this situation.
So on
He's
second down, they go to
there he
play fake.
goes.
Oh, they read
He
it,
was
but
looking
trying to
pass
escape.
possibly.
We'll see. He's going to try and outrun, but a
Ooh, good
nice
defense.
shoestring tackle about the 48-yard line. Thompson.
Quarterback tackling quarterback.
You got that right. Anderson with the stop. I'm sorry, no, Williams with the
Williams
stop.
Jr. with the stop. So you got a quarterback playing linebacker stopping the other quarterback.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
So it ends up being a 3-yard pickup, but still a very long way to go. Third and probably about 23.
Yeah, he had the momentum to break one, but Williams Jr. made that great stop, and unfortunately they got a long way to go still. Third and long.
Well, here's something else interesting you might want to know. Monroe has taken up the entire quarter with the possession.
Yeah.
And looks like we may have only one play left here in the third quarter. And Deptford's like, when are we getting the ball back?
It's clock management. Great drives. I mean, you're getting a few yards and back and a few yards and back.
And now they go double wing here. Third and long.
He's rolling out. He's going for that. He's Cooper Cheeseman.
He's going deep right side.
He's got
and a pass, not quite incomplete.
In his hands, but great defense.
Yeah, took the hit.
That was our quarterback.
Oh, and he also took a shot too. So he's why don't we take a look at a quick
Williams
replay?
Jr., the quarterback playing linebacker, go two-way player with a huge hit. I mean, he had the ball.
And he got knocked out. I mean, that's all.
Yeah,
knocked the ball out. Yeah.
I mean, it was in his hands. He was bringing it in, and Williams Jr. just laid the wood on that.
Well, here's the throw.
He goes up. Boom. Okay. Yep. Right out of hands. And
yeah, he took the hit right after the ball slipped out. But that was a good effort by Cheeseman. He just took a hard hit at the very end. So at the moment, he is still down. We got one play left in the third quarter, 5 seconds left.
Yeah, you could tell that they were going to go to, they were going to go to the pass possibly to get them out of this, and he did, and hopefully Cheeseman is okay over there, and
yeah, why don't we
he went up for it. He wasn't scared to go up for that pass, and he took that hit. He took a big hit.
Well, take a look at the teams here. Of course, Deptford 6-1 going in, Monroe 5-2. And, of course, you got Willingboro and Whitman Park of Camden. They'll be playing later on. It'll be interesting to see how everything turns out today, and then I'll determine what the seedings are beginning next week.
Yeah, and at this being the last game, your top 4 teams are the 4 teams that are going to be in the playoff hunt. And, it's just home field. You want that home field. So you want to win this week. If you're any of them teams to capitalize on – hosting I'm sure they let you host the first round and second round. I'm not sure how many rounds they do have. And, but yeah, you want that home field advantage.
End of the third quarter.
Well, believe it or not, Monroe took up the entire third quarter with the possession. So we're at 3-quarter time and still no score. Let's grab a break and we'll have that final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
As we begin the final quarter here from Williamstown, it brings up an interesting question as to what Monroe might want to do. Do they do the punt option or do they go for it, the midfield stripe, knowing that field position is going to be very critical here in this final quarter?
Yeah, I mean you're right at the 50 almost. Someone's got to score, and you just saw firsthand that they just had the drive waste the entire third quarter went, and now they still have the ball in the fourth quarter clock. So now you're seeing what can happen if the shoe's on the other foot. You got to try to go for it.
Well, they're going to take a shot.
I mean, it's a long ways to go.
It's fourth and third. It looks like 4th and 23. Let's see what happens.
He's going to roll
It's a
out
play
again.
fake, another rollout. There's your containment. Slide through one side. And takes a hard hit, but a flag down at the same time. Now, obviously, Monroe is well short. Now, if the penalty's on Monroe, you know Deptford will refuse the penalty.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what this call is because we couldn't see exactly what was going on over there.
One of the judges is saying that Deptford's declined the penalty, and indications early say it's on Monroe. We'll see what the official says. Yeah, either way, it's going to be
Monroe,
it's going to be Deptford ball.
The result in the play is a turnover.
So it looks like Deptford will receive the ball at the 47, and that's not bad field position. Like I said, John, field position is going to be so critical here in this fourth quarter.
Yeah. So now so they turn over on downs now, and they declined it. So, this could be a duplicate of the third quarter if they're going to, run the ball like they did and stay inside the tackles. They really got to want this drive to be their best drive of the game. Someone's got to score.
Well, first timeout's going to be called by Monroe. So let's grab a break. Still no score early in the fourth quarter. We'll come back in a moment.
There are a lot of different reasons why you should buckle your seatbelt when you're in your truck, like making it home safely to your loved ones, taking pride in your job as a professional driver, or following the law to stay safe. Always remember to buckle up when you're in your truck, and ask any passengers you might have riding with you to do the same. It doesn't matter how many years you've been trucking or how far you need to drive. Buckling up keeps everyone safe on the road. Learn more at www.sharetheroadsafely.gov.
Yeah.
It's rather interesting we bring this up. I mean, we're still learning on the job, as they say, but we just found out if you're past your own 45-yard line, you cannot take the punt option. So that's the reason why Monroe had to go for it on fourth down. And now the first play on 1st and 10 is a handoff for about a 3-yard pickup. So, like I said, we didn't expect to be 4 timeouts, and we didn't expect that rule to pop up, too. I think we're going to be doing some reading, too, in the next week.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a nice little run by number 4, Messiah Suarez on the carry. A couple yards. Just a quick dive and defense. They got in there pretty quick. So they got to find some big plays. We haven't seen Deptford pass this game yet, so maybe they're saving it. Maybe they're going to try to slip one in there eventually.
All right, so second and probably about 7. Yeah, about 7. It looks like from the midfield stripe. And they're going to hand it off the middle, crossing the 25.
That was number 24.
I'm sorry, 45 down to 44. And that was Brody Quick. About a yard short of a first down. John, did you read the Deptford players yet?
No, I was. You know what? I'm about to do that. I'm going to let them get this play off here. And I'm going to go through the freshman Deptford roster. All right, here we go. Lawrence Dillard III, Irvin Ezel, Braylon Cephas, Braden Rodenbosch, Messiah Suarez, Braden Collins, Robert Jack, Brandon Williams Jr., John Denhauer, Raymond Butler.
Well, keep going because we got a penalty flag down, and it's going to be that's a false start, and that's a big penalty on Deptford. Keep going, John.
Here we go. Charles Lejeune, Zachira Young, Freddie Martinez Jr., Liam Washington, Kamari Robinson, Kendrick Johnson, Braden Thomas, Travis Wilson, Dason Hunter, Noah Dixon, Blaze Bunton, Matthew Curtis, Josiah Ellis, Brody Quick, King Collins, Jasad Polk, Hanif Anderson Jr., Jackson Sierra, King Deaver, Avion Robinson, Carter Redmond, Mason Patron.
Well, here's a third down play, and look at Monroe's defense coming up big there.
Wow, 44 and 33.
Tackle left number 44.
I got 3 more names for you. I got Kingston Hines, James Jolly, and Rye Sharp.
Spartans.
And that is your Spartans freshman roster.
And I'll tell you what, both teams have been throwing haymakers here, but nobody has scored yet.
That was a huge defensive play at the right time. I mean,
once again, the penalty on Deptford really stalled them out, and Monroe took advantage of it.
Yeah, 4th and long.
All right, now the officials are discussing. Just wanted to mention, like we said, Deptford right now at 4th down to 46, so the punt option is off the table now. So they're going to have to go for it. They got 4th and 12 now. Back-to-back 5-yard losses, one on penalty, one on that third down play. It'll be very interesting to see what they try and run here. You know what? They may just take a delay a game and then do the punt option.
Yeah, they could. They actually could.
Yeah, they're waiting to come out, but it's going to be too late.
Possibly what he's doing right now.
Yep, there's your delay a game. So they'll back it up to 41. Now you can take the punt option and move it to the 34.
You got
That's where Monroe's going to start. So a little bit of math here.
Going to try to rely on their defense here.
Now think about this. We get informed about this, and now we know what they were trying to do.
It's the first time we've seen that all year.
Are they allowed to decline a delay a game?
No. He said they might decline it in the background. You can't decline it.
and we just saw they decide on the punt option like we kind of thought they were going to do. So they're telling Monroe, you're not going to get a short field. You are going to earn this.
Yep, take the walk. We're gonna put the game in our defensive hands right now. Bring them downfield. Let's see if they can move the ball on us. 6:26. 6:26.
Well, and still nothing going on. And basically on both sides, everyone playing a little bit of strategy, as they say.
Yeah, and, we said it from the moment this game started and seeing how evenly matched these teams were. This is going to be a low scoring, possibly the first one to score a touchdown is going to win this game. They're so evenly matched. They're giving a little and they're taking a little. They're giving a little, they're taking a little. Both teams are wrapping up. They're tackling well. They're playing well. The linemen are moving. You got a great game going on here at the freshman level, and it comes down to just who wants to score that one touchdown.
And
got to get it in.
At this point, wouldn't be surprised if it goes extra time.
It could, and it'll be our second overtime. Your second overtime.
I mean, we haven't seen any ties in the standings, and if somehow that happens, that favors Deptford.
That game was exciting last week with Kingsway when they won that game and then fought hard to win in overtime. Amazing game.
Well, this is just as amazing. 1st and 10 for the 35 for Monroe. They send the man in motion. They go into handoff, a very slow developing play, and Deptford was right there waiting for a 2-yard loss.
Loss of yardage on the play.
So
bring up a
that's a tough break, but Deptford's still holding tight with their defense. And I'll be interested to see if Monroe tries to change it up a little bit.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with the pass. I mean, it's been working for them, but Monroe needs to be careful that Deptford doesn't read that and it causes trouble.
Yeah, they got to dig deep in these playbooks right now and reevaluate the game on what was our biggest plays, what was our bread and butter so far today, where did we excel the most, and we got to go back to that. It's both teams are reading very well, so you got to find out where the weakness is right now. What did we evaluate so far this game, and we got to go at it. We got to get this play.
2nd and 12 and a 33. Oh, the ball came out.
Yep.
The ball came out. Did Deptford fall on it? That's the question.
Ooh.
They haven't signaled.
I see Redmond with it.
It is Deptford ball. Oh, what a colossal mistake by Monroe.
And, they took that penalty to get that punt option, and, they said we're going to rely on our defense. We're going to send them down there, and defense comes up with a fumble recovery.
And Deptford Well, we're going to take a look at the replay. I think it was probably a missed exchange.
It looked like it happened right on the exchange.
The
Quarterback goes
every
under
little
center.
thing.
Yeah, it's unfortunate it happens at this time. So the center is going to snap the ball. Quarterback drops it right there. You see the ball came right down. Quarterback never got it. So it hit his hands and bounced out. And unfortunately for Monroe, turnover on downs, a great field position right now for Deptford.
Well, first turnover
Game
of
now.
the game.
I mean, you got to want to smell that end zone now. This is probably the closest anyone's been to the end zone.
Well, Deptford got closer, but time ran out.
Yeah.
In the first half. Now, and there's a keeper by Williams who gets through a couple of tackles and goes down about the 31-yard line. So a 2-yard pickup there.
Yeah.
Forces 2nd and 8.
Yeah.
Short gain on the play. It'll bring up a second.
So what do you think Monroe's defense of what their coaches are talking about right now?
Protect this house. Protect this house. You know, we're in here. We want this to be our house. You got to get the kids. You got to get the kids pumped up and realize the game's on the line now. Like they are crouching, creeping down to that end zone. You got to keep them focused. You know what you've done all game. Pick up the pace, even though you've played well all game. Pick it up more. Protect this end zone. Do not let them get a first down.
Well, here's a handoff. That is Anderson. Turn the corner. He will get. He's
man,
still going. And he's probably going to have a first down. He steps out of bounds about the 21-yard line, so it does move the chains. And Deptford definitely in their best position yet.
When they had their first drive in the game, Anderson was controlling the game in the very first quarter. Their first drive, and a couple mistakes set them back to give the ball over to Monroe, but. He's the guy you're going to have to possibly put the game in his hands. He's got a lot of yards today when he has gotten the ball. He's made big plays, and he knows how to find an opening and get through it. And you saw it right there. He found a crack. He took his speed to the next level, and he got a huge gain.
And here's 1st and 10 right outside 20-yard line. Deptford's going full house here. The up man crosses into the red zone and down to about the 15-yard line.
That was Brody.
Yep, Brody again. 5-yard pickup, and right now Deptford's smelling it.
They're right where they want it to be, and to have the opportunity to be able to take that penalty, and the coach to realize it,
And they are just melting the clock. We're under 3 minutes in regulation, and Deptford right now the game's in their hands.
Yeah, because coaching, a lot of people will think coaching is easy. When you're watching the game, you're watching the running back, you're thinking of your next play, and you forget things. And not to forget to take that penalty. Hopefully, with someone in his ear saying, take the penalty, give the punt option, and look at the position they're in now.
Here's a handoff on 2nd down, but good tackling on the part of Monroe. Pickup of 2 on the play. And once again, if I could find a name, that was Messiah Suarez for a couple more.
Third and a long 3.
Action, so they're going to spot the 14-yard line.
The one thing I wouldn't do, the one thing I know you want to waste some time off the clock, get it in the end zone. That's how hard it is right now. You just don't try to waste the clock now. You just want to punch it in no matter what time is left. Because right now, it was so hard to get in this position. Just punch it in. Go for it. Just
it's a double
marching.
wing.
Yeah.
On 3rd down. Quarterback keeper. He's pushing. And let's see. He slipped out of it. And he's going to score because of it. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Brandon Williams Jr. with the score from 13 yards out. A late flag comes in, after which the touchdown is good.
Might have to see that replay on there and
how did he do that?
I don't know. You couldn't even see him. He was in the middle of that pile.
So Deptford
got strong legs. That's a big part of it. You got to have some strong legs.
On Deptford.
So Deptford's going to get called with on sportsmanlike conduct. The touchdown is good, but the penalty is going to be either on the kickoff or on the conversion. Yeah, he's going to move it.
Ooh, it's all the way back there. Yeah.
All right, so they're going to back it up all the way back to the 18-yard line for the conversion. The touchdown is good. That happened after the play. So they'll do the conversion from the 18.
It's going to be interesting to see what they call now, considering what they would have called if they were down there.
Well, here's Brandon again.
He's
going
trying
to
to get to
slip
the
out, and
outside,
Williams will not be.
Great defense.
Oh, he's still going, but he's not going
Got
to
him.
get past the 20. So the conversion fails, and there's a flag down too.
That was Cooper Cheeseman on the tackle for Monroe.
Holding on the offense.
So it's going to be a hold against Deptford. So the penalty's refused, and Monroe will have the ball with 1:50 left, and they're down 6-0. So let's take a look at the replay. And I'll tell you one thing. This Brandon Williams Jr., one of the best plays of the year in the TCUFL. What happened?
All right, he's going in the middle. He's caught up. He's got 4 or 5 guys on him. He's got his guys still pushing him. He's going to slip out through the side. He pulls himself out, does a spin, and gone. And he scores a touchdown.
Wow. I mean, that's an incredible play.
Yeah, it's very nice play.
Some of these kids have been watching football for sure. I mean, sometimes you tend to get to be rugby, but in this particular case, that worked out beautifully for Deptford, and they get finally the first points. But for Monroe, they're not out of it yet. There's 1:50 left, and you know what they're capable of. And unfortunately, they kind of lost the track as to where they were on the field, so they're switching sides on the kickoff. That'll take just a moment.
Yep.
And keep in mind, well, even though we got things blaring in our ears here, coming up, we'll have the sophomore contest between these same two teams, Deptford and Monroe. So that'll be coming up probably around the 1 o'clock hour Eastern. But we've had a good one here to start this thing off.
Great game to start the day. It's not over. We've seen miracles happen the last couple weeks in the final minute or minute and a half. Monroe has the players to make something happen. They got a passing game. You know, quarterback right now is 2 for 3 with 2 nice passes to 47 and 40. You know, they just got to pull the playbook for this minute. You know, the 2-minute drill drives that you do at practice. You know, a lot of teams practice that final 2-minute drive, quick. So hopefully they have a game plan for this, and short kick. So that's going to help them.
Kick.
And he's getting some yards, too.
And he's crossing back over midfield. He's going to get as far about the 46-yard line. But there is a flag down to 45. Makes you wonder if Deptford was offside.
They got great field position for 1:45 right now.
And they could tack it on to the end of the play, too.
Monroe with 3 timeouts remaining.
So based upon the way Deptford kicked that ball, Monroe's going to have a short field. We'll see how it is, but I was actually surprised Deptford tried just a short directional kick. But actually, they're waving everything off, so it's going to be 1st and 10 from right outside the 45-yard line. So let's see what Monroe has up their sleeve. Probably going to be a couple pass plays here with 1:45 left. And keep in mind, they got 3 timeouts as well, so this could be a long 1:45.
3 timeouts and a comfortable quarterback that likes to pass, a couple plays here and there. It's a good mix. You got your Cooper Cheeseman at tight end, and at this level, you'll find out that a lot of teams never practice covering a tight end, and they're so sufficient for an offense because teams don't cover them.
Here's a handoff, and only going for about 2 yards. That's ripping again. So they're going to have to really go tempo here and get some quick plays. Monroe still has 3 timeouts. You got to keep that in mind.
Time is the essence.
And now finally, they're going to use a timeout with 1:25 left. So we'll come back here. Deptford up 6-0. Stay tuned. We'll be back. All right, following the Monroe timeout, 1:25 left. 2nd and 8 coming up. I wouldn't be surprised they abandon the run and try to pass here.
All right.
Oh, they are running.
And I think all right, nice.
Got
Got about
yards.
2 more to the 41-yard line.
3 yards on the play. It'll be 3rd down and 6.
Got a lot of green on this side over here.
Yeah, and that's also enough. And again, Monroe wasting time, and now they call yet another timeout. So let's kill the audio for a second. We'll come back in a moment. All right, so Monroe has come back out. They have 1 timeout left now at 1:08. So this is going to be a very critical 3rd and 6 play.
Yeah, they got 2 more timeouts to use.
No, they have 1 left.
Oh, they got 1 left. Okay, so
They used 2 on his drive.
He did 2. Okay.
That's why we took a break,
have
John.
a number up there.
So 3rd and 6.
There's the roll.
Play fake, and that's what we were looking for. The keeper. It's going to be a 1st down more. He's got to get to the sideline.
Quarterback again.
And down to the 28-yard line. So they'll stop the clock to move the chains.
Brandon Williams.
But then
Jr.
the clock will start back up again. And obviously Monroe's got to hurry. They will spot the ball at the 29-yard line. Now the clock runs again. We're in the red, under a minute.
Nice. See, they're moving a little fast. Sometimes you get them teams moving a little faster, they play better. It's just that momentum, that surge of energy.
Here we go on 1st and 10.
Oh, they didn't
call it.
All right.
It's a handoff.
He's fast.
Down to the 26-yard line. Holmes gets down about the 26.
He fires off the ball.
And now Monroe will use its last timeout.
Gain of 3.
You're not kidding. All right, we'll break one more time. 6-0 Spartans over the Braves. Final 36 seconds after this. All right, here we go. Clock down to 36 seconds, and Monroe out of timeouts. That's the situation here as the ball's at the 27. It is 2nd and 8. And this is an enormous play now. And it's up to Cameron Thompson to see what he does. Deptford spreading the field out on defense. Somebody jumps. That's going to be a false start.
I don't know. It's on the offense.
Yep, the far linesman called it, and that's a big 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, with left side of the offensive line took a step back.
Those are plays that have been killers all day for both teams.
Yeah.
All right, so clock doesn't move, but it's now 2nd and 13. Makes it a little bit harder as the ball is at the 32-yard line. Again, split backs in a wing. Another handoff.
Ooh.
Oh, my goodness. Great tackle.
Redmond.
And Colin Ahert was, not Colin Ahert, it was 33. Redmond. You're right.
Yeah, Redmond.
They're going to have to hurry up. Oh, wait a minute. We have an injured player.
Yeah,
so
he came in there.
27 seconds left.
He flew in there like a lightning bolt and
Why don't we take a
what a
look?
time to come up with a big play.
Yeah, let's take a look at replay as to what happened here. So, all right, so let's see what happened there. I was a little surprised at the play call too.
Yeah, Carter was a stand-up nose tackle basically on that.
33 on 33, if you notice.
Yeah, he shot that A gap basically untouched, and he came in there and made a nice hit.
Clock is running. Under 20 seconds. Let's see what they can do.
There's the roll.
Oh, and Deptford contains it, and he's going to be tackled. They have no timeouts left. Deptford's going to win this game.
Yeah, 8 and 11 on that tackle to seal the game. Hats off to Deptford.
Oh, my goodness. Deptford came up big when they needed to. Tremendous game between the two. Heartbreak for Monroe. Deptford wins 6-0. Your final thoughts on this one?
Great game. We came to watch good football today, and this is setting the tone for it. Both teams well coached. Good jobs. Can't wait for the next game.
Good job by both teams here. So 6-0 your final. Deptford beats Monroe. The sophomore game in a little bit. So hang in there, and we'll be back in a few. So stay with us. Okay, welcome back here to Williamstown, New Jersey for the sophomore matchup between the Deptford Spartans and the Monroe Braves. You're looking at second and third place in the sophomore division. Deptford coming in with a 6-1 record, Monroe with a 5-2 record. A Monroe win now clinched second place. Now both teams will be in the playoffs, just a matter of who's below them that is going to get involved. But
Yeah.
it's going to be a fun one here. I'm Tom Wilkins, John Zaplinski with me, and Howard Gable with the controls as usual. So we look like a good sophomore game coming up.
We see number 1 team tomorrow, the Blue Devils, against, I think, Burlington.
Well, that should be a fun game, and
Yeah.
I understand Magic Mears is going to be here tomorrow.
Oh,
So,
nice.
yes, he'll be. I mean, if you're going there, I think a Magic will be joining you. Of course, I got our commitments, but it's going to be. I think it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. And I think it's going to be Magic's debut.
I'll take care of him. Break him right in. He'll be all right. My former quarterback back in the day.
Well, you guys will get along very well with this.
Yeah, centers always take care of their quarterbacks.
Oh, that is true. I didn't realize you were a center.
Unfortunately, I was good at my craft. I still to this day, I believe I was one of the best fullbacks and linebackers there ever was. But coaches, when you're good at being a center and you're stuck there.
Well, pretty much. Well, anyway, Monroe won the toss. I'm sorry, Deptford won the toss, but they were going to choose in the second half, so Monroe will get the ball first. They're in black, Deptford in the white. Monroe moved left to right, Deptford right to left, and we'll switch sides in the second quarter. And hopefully we'll have just as entertaining of a game as we did with the freshman game.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the last game and you look at the record and where they're seated at right now, and, they could play each other first round.
Could very well happen.
Because they're 2-3 right now, and that could end up 2-3 again after today. So,
all right. So referee blows his whistle. We're about ready to get underway with game 2.
Yeah, 2 different conferences. Yeah, 4 and 4.
All right, here we go.
Nice kick
and kickoff. Remember, and picked up by the up man about the 25. Going to bounce and get to about the 37-yard line.
On that.
That's a pretty nice return to start the game.
Fitzgerald on the return, gain of 6 on the play.
Fitzgerald was able to make a nice return, and that will be Monroe's opening start, 1st and 10.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to see another game. Teams evenly matched, possibly. Very similar records like the freshmen, and you saw what happened in that freshman game. It was that battle of who wanted to get one score, and Deptford came up with it. So I think we're going to have a similar game here. You're going to have to play mistake-free ball. You've seen what happened in the freshman game. Teams would have these big drives, and then they're brought back 18 yards. And so if you're watching that game, just, hey, try to come in this game now at the sophomore level mistake-free.
All right, well, 1st and 10 as
whoops. Got him.
So already Deptford jumped. And that's going to be an encroachment foul to force a 1st and 5. And that's one thing you also got to look at, especially with playoff positioning. You realize that Monroe will take second place if they beat Deptford.
Yeah, to start off a game with a penalty, it takes the momentum away right from the defense from the door. Because now these guys are on the edge. They 1-on-2 and they got us. They sit back and you come with a nice play. So if you come with a nice fast-paced play here, a nice quick hit, you can catch them slipping. So, going on 2 at this level, it could break your spirits a little bit. And let's see what happens here. They're going to call.
Looks like you got a full house behind the quarterback. So it is 1st and 5, and now an official timeout.
We got a time. You went downstairs? Did you see? I know every week we go and we get these. We're always under the concession stand.
Well, unfortunately,
and I think I smell barbecue going on.
Well, they got
out there
a couple of things going on below, but the real concession stand is actually in the middle of the park.
Really? Is that what's coming this way? The wind's blowing it. Like I'm the Yogi the Bear down the street smelling the basket.
And Howard is playing the role of Ranger Smith.
Yeah, we gotta. At the next game, I'm taking that walk.
1st and 5 at the 42-yard line. Let's see if the hard count gets him again. Not this time. But there is a handoff, but there's Deptford making a big stop. Ends up being a loss on the play. Darius Busby Jr. was the one who slammed him down for a 2-yard loss.
Was that 25? Because you had
23.
23. 25 was on the bottom of that. He was in there too.
And that would be Austin Herbert Roberts.
Yeah, they were both in on that. That was great defensive stand on that.
And it looks like that's going to be the order today. Defense, defense, and more defense.
Yeah, they're in that standard 5-man front on defense right now. They got a couple kids with size on them too. And when you got that, when you're a bigger kid and you can see over the offensive line and see the running back, you have that advantage because kids are all growing at different levels at different ages right now. But that extra height does help. But yeah, they shot in there and they made a great play.
So now 2nd and 7, ball at the 40-yard line. Monroe's going to have to hurry because the play clock's running out. As you can see, the side official saying how much time he got.
Sending that blitz, and couldn't stop. They got him.
And another offside neutral zone infraction.
They're anxious. They're anxious, and they showed blitz on that. He just, he couldn't stop himself.
A 5-yard penalty. It puts him at the 45-yard line. So you look, oh, wait a minute.
The ref went the wrong way for a second there. Huh?
Hey, trust me, we've had teams go the wrong way today as well, especially lining up for kickoffs.
This is true. They got on the wrong side of the field.
But anyway, it is 2nd and about 3. Ball at the 45. Now Monroe taking their time trying to call the play. Deptford already here with a couple of neutral zone infractions to start the game. And as I say, usually the team that makes the fewest mistakes wins.
You would hope so. You hope so. It's not always the case.
That's why I say usually. It's never a guarantee.
It's never a guarantee.
2nd and 3 from the 45-yard line. They go full house now. Late handoff.
Another nice hit.
And that was Eli McCrary, who gets about a yard. He's still going to be about 3rd and 2 coming up.
Darius Busby again on a nice tackle.
The Braves first.
When these games start, you start learning very quick on who your leaders are, and it doesn't take long. When you see a running back like last game, you've seen who's their main man. You could see right now that this young man, 23, Darius Busby Jr., he controls the middle of this field for this defense.
Well, what he's also got to do is make sure everyone is lined up and they jump at the snap and not before, because already Deptford's been hit with 2 neutral zone infractions.
Yeah.
And what Monroe is doing, they're taking their good old time and already melting the clock on the opening drive of the game.
Yeah, we're almost at the 7-minute mark, 3rd and short. And
on 3rd and 2, they do the handoff and not going to get it.
You got Busby in on that tackle too again.
And there's a fight for the ball, but it's going to be 4th down.
Got a little help from 25 on that play.
Like I said, Herbert Roberts.
Yeah, again.
So he's active here, and now you got 4th and about a yard and a half.
So this is going to be a big play. They've already showed they like to go on 2. And they have caught Deptford slipping. This defensive line has showed great signs of run stoppers. Where do they go? You've been going up the middle. They've been doing a great job stopping you. You got something to go a little bit out the outside to divert them. So, maybe they're going to challenge it and see if they run right at them.
Well, there's no punt option, obviously, so they are going for it on 4th and a yard and a half. They try to do the keeper.
They got him. They stopped him.
I think they stopped him. He's a yard short.
They stopped him.
The quarterback sneak.
So the quarterback sneak kind of fails, and Deptford's going to get the ball as they force the turnover on downs, and Deptford can get the 47-yard line.
25 on the bottom of that pile and 23 on top, and, it looks like they stopped them.
Not good enough for the first.
It's not. They stopped them.
That's what we kind of figured. Again, Austin Herbert Roberts, he was the one who made the stop, and Deptford in business, 1st and 10.
Yeah, so, you running the ball up the middle, and these guys are stopping like that, you gotta move into the outside.
Well, they're going to measure anyway.
Oh, boy.
I still don't believe he got it.
No, it did not look like he got him at all. Let's see.
But they asked just to be safe.
I think it's short.
A little closer than I thought, but it's still about 7 inches short of the first down mark. So Deptford get the ball on downs anyway, and they'll get their opening drive in plus territory. So what do you say about Deptford's defense? They definitely have a couple leaders on it.
They got caught, slipping on the offsides, but when it comes to tackling and their capability of playing fundamentally sound, they're doing a good job. Same thing as the freshmen. You got 2 organizations right now that are taking this serious to teach proper, reading, reacting, filling your gap, and tackling. And that's football. I love it when you see these teams playing like this and defending that, line of scrimmage and doing their game. that's a great game we got going on.
We once again showed you the standings in the Sophomore League. Of course, Deptford second, Monroe third. They clinched third no matter what, but they'd like to get second if they can beat Deptford today. 1st and 10 as Deptford's at the 47-yard line after getting the turnover on down.
Yeah.
They're going offset I formation here.
Yeah, he is.
Whoop,
Oh,
and there's a
oh!
missed exchange.
Oh,
wait a minute.
That was a live ball.
The play was ruled dead.
I guess they're going to say the quarterback possibly his knee hit the ground when he fell for the ball.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. So it ends up being a 3-yard loss and just a tough break for Deptford. It ends up being 2nd and 13.
Yeah, first play, you go backwards. Now you got to, come back a little stronger on this next play. And, coach called a play he thought was going to be productive. And now you got to go back to the playbook and either run the same play or we got to, run a little something different now.
I would test if you have speed. I would test the corners.
Yeah.
Why not? Try and sweep around and see how much you can get here.
Thank you.
So 2nd and 13 from
Staying
the
in that
midfield stripe, same
offset I
formation.
Actually, it's I with a wing with a wing.
Oh, and there's going to be nothing much there for the quarterback, Gabriel Estrada. He dives over the line of scrimmage and gets maybe half a yard, but forces a 3rd and long as Monroe's defense is showing up here.
Williams, first spin on the play.
So you're seeing it again,
3rd and long.
another game where, both defenses are showing up to the dance. Fundamentally, they have a knack for the ball. We've seen Deptford had a knack for the ball, and these guys are coming right back and answering back that, hey, we could do the same thing. We're going to stop you at the line of scrimmage. We're going to tackle. It's a good job.
No gain on the play, so 3rd and 13, right to midfield stripe. Deptford will change the formation this time with a single back. They go double wing here.
Yeah, they got that. Well, it could have been. It's a 4-man front, but they drop down.
And they quickly hand off, sneaking through
what a
one
way to
tackle.
Get through there.
But there is a flag down. Not going to get the first down anyway, and that's going to be a hold on Deptford. So tough break. Yes, down with the Deptford players just throwing the flag back at the official. The question is, does Monroe accept the penalty? I mean, it was only a 2-yard gain, and now you force a 4th and 11.
Wow.
Penalty is declined. It'll be 4th down for the Spartans.
So they do refuse the penalty. It is 4th down, and they put the ball right back at midfield. But anyway, it's still going to be 4th and long for Deptford. They can't use the punt option. We learned you have to. The punt option ends once you cross your own 45-yard line.
Yep, they got to go for it. The next level. We did see Monroe at the freshman level like to pass a little bit. He kept rolling out, he completed a couple passes. Right here, it'd be nice to see if they got maybe something in their sleeve. And they are setting up a little spread action right here. Quarterback's going in shotgun. So they obviously got
the receiver. Now you got two-man movement. That's going to be a false start. Now this actually benefits. This benefits Deptford because now you're at the 45 and you're not past it. You could use the punt option right here.
You definitely can, and
on the offense that puts the ball.
Coach is going to make that call.
So I don't know if that look more like a land of confusion rather than anything else.
They're making that call. So, there it is.
And I don't know if they did intentionally, but
it
that looked like who knows? We saw that in the last game.
It's like a sponge. You see in the first game, and they're like, hey, that would work right now.
Well, it's going to work here as Monroe will have the ball at their own 30-yard line. So sometimes a penalty actually helps, and that's the second time today we've seen that.
Yeah, when you are very confident in your defense, you take that and they're like, hey, let's get that punt option, or let's get the ball back. They're very sound and tackling very well. So, and we seen that in the last game. Deptford very much believed in their defensive players, and they took that penalty, punt option, and then defense got them back the ball and they scored.
But I think the important thing to remember is we're seeing this on both defensive counts. So Deptford, obviously, they have a couple of leaders on their defense, and obviously it's everyone chiming in for a play on the Monroe side. So I think that's what we're seeing, and this could be almost a duplicate of the freshman game. By the way, if you've missed any of the earlier action, you can always kind of like DVR back on the live feed. Remember, it's HSG Network on YouTube. Those of you checking this out, make sure you tell your friends. If they can't make it to the game, subscribe. We got lots more TCUFL action, especially next week or two. A lot of good things going to be happening, so please make sure you get the word out. HSG Network on YouTube and see what happens with your team as we get closer to the end of the season. Obviously, it's the last game of the regular season, but so.
Got the Twins right going on over here. Quarterback was in shotgun.
And he's got to keep it. And he's got some room.
Oh, he's still got
he's
an
going to
opening.
cross the 40 and goes all the way down to 46.
16 yards.
Eli McCrary was able to scramble around and get a first down after a gain of 16. And now I think Deptford's going to use a timeout. So, well, I think we can grab a break here with no score and 3:43 left in the first. We'll come back in just a moment. Okay, we are back after Deptford used the timeout. Those 1st and 10 at the 47. That was a 17-yard pickup. Good run by McCrary. Now they're going to modify here. Got two receivers on the left. It's the first time we're seeing some passing formations here.
Oh,
now wait a second. There's a flag down. And again, jumping is Deptford. So another 5-yard penalty. And Deptford just not being disciplined on the defensive side of the ball.
Yeah, it's probably the 4th or 5th time that they've had an infraction.
That 3rd time already.
Yeah. So
Had 2 in the opening, driving out of this.
Yeah, you don't want to help the offense move the ball. You want to prevent them. And, all these offsides is it's doing its job for the offense. So coach got to get in them in their heads a little bit and calm them down.
I wonder if Monroe is intentionally using the hard count, knowing that Deptford is a very antsy, he'll get the ball.
If it works, I would keep doing it. Exactly.
Well, they go full house here, 1st and 5. Ball now to 49-yard line.
Got them 2 lead blocks, taking them through. And
there's a handoff down to the 46. I think that was Watson. No, maybe it was McCrary with it. But anyway, it ends up being a 3-yard pickup to the 46, so 2nd and 2 coming up. Do you see a little bit more of a push with Monroe's offensive line so far in the early part of this game?
Yeah, they're moving the ball well. I mean, they're doing their job. They're completing. They're very disciplined to be going on 2 as much as they're doing the hard count and not jumping themselves. So they're fine tuned for that offense. They practice that they go over that a lot at practice. You have to. And whenever you hear discipline, offensive lineman, we used to say discipline. We knew right away what that was. Like discipline, reminding each other, don't jump when we go on 2. And defense, got to pick up on it.
All right, a handoff, and this time Deptford was ready for it. A 1-yard loss that time.
Number 11 and on that tackle there.
Yeah, that was Jameer Cooper.
Yeah, great tackle.
The 1-yard loss, he got 3rd and 3.
Watson on the carry up the middle, stopped at the line.
So right now, I think Deptford trying to really tighten up here. They've been good. So outside of that one play earlier, they've been very good on defense, especially trying to close the holes up.
Yeah,
especially in the middle of the field.
We're down to 2 minutes almost, and we're at 0-0, and no one's been able to, find the end zone. And they're both working hard for every yard they're getting right now. Again, we're at a second game of the day where the defenses are playing very well, and they're making you work.
Here's a handoff. Oh, that play. I thought
he got it.
Oh, yeah, he did get the first down, but
down.
It looked like he had handed off to a guy in the backfield. But it was kind of like hedged from view there. But it's going to be a first down for Monroe there.
First down.
Yeah, he had number 3, Julian Cologne, with a nice hit. He just didn't wrap him. He spun around and he got that first down. I mean, he had him stopped for no gain. He just unfortunately didn't wrap him up.
And it's a key. You got to make sure you got all facets of your tackling working there, because you want to bring him down properly. Because if there's something off, then you got the back or the receiver that can slip out of it and make it a longer gain. So again, going in full house, 1st and 10 for Monroe to 43. There's
Quick
an
handoff.
inside handoff. And he's going to dive across the 40-yard line.
Got some nice
So
yards.
another 3 yards there. And they're using, I believe that is Taj Cochran there, number 27.
Yeah.
Kind of like a fullback dive.
You know, just trying to creep down the field. You know, they want them positive yards. They're using different cadences to get the team to jump. A lot of times they've gotten yards from all them offsides. They're doing nice dives up the middle. Staying inside the tackles most of the game so far. So, you know, they got a little game plan and they're just marching downfield right now, trying to keep this drive alive.
So it's 2nd and 7 from the 40-yard line.
Coming on that offset eye. Oh,
and
going
now
42.
they sweep it around, crossing the 40 and diving to about the 35-yard line. That's Caden Watson. He's able to get 4 on the play to 36. So they got 3rd and 3 coming up. And, I mean, the running game is starting to go pretty good for Monroe.
Yeah, they're executing well. They're right where they want to be. You know, they're in good position. They're marching downfield. They're getting positive yards on every play. They're confident in their offensive line. They're going to be opening up these holes. And, you know, they're not playing an easy defense. This Deptford defense is they're a brick wall. They're a run-stopping defense, and they're playing very well. So, and when you play with good teams, you get better as you go. And this is a battle. You know, this is a good battle for 2nd place. And
on 3rd and 2, a false start as the
it's
right
bringing them
side
back.
of the line moves.
They did.
That's a tough break. So it'll end up being 3rd and 7.
Yep. And you can get it. We just talked about, you know, the discipline part of it on the offensive line. And, you know, unfortunately, you know, defense move a little bit, and then, you know, your tackle, he got out of position.
That's going to run out, and we're going to have quarter time here, so we'll switch sides. So after 1, Deptford and Monroe, no score. We'll come back with quarter number 2 right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
We are back here in Williamstown, New Jersey. Quarter number 2 of the sophomore game, Deptford and Monroe. And 3rd and 7 right now for Monroe at the Deptford 40-yard line.
He gives it.
A sweep that was
fumble.
juggled, and that slows the play enough for Deptford to swarm around and force maybe a 1-yard gain. Boy, that came close to being disaster there.
The ball was a little bit not in the breadbasket, and it almost came out, but he secured the ball and he tried to cut it up, but unfortunately that defensive line was there waiting for him.
So now back to the 39-yard line. They got to get to the 34 for the line of gain. So be an interesting play call here from Monroe on 4th and 5 as we're just underway in the second. I mean, both teams have been filling each other out, and it's been almost like the first game, a tug of war.
Oh, it's like it just continued.
Except one
It's
level
like,
higher.
And one level it just continued. It's the same concept. Two good teams. This is you're getting your money's worth on games like this. This is actually like this is a playoff game. When you're in a game of this caliber, it's a playoff game, and that's how you look at it.
Here we go on 4th and 5. They try sweeping
Oh,
left.
good
Did
defense
not
again.
work. Deptford
Number one.
completely stopped that one and was led by, I believe it was Gabriel Estrada,
Yes.
forcing the turnover on downs, and Deptford will get it from the 39-yard line.
I mean, he just came in there. He came in there hard and a nice wrap, stopped the running back in his tracks, and he's strong. He's a strong defensive player.
And so Deptford will get back 1st and 10. So I tell you what, I was a little surprised by that call. You'd think there would be speed, but Deptford did a very good job containing that left side.
They got a very well fine-tuned run defense. We haven't seen any passing yet, so we can't say anything about passing defenses. But right now, their run defense they know what they're doing out there.
So here we go, a 1st and 10. They're going to spot the ball at the 40-yard line. Looks like they might be doing a double wing here.
Yeah, they're staying a tight package, double tight, double wing.
They'll go with an inside handoff. Oh, there's a broken tackle.
Wow.
And look at this. Crossing the 50.
He's
40,
running
the
downhill.
30. Oh, he's going to take off for 322.
This is not a little running back.
And a great tackle inside the 6.
That is not a little running back. He's got some size on him.
That is Shamir Cooper, who gets all the way down. We'll see where they spot
That was all downhill running.
I mean, that was a beautiful run that time. That was 54 yards, brought down to 6.
Wow, that was a great run by a big running back. He's got size on him. I mean, this kid he reminded me of Greg Hayward running that.
Who's he?
Ironhead Hayward.
Oh, that's right.
Pitt, University of Pitt, New Orleans Saints and Rams. Greg Hayward.
In the last game, we were talking 33s, and you were mentioning Pitt.
That was Red Zone Redmond. His son was in the last game, yes.
And you're mentioning Pitt with Tony Dorsett, too.
Tony Dorsett was there. Yeah, this young man reminds me of Greg Hayward, the way he hit that hole and lowered the boom and took off for 54. It's a big running back with some size running.
Well, they're giving it to him again on 1st and goal, and he's going to shove his way down to about maybe the 2. So 2nd and goal. They'll probably give him the 3. So I think now you're looking at short yardage situations here for Deptford.
Yeah, 54 yards, the biggest play of the day so far in 2 games.
And Deptford had a nice run at the end of the first half of the freshman game that came about 20 yards short, right before the half.
Yeah, it possibly a 40-yard run, I would say, or close 30, 40.
So 2nd and goal from the 3 coming up.
Yeah, we're at a great position. 7:50 to go in the second quarter. They march downfield with a big run. You want to put one in. A game like this, you got to score first, and they deferred. They deferred on the kick, so get that lead possibly, and you get that ball to second half.
Oh, wait a minute. Somebody jumped. And it's going to be a false start on Deptford. Moves that back 5 yards. And once again, an untimely penalty, and Deptford's going to be facing 2nd and goal from the 8-yard line.
Yeah, you work so hard to get down there, and a big run of 54 yards, and then you get a penalty. So now you put it in double time to try to make up for that.
Well, they got 3 shots still. I mean, it's 2nd and goal. But, I mean, you just can't have these penalties, especially when you get down the side of the field.
Because this defense is playing just as solid as they are right now. They're not backing down. They're doing their job, tackling well, getting to the ball.
Well, let's see what happens. 2nd and goal from the 8. Looks like a wide full house here. Oh, the handoff trying to bounce on, and there's Monroe's defense once again.
Not backing down either. They're like, we want this challenge. We're up for it. You're going to march downfield, but we're going to make you work for these next yards.
Amir Battle won that battle. So that's a 2-yard loss, and 3rd and goal from the 10.
Yeah, they ain't going to make it easy. This is a good game. Good game. Two solid defenses right now.
Now, Deptford still got a couple of shots to get in. I wouldn't be surprised they throw a monkey wrench and get a pass in there.
Yeah, you never know. I mean, but I was noticing all the kids in the background. Look how beautiful today. It's like a summer day. Got
Oh,
all
my
these
goodness.
swings going on. The families are out here.
It's October.
They got some picnics going on, and just seeing the kids all out there playing. It's a great day for some football.
You are not kidding. Unfortunately, tomorrow's going to be a little different.
Yeah.
On 3rd and goal.
Oh,
the
no.
drop snap.
Oh,
and then
they
the
gave up
football.
the
It's going to
ball.
be Monroe.
Wow, no.
Oh, my goodness.
Cradle position. You practice this every practice.
And that one recovered by Jameson Macaluso.
Wow. All the way down there, and then.
Wait a minute.
Oh, wait. What? Uh-oh.
Are they saying it's still Deptford ball?
I think they're going to say he was down instead of tapping the ball.
I don't even know if he had possession of the ball.
Unfortunately, there's no replay for them, and they can only go by what they thought they saw.
Well, why don't
he
we
didn't have
take a
possession. He went to reach for it, and they're going to say his knee was down when he fell. Most likely is what's going on here.
Wow.
He gets the shotgun. It's going to come low. Right there. He bobbles it, so he doesn't have any possession. He goes to drop on it, and the ball just bounces. Nothing.
He never had possession of it.
No possession.
Wow. Oh,
Wow,
man.
they got lucky. Ref blew it dead, so they got lucky on that. They got real lucky.
Yeah, that there was no possession at all on that play, unfortunately. So
that could be at the end of the game where they talk about that is the turn. That could be the turning point in this game that the ref hit that whistle.
Well, anyway, it ends up being 4th and goal from the 15-yard line.
Second chance.
Well, last chance, at least in this drive.
Yeah.
Unless there's a defensive penalty, back
going
the pass.
in the air.
Going to take a shot for the end zone, and it's a little high, incomplete. So even though it was a play late, Monroe gets the ball on down to the 15-yard line.
Yeah, they got lucky. Lucky for them that the defender was out there to protect the end zone, and they get a chance to go back on offense. 5:40 in the half. Maybe they can get a nice drive going.
And I think they will, because you got to consider with the way everything's going here in this game, Deptford had a tremendous opportunity. I mean, they had a 54-yard pickup, and it didn't result in any points. And you go back to that false start, that was the killer.
Yeah, they're going to come out second half and get the ball. So Monroe, just if you can, and you see how this clock goes, man. When you got a nice drive and you got these guys running the ball hard, you might not get an opportunity in a quarter. We saw a whole quarter, the third quarter, get in the last game, dismissed and into the fourth quarter and still on the same drive. So, you want to find the end zone. It's very important.
So 1st and 10 for Monroe at the 15-yard line. They'll do a handoff, and a mad Deptford defense says you are not going anywhere.
They're playing pretty scary as sophomores. They're gelling.
Carries stopped at the line of scrimmage. It'll be 2nd and 10.
And they're still going to say no gain on the play. I thought he lost a yard, but it's 2nd and 10.
Yeah, they're playing very, very well in that run defense.
I'll be interested to see if Monroe tries and go maybe the other side or up the middle and get over to their best blockers to see if they can get some yardage out.
Yeah, when you got a solid defensive line like that, I mean, they're really playing very well. I mean, you got to try to find another option. Sometimes you got to unbalance your line a little bit and maybe go to the outside of it. You got to. There's just ways around them because they're just solid. And they're causing a lot of havoc. Like right now, I mean,
they're going to sweep here, and it only gains a yard. That was, I believe, Cade Watson only getting a yard. It forces a 3rd and 9.
Oh, that was on the tackle. That was Cooper on the tackle.
Well, Cooper's having a nice first half.
Yeah, he had that big run. Now he's out there at linebacker, so another two-way player.
Yeah, we see a lot of two-way players here in this league. I mean, everyone's got to play at some point. But in reality, it's all a matter of how much stamina you have left when you get to the final quarter.
Yeah.
Where will they need you the most? So as we come to 4 minutes till halftime, Monroe taking their time. And now they break huddle with a 3rd and 9 from the 16-yard line. They're going to spread out a little bit. The receiver on the right. Now you got a motion. And there's your sweep. And a reverse. Or
And it
no,
was
it's a fake reverse. Fake
Oh,
does out.
it did look good. He sold it.
He did, but Deptford didn't buy, so it's a
Yeah.
2-yard pickup.
Bring up a fourth
So that brings up 4th down, and I wouldn't be surprised they do punt option here.
Yeah, he did sell it pretty good. I bid on it, but then I didn't see the ball. He
Well,
put
the
the
ball
old
at
hand
the
up
nine-
in there like he was handing it off. It was a good fake.
So the ball at the 19-yard line. If they do punt option, then I'll put the ball at the 44 for Deptford in Monroe territory. And that's no timeout going to be called by Deptford. So we'll break here with 3:19 left till halftime and still no score. We'll be back in a moment.
The Braves select the punt option.
Okay, as expected, Monroe does the punt option, and Deptford, after using their second time out, they'll get the ball at the Monroe 44, 1st and 10. Kind of like the smart way to go about it, but gives Deptford another opportunity to punch it in before the half.
Yeah, 3:19. It's a lot of time. They had a big run. They found a way to get a big run not too long ago. So you got to look at possibility of coming back to what they had in the playbook for a play like that.
All right, so as they move the ball over, that'll be Deptford's ball 1st and 10. And I think the key to remember here with Deptford, I mean, they've been efficient with some of these drives, and we've noticed here on the comment board. We got some people watching, of course. Eric the Barber. That reminds me, I'm going to need a haircut in a couple weeks. But
I got mine 2 days ago.
Well, there
I was
you go.
Happy.
Well, don't forget, you can join our comment board and chat in on HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe and make sure you chime in and tell your relatives and friends or those interested in this game. And 2 more
Coming
to go
on
after
that
this.
double wing, going in that motion and giving it to the big man.
And drop the snap.
Yep.
And it ends up being a loss on the play. I actually thought that Deptford got away with a false start because it looked like somebody was moving forward right before the snap happened.
Yeah, it's the ref don't catch it. It's not a flag, and they're just moving on the cadence instead of the ball. Sometimes center, they're young, so sometimes when a quarterback says hike, sometimes the centers are a little bit slower than the lineman firing off. You got 2 jobs to do.
Well, that one was a loss of 2 on the missed exchange. So ball's at the 45. So you're looking at 2nd and probably about 11 and a half here. Let's see what Deptford does. Moving everybody in place. And they go full house. Ball at the 45. They're going to go with a handoff. Oh, Monroe was right there with a very good tackle.
Yeah.
And the one who did that was a Mason Johnson, slamming him down for no gain on the play.
Again, you're going back and forth with these defenses and, finding the ball, gang tackling, shooting their gaps, completing their assignments. I mean, you don't get better football than we're getting right now defensively on both these teams. And every yard you're earning, because both these teams are playing lights out right now and very sound.
All right, well, official timeout. And now following that, here comes Deptford with a 3rd and 12. Ball at the 45. See how they line up here.
Staying in that double wing.
They got a receiver on the left as well. Now they're setting him in motion. And this is going to be a keeper. Let's see if he breaks through. He's going to.
Stiff arm.
He's going to get to him at the 30.
He's going
the 20,
all the way.
The 10.
Will he go?
Touchdown. Yes, he does.
Number 1.
And there are no flags, so it's a welcome to the end zone for Gabriel Estrada. comes through from 45 yards out, and Deptford breaks the scoreless tie here with a minute 11 left till halftime.
One big play before the half. That's all they needed, and it was 50-something yards. Great play. Fouled his blocks, turned that corner, stretched it out, had a stiff arm.
Eric, we mentioned a haircut. He's that guy you with a haircut.
Hey, man, maybe on the way home today you can go see Eric the barber.
I don't know. It's going to be a little bit late. But anyway, Deptford comes to a 45-yard touchdown run by Estrada, and now they'll go for the conversion.
Yeah, so you see they got an outside, the game. Might have to go back to it, when they come back. Found a little something there to get some great yards, and because these defenses in the middle right now are locking it down on both teams.
And Estrada found a hole beautifully, and that's why he took off. All right, on the conversion, the handoff, and that's an easy one. So it's good for Cooper. He puts in the extra point, and Deptford with a 7-0 lead with a minute 11 left. Why don't we go ahead and check out the replay real quick? So what was the difference, John, on that particular play which gave Deptford the lead?
They got a lot of green. When you got all this green, you got a lot of options. And quarterback is going to go under center. He's going to send his man in motion. And he's just going to take that handoff, and he's going to follow his lead block around the outside. There's one block. The other guy was downfield. It's all his effort now.
Yeah, a couple of players out of position, which allowed Estrada to take off and get the touchdown near side of the field.
When both your lead blocks make their initial first blocks, it results in plays like that. They made their first 2 blocks. He took it to the next level. That beautiful stiff hand, and then it was all speed from there. He just outran 3 defenders, and you got 6 points on the board.
And like I said, it's a matter of being speed merchants with the ball, and that was the right play call to make, considering patience is key.
When you talk about taking a handoff and taking off, a lot of times quarterbacks are so fast, they're faster than the lead blocks. They'll take off. He let the blocks. You got to let them blocks happen, and then you feed off them blocks and then make your own play. And he did. He made a great stiff arm that got on that touchdown.
So Deptford will kick off here with a minute 11 left till halftime. Keep in mind, Monroe, they have all 3 of their timeouts. That's the good news. The bad news is Deptford ball to begin the second half.
Yeah, it's very smart. That just shows how much they trust their defense. We're deferring. We're gonna stop you. We're gonna make sure we get that ball back, but for the advantage. And right now, it's the advantage.
Well, Deptford, I guess, huddling up before kickoff. Try to make sure everybody's ready and in the right place.
They're all talking out there a little bit. You take the lead. Sometimes you don't. Maybe you don't want to give the ball. You might see an onside kick here,
or a directional kick.
Directional kick. They a lot of communicating, and you huddle up for sometimes for a good reason.
Just a matter of what exactly are you to do. Here's the approach.
Oh, nice kick.
No. Not yet. Somebody jumped the gun.
Ooh.
So they're going to back it up 5 yards on offside. And I think what happened was the left side kind of got an early jump and surpassed the kicker at the point of the kick when the kick happened.
Yeah, it's common. It can happen quite a bit. Just re-kick it and just hold your guys back a little bit. That's all.
I'm wondering if the lower levels of football will keep everybody still until the kick is off and then they can go, just like the NFL.
Yeah.
Might be a little safety precaution for later, but in any event, the offside against Deptford pushes the kickoff back at the 40. Let's try this again. Referee blows the whistle. And this time it's a little bit better.
Nice bounce.
And a good bounce.
Oh, even
and it
better.
goes off a player down about the 27-yard line, and that's as far as he's going to get. Maybe to 29, but that's about it. Tough break for Eli McCrary. I mean, you figure that as soon as you juggle the ball, it's like, uh-oh, I think I better get moving.
Yeah, nice tackle out there by Kyrie Wilson, number 0, and 25, Austin Herbert Roberts down there. Make a nice tackle. I missed the 3rd jersey number, but yeah, they went down there. He didn't get many yards on that. They good coverage.
So now Monroe has a minute 4 left, 1st and 10, and all 3 of their timeouts. So I wonder if they're going to try and run, maybe get a few passes mixed in here.
Got to look for the big play. I mean, like we said a few seconds ago, Deptford got that first score. They're going to get the ball at the second half. So, the inside running has not been really working. I mean, you're getting 3 yards, nothing big. This defense is just so tough in the middle. So you got to look somewhere else. So they got the receivers lined out. He's going in shotgun. So they're going to try something else. Maybe the passing game. Oh,
And
and he's
they're
got a
going to go an
reverse.
end around.
End around, I'm sorry.
And
Good
a
defense.
1 yard loss. And once again,
Wow.
Deptford, they read that beautifully. And that time, that was Warren
Zero.
Sharper Jr.
Yeah, and then you see Wilson out there on the tackle,
Aiden
number
Monroe on
0.
the carry, gets back to the line of scrimmage.
So it forces second and long. I think Monroe's going to have to be content and run into the locker room with a 7-0 deficit at their hands.
Yeah, you gotta when you gotta play. It took a little bit of time to run that play, and what you'll notice is like this defense is so fast. You kind of want to run plays that are like, give me the ball and go. Because they're reading, they're reacting, they're that fast. These guys are like hawks, and they're playing football together. They're all getting to the ball. They all got a knack for the ball. So you got to look at every aspect of what play call, how to play against this defense, but it's got to be faster trajectory plays. That play was not fast enough.
All right, here we go on second down.
Dropping back.
And he's going to try and
Ooh,
pass.
gets hit.
He's his. He throws, and it's intercepted at the 40-yard line. Let's see if he can bring it back to 30, and he's out of bounds as the half comes to an end. I believe it was Estrada who had the interception.
Yes.
So
he went up for that ball. I mean, he really stretched his body to get that ball.
all right, well, your halftime score, Deptford 7, Monroe nothing. Take a few minutes here. We'll come back for the second half in a bit. Stay with us. Okay, we are back here in Williamstown, New Jersey, getting ready for the second half of game number 2. Deptford with a 7-0 lead over Monroe as we begin the second half of play. I'm Tom Wilkins along with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls as always. And it's been a hard-hitting first half, but Deptford making the big plays late.
Yeah, this has been a game, and like I said, it's a regular season game, but it has playoff, implications. This is a playoff game, no matter how you look at it. You're fighting for home field. You're fighting for the number 2 spot. This is a playoff game, and they're playing like it. Both defenses very sound, just like the freshman game, which was a 6-0 ball game. We're at 7-0 here. They had to work for that twice on 2 big drives. They had to work for it. We're stopped down on the goal line the first time, and then they found a way to end the half with the quarterback keeper around the outside. And now we got 7-0. They're about to receive the ball. They're running very well now, and I think they're ready to move the ball again. So we'll see what this Monroe defense has for them.
Okay, Monroe approaches and kicks off to begin the second half. Taking about the 25-yard line, stutter stepping to the 30.
Trying to
and
bounce
still
it out, and he
staying on
did.
his
He got
feet.
outside of
He'll
that.
get to the 40.
That's number
midfield.
1.
There's-
Still going.
He might go. He
Estrada.
could go.
That's the quarterback.
And he's going to.
Wait a minute. That is the quarterback.
Yes, it is.
Oh, my goodness. He answers to end the half with a touchdown, and he – oh.
Oh, wait a minute. There's a flag down around midfield. This is coming back.
You know the coach is going to be livid with these refs.
Oh, goodness. I mean, that would have been a 75-yard kickoff return, but it looks like this one will
it
come
can be
back.
2 things. It could be holding or hitting the back.
That's what it usually is, and in this case, it is a block in the back.
Block in the back, and there. Oh, it's a heartbreaker. Usually, from the sideline or your players, they're disciplined. I mean, they're a little younger, but you yell like, take a knee. We used to take a knee when a running back or the back would break. So you could never get us a flag on a hitting back because we're taking a knee. If we're away from him, take a knee. Teach it. Take a knee. Take a knee away from the play when he's already gone.
And the foul happened, I believe, at midfield, so they're going to start at the 40.
Yeah.
What a difficult break for Deptford. That would have just supercharged.
I mean, he went inside, outside. He bounced it out, took that, went right around to the sideline, turned it up to Jets.
Yeah, tough break there, but that's football sometimes, and it'll be a Deptford ball 1st and 10 for their own 40-yard line. Now, let's see if they can respond to that one.
See, it's them. You get these big breaks. You move the ball. You get a touchdown, and little mistakes happen. It happens. We didn't see the hit in the back. It could have been accidental. It happens because when you're running downfield full force and you're sprinting and someone turns around at the last second and you can't stop on a dime. So the referee catches it. He don't know it wasn't intentional. You get a flag.
It's still
so it happens. It's still a flag.
It's still the timing of everything taking place.
All timing.
1st and 10, so Deptford their own 40-yard line. They'll send a man in motion.
He's giving it.
And there's a nice run and also good containment tackle.
Yeah,
only a 3-yard pickup.
Yeah, 2-3 yards. Defense, handling business in the middle there.
Jonathan, looks like Jonathan Carmen Jr. was the one with the carry that time. But 2nd and 7.
Is good for a gain of 3.
And for Deptford, it's just a matter of pushing through.
Down by number 48
and again, you notice a couple of the comments that people are chiming in here on the chat line.
Nice to see him.
Yes, indeed. And you can do that as well. Of course, hsgnetwork.com on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe as well because we're going to be doing the finals in just a couple weekends.
So you've got Deptford coming up to the ball here. Let's see what formation they're going in. See what they got here. They got 11. Looks like number 11 out there by himself. He had a nice 50-something yard run in the second half.
All right, so it'll be
the first half.
2nd and 7. Let's see what they decide to do. Get man motion to the right.
Quarterback is rolling out.
And he
slipped.
And he's going to go down. Actually, it's actually a new quarterback, Tyseer Brown. And I don't know if they were trying to do that as a wildcat or whatever, but Mason Johnson able to make the sack back at the 35-yard line.
Yeah, that was a wonderful play from the defense to get back there at the right time. He slipped, and defense took advantage of it, So that was 77. I thought it was possibly 35.
Well, it looked like 85 there.
Right.
But whatever the case, it ends up being a big loss on the play, and it'll be 3rd and long now for Deptford. It looks like 3rd and 15.
Wow.
You think back to that
Yeah, you get a
kickoff
touchdown
return.
Yeah, touchdown callback, and then hey, you can slip anytime, and it can happen at any time, and luckily for Monroe, they were back there to get the sack.
All right, full house here on 3rd and 15. They'll have a late handoff, but there is slipping out one
gang
tackle, but
Look
there's
at
a
that.
massive bunch of
Black
people
jerseys everywhere.
throwing them down for a loss.
Pink stripes on the helmets. Nice, I like it.
Fourth and long.
And now force the 4th down, and they're going to have to do punt option here.
Yeah, they're not backing down either. These defenses came to play today, and it makes it so much fun to see games like this. You got to really work.
So the punt option is exercised here, and Monroe will get the ball thrown 43-yard line. And that's a big defensive stop. It could have been a whole lot worse, especially the way the half began.
Oh, it could have been 14-0 right now, and they got lucky with the hit in the back, and now they have a great defensive standoff, and they got an opportunity to get the ball. So.
And now it's a matter of them trying to execute against a Deptford defense they got out to a slow start with a couple of defensive penalties, but here they've been able to calm themselves down and play a bit more disciplined. Now it's a matter of how Monroe responds to this.
Yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the game, Monroe came in that first drive. Their offensive line was very disciplined. They were going on that hard count, not two a little bit. They were drawing them off sides. They were moving the ball. So they got to get themselves in that same rhythm they came out in the game with. Try to move the ball. Game plan right now because they need this score. You see how the clock runs in these midget games. You blink of an eye and a quarter's over because it's a lot of running. And if there's no penalties, that clock is just going. And you got a whole quarter going in a blink of an eye, so they gotta do it here. Mistake free, handle business.
1st and 10, ball spotted the 44-yard line. Looks like they got a full house behind here. Oh, look at that tackle!
Oh, you can't hide from that one.
No way!
That was he did the old reach and. Yeah, that was
grabbing the face mask 15 yards, and that's obviously a 1st down. Not exactly the way Deptford wanted to start that, but I wonder if he just was out of position trying to make the tackle.
It's adrenaline. You're reaching, you're there. You got back there for this huge tackle for a loss. You're adrenaline, you're pumped, and you're like, oh, I didn't break down. The rule of thumb, you get back there, break down. And he did the old reach, and unfortunately, it was in the face mask. And he completed the tackle with it, but it's 15 yards.
And it's also an automatic 1st down.
Automatic 1st down.
So the ball is going to go all the way to I believe, the 41-yard line of Deptford.
Yeah. To be good at anything, you have to make mistakes. That goes with anything in life.
Well, here's what they're going to do. They penalized 15 yards in the spot of where it happened, but they didn't cross the line of game for the 1st down, but they repeat the down as 1st and 3. You don't necessarily see that very much.
No. All right, quarterback, he's dropping.
Oh my God.
Oh, Lord.
Realizing it was 1st and 3, Deptford's like, we've had enough.
Now, what did I say? Oh, number 11. That was number 11.
Oh, my gosh.
I did refer to him as Ironhead earlier, like Craig Hayward, the way he ran the ball.
I'm
almost positive it's him.
I mean, take a look at this. Look at this. Damir Cooper.
There's a blitz coming, and he
couldn't.
Oh, that
was close.
That
close.
Was a blitz that you are a defensive coach and you pray for over and over again. And the coach, I'm sure he's on the sideline just ecstatic right now.
Yeah, that was a close call. I mean, we saw a couple of years ago, we saw a near similar play that
I felt it. I can't even deny I did not feel that hit.
I feel the wind blowing here.
Those are the hits I would look for.
2nd and 8 now in the handoff, and nothing happening as Deptford stops him further. for another 3-yard loss. I mean, look at
Yeah.
the Monroe's offense. They've been moving
Yeah.
the wrong way
Yeah,
lately.
they gotta step it up. You know, they're playing a defense just as tough as they are. And right now, with that lead, you know, the coach is talking to these Spartans. Keep the momentum. Let's go. We can't let this lead go away. We want the ball back. And now Monroe's got to answer back because they're coming. Right now, Deptford is fired up. I mean, you're seeing these hits and you see them fill the gaps and all these tackles. And, you know, they got to step up right now and they got to communicate on that line.
Not often you see 1st and 3 become 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
Midway third quarter.
It's got a receiver.
Now we got
out
a
here.
modified here.
Little slow, and they got.
I don't know exactly what that was. That was a broken play because the snap happened.
Broken.
Nobody moved. Like, what are you doing? So they decide all to go, and that ends up going for a loss.
Yeah, there was a miscommunication somewhere. Man out of place. The guy went in motion. The player went in motion, and the quarterback seemed a little didn't know what was going on. He was, and then the ball snapped, and lost.
Well, it turns out Monroe will select the punt option here. Really not much of a choice. Think about this. The personal foul for a face mask, Deptford's defense made up for most of that yardage they lost.
They did. They're playing very well. I mean, they've been playing good all game. They're playing very well right now. They're fired up. They want to protect
And speaking of Deptford, why don't I go ahead and read the sophomore list while we have a second. The following for the 2023 Deptford sophomores are Kyrie Wilson, Gabriel Estrada, Warren Sharper Jr., Julian Colon, Zahir Roan, Zakir Alexander, Alex Hardy, Naheem Johnson, Taj Johnson, Paxton Jones, Eric Coleman Jr., Tysir Brown, Shamir Cooper, Zaid Burgess, Kevin Scott, Adrian Pierce Gant, Malik Barnes, Ryan Gooding, Elijah Holmes, Caleb Richardson, Darius Busby Jr., Darnell Red Jr., Austin Herbert Roberts, Jonathan Cannon Jr., Ricardo Perez, Carmelo Brown, Lion Brown, Thomas McLernan, and Channing Kolonowski, it looks like. And we'll read the coaches after which. So 1st and 10.
Going a little spread, it looks like. Coming on that spread, changing it up a little bit, the look. Quarterback is going in shotgun. Yeah, he's going in a perfect spread.
Yeah.
Shotgun.
So back to the right on this spread play. 1st and 10 from the 37-yard line following the punt option. Now they send a man in motion. Back to pass.
Screen.
And they bubble screen it. Crossing the 40.
Nice yardage,
first
down.
Yes, indeed. Going down to about the 48-yard line. Good call by the head coach, Steven Sierra. He's assisted by Kenny Wilson, Jeff Green, Stevie Roan, John Arcott, Warren Sharper, Louis Stevens, Mike Kibbs, and Larry Lawson.
That was number 3 on the reception right there for Deptford.
Julian Colon.
Yeah,
actually, wait a minute. There are 2 number 3s. There's Colon and Zahir Rome. We're going to go Colon because that's the first one listed.
First one on there? Okay. Yeah, I'll go through Monroe sophomore.
And we'll do that momentarily, but first from the ball at the 47-yard line, 1st and 10.
Staying in this formation, changing it up. They got a game plan right now.
They sure do, and they're using it. And a bad exchange, but luckily for Cooper, he falls on it. Back at about the 41 and loses 6 yards on the play. Oh, that's got to be a tough break.
Yeah, that's, a big play, first down, and a loss like that, that see it all the time.
And that's now it is 2nd and 16.
This is why they learn. This is where you learn, hand placement, hand off, and all these years of developing these players and creating more knowledge and doing things right. So you got to make mistakes. That's what I said earlier. The more mistakes you learn, the better you get.
And not only that, dropping the bad habits as fast as possible.
You got to learn what happens when you got bad habits or make mistakes, and this is what it's all about.
Oh, there's another bad snap. It's picked up, and Estrada is going to try and run this thing out, and he will get some yardage.
Wow.
Not very much, but back at about the 43-yard line. So give credit to Estrada with some awareness, able to get 2 yards.
He's got wheels. He's got speed.
So the clock stopped at 3:12 left in the third quarter. Deptford now faced with a 3rd and 14. I mean, the spread, obviously, they're changing things up. I think right now you look for a pass downfield. Well, let's see how they line up.
3 minutes left in the quarter.
Do the same thing as before. Cooper lined up to the right of the quarterback, Estrada. Let's see how they do. On 3rd and 14, takes the snap, has some time.
Dropping back.
Gonna take a shot down the field and double coverage,
Ooh.
knocked away, incomplete, and now
flag.
late flag comes in.
Oh, we got a flag
And if that's pass interference, that's gonna be a first down for enough yardage.
on the defense. He just said it.
Well, that's not gonna make Monroe very happy because that looked
No.
like a pretty good play. Well, why don't we check the replay, John,
Yeah,
and see
see what
if
we
it was a
got
good
here.
play. Now again, they line up in the spread.
He had time too. He was set back there. He looked good back there.
All right, let's see what happens.
Quarterback gets the snap. He's dropping back. He's looking. Lets it go.
Ooh, might have been a hit.
You know, he got him on his back. He hit him in the back before that ball got
Just
in there.
before, not much. It was a little early, but it was early enough.
Early enough for a flag.
And that's going to be a first down as the ball be spotted at the, interesting, at the 44-yard line of Monroe. And now the officials, both teams talking this over while they move the chains. I don't know if somebody called a timeout or not. But it is going to be a first down. So that's a tough play, as they say, John. I mean, you have 3rd and long, and all of a sudden you get bailed out by a defensive penalty like this, and now Deptford's got the momentum again. The yard marker was at the, I believe, the 43. That would mean going 15 yards would be to 42 on the opposite side. So the officials will continue to discuss. So, John, what about the Monroe team?
Right now,
No. I'm talking about the players on there.
What? Here we go. I was about to answer your question. Yeah. All right. I got the Monroe sophomore team here, the roster. I got Jordan Swak. Yeah.
Oh, I see. It was the 38-yard line. So 15 yards makes it the 47 of Monroe.
Yeah.
So they're. And, oh, man. They went spot foul.
Yep. I'm going to have to wait on this roster real quick.
Oh, boy. 1st and 10 for the 44-yard line. I guess sometimes we do help in showing some interesting things. But anyway, Deptford takes the break and gets 1st and 10 from the 44. They send a man in motion.
He keeps it.
And it's Cooper up the middle, and he'll plow his way to about the 39.
No, that was Wilson.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's number 0.
It was 0. It looked like an 11 to me. So, Kyrie Wilson.
11 was the lead block on that. You probably just caught his jersey when he was going down.
They'll spot the 39-yard line, so it makes it 2nd and 6. Yeah, a little bit of a tough break there.
Yeah. They're in good position right now. They're moving the ball very well, and they got that lead. When you got the lead and, it's been a game like this, it's about just protecting it at this point. Protecting it is more important than getting down there again.
Now Monroe.
You want to, but they're not making it easy. So more importantly, you got to protect the lead.
2nd and 6, just crossing the 40-yard line, and we got a false start. Somebody moved, and I don't know exactly what happened, but just a little bit of a flinch, and it's a 5-yard penalty.
Yep, bring him back.
And now force a second and looks like 2nd and 11. And you think about it, it kind of cancels out what happened a couple plays ago.
Yeah, I mean, you got all the screen over here. The coach is probably game planning right now, and they had that nice quarterback keeper around the outside. They had the nice run by 11. Look for the outside. They threw a couple passes. They got the penalty, which was huge, so you look for that too. But let's get this outside running game going back. You got all this green here with speed. Might want to try to get outside and see what you can do.
And that's a good point because how Deptford scored. They went on the outside on a keeper, and that's how they end up getting the long touchdown.
And it might come here. I mean, they're lining it up like they did over there. You had lead blockers, and they blocked for him, and it was very well. So you don't know. 2nd and
11. And there's a handoff, and busting through one.
Wow.
Oh, and he's going to go.
Goodness.
Oh, goodness gracious. A big touchdown run for Jonathan Cannon Jr., and he shot like out of a cannon.
Nice. Hey, you know, big plays. Big plays.
And no
They happen.
flags. And Deptford extends their lead. That is a tremendous run by
Yeah.
Cannon. Had some great blocking up the middle, and he could not be stopped.
Yeah, he hit a wall there for a second, and he just bounced it out a little bit, a foot outside, and just took it.
And somewhere around the 35-yard line are the remnants to that wall.
Yeah. That was a great run. I mean, this is where you want to be going into the fourth quarter. 2-touchdown lead. You know, this is a very, very good position to be in.
And it ends up being a conversion time for Deptford to try and make it 14-0. Trying to discuss what play they're going to call. All right, they'll line up, might go wing. Yeah, they do double wing here. Let's see what happens on the conversion call.
There's your man in motion, quarterback keeper.
He keeps it. He's going to try and get in, and he cannot. So the extra point fails, and Deptford keeps that 13-0 lead. I think we need to see that big touchdown run by Cannon, which I'll tell you, despite the false start, they were able to come through with there's some huge blocking, especially on the offensive line.
They made some real big plays today, and that's going to be the ending factor. When you needed big-time plays, big-time players showed up for them. So you got 45 yards away.
All right, so let's see what happens. Let's watch the block.
2 lead blockers. He went right up the middle, and he bounces
ran
it
into
out.
one.
Yeah, he hit a wall, and he just got a little bit of a bounced out and kept his feet moving.
And caught the back end bit off guard, and he was home at that point.
Yeah, he's a big back, too. He's got some good size. So.
And some good speed to go along with that, too. So
when you're strong and you can hit that wall and keep going, and then you got the speed, big difference. But, yeah, the factor today right now is both teams been playing great. Deptford has been finding the big plays.
Yes, they have.
I mean, they've got some big plays they made happen.
So they've had a 54-yard run that didn't result in any points, but they've had a 45-yard touchdown run, now a 44-yard touchdown run, and Deptford's in control of this game right now.
Yeah, and they would have had a 60, 70-yard
kickoff return
to start the second half. It was called back. You know, it could be 20 to nothing right now. But, you know, so still a lot of game left. We've seen, you know, less time and teams come back and tie it up and go in overtime. So Monroe's got to have their best drive of the game right now. This is the most important drive.
You know what? It happened again. Both teams are on the wrong side.
Get out of here. Go to your
it's not
side.
three-quarter time. Not yet.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
I'll tell you, we learn a lot at every field we go to, you know, and everyone's always very nice to us, every stadium or complex. This is like the disco here.
Sure seems like it.
This is like the disco over here in Monroe, man. They got the DJ, and they play some good music, and it's pumping over here. And
Well, consider, too, I mean, it's October. It's 80 degrees outside.
It feels like it's 85 in here right now.
It's hard to believe you got a real feel here.
I'm like really warm.
Yeah, that's why I came in a T-shirt today.
Yeah.
Usually I have my other stuff, but
it feels like a nice summer day.
The day to do it.
I seen people before I got here are all hitting the beaches. They're like, why not? They're all at the Jersey Shore beaches today.
They might be, and if you're watching, thank you for doing that.
Yeah. Put the game on if you're here to put the game on. Go to the beach and watch the game.
All right, so Deptford will kick off. Still a minute 38 left in the third. And this is kind of like a must-score situation for Monroe.
Best drive. Got to pull the best drive of the day out of the hat.
Or the season. Directional kick and down at about the 36-yard line. So that is where Monroe will begin 1st and 10.
You know, it's not going to necessarily happen in the middle here. This defense for Deptford is not going to let you get anything easy up the middle between tackle and tackle. You got to look outside the box right here. They are so sound. You got to go outside tackle and you got to pass the ball right now. If you want to get that first score and an opportunity to get the ball back, it can happen. You catch it, but the masses it's against it. This defense is 23 and 25 in there and 11 at linebacker. You've seen what they're doing. They're controlling the game right now.
Well, you're speaking at the heat. It's 80 degrees right now with a real feel of 82.
Wow.
But 24 hours from now, get your flannels ready.
What's it gonna? How far is it gonna drop?
25 degrees. The high is 55 tomorrow.
Ooh, yeah, that's quite a bit. Here we go, shotgun.
The
Give.
high might be at midnight. Anyway,
Going
here's
outside.
a handoff going
Nice.
outside.
Keep
He's got
going.
some
Go
nice
ahead. Yeah, there you
yardage
go.
here. Tries the stiff arm. He'll go down to
Nice.
about the
First down.
46. It's going to be a first down. I was surprised he stopped.
Well,
He should've
we
gone
didn't see the
forward.
defender. We didn't see that defender, and that's why I said keep going. I lower that shoulder and go. We didn't see a defender coming up, so he set up for that defender that was coming in the screen we couldn't see. But yeah, nice run.
They moved the chains for a first down right outside the 46-yard line. And Monroe might want to consider trying to pick up the pace a little bit.
Yeah, they got it. That first score, just leave some time on there. Your defense has been playing good all day. Wipe them touchdowns out. Get one in the end zone is the philosophy right now. Get one in the end zone and let's stop them. And they've stopped them many times today, so it's a lot of game. Both teams are playing well.
All right, we're in the red. Final minute of the third quarter. Let's see what Monroe does. They modify it here on 1st and 10.
Sending blitz. I mean, they're lined up for that blitz. And
they're going to try the reverse nearly got blown up. It did.
That blitz is strong.
Wow, that blitz. I mean, they were just pushing and pushing and pushing. And unfortunately for Caleb Fitzgerald, he had nowhere to go. And ends up going all the way back, losing 11 yards.
Yeah, and that's what we were talking about a few plays ago with this defense and the way they're moving and the way they're loading the box. You can't have time-consuming plays. It gives them too much time. You know what I mean? It gives that defense too much time to get back there. It's got to be quicker plays. You got to that reverse. It's nice, but the way you got that blitz coming through them A gaps, and they're getting through. They're strong.
Well, they're going to let the clock run out. We're going to hit three-quarter time.
Yeah.
So your score after 3, Deptford 13, Monroe nothing. Let's take a break. We'll come back with the final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sturl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back here for the final quarter of game number 2. Deptford a 13-0 lead over Monroe. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber, of course, behind the controls here. Let's see what Monroe has up their sleeve here on this second and long play. They juggled a snap.
Oh, boy.
And who's going to fall on this one? It's going to be Monroe's ball, but all the way back in the 29-yard line. So ever since that 10-yard gain, the reverse ended up going nowhere but backward, and now Deptford just throwing their defense against the will of Monroe.
Yeah, I mean, when you start, you're breaking away and you get a lead, your confidence builds. And that's what you got here. Like, you start to pick up the pace even more. When you know you got that lead and you smell that victory pause, you pick up that pace and you keep the motor running. Right now they're trying to find their way to find the end zone. They've been unsuccessful right now, Monroe. So they're just trying to find that rhythm they haven't been able to get to complete the job right now. And that's a lot of stress. You're trying to score. You haven't been able to. Now you got to do it with 2 touchdowns behind. It's a lot on your back right now. So they got to find that rhythm. And, they need that first score.
Here on 3rd and long, a high snap, and now they're going to do an end around. That's going to be some positive yardage, but not too much, down to about the 32-yard line. And that's going to be way too much for a 4th down, so they're going to have to do a punt option here. And right now, Deptford in complete control of this game.
Yeah, they got a lot on their side right now. They just want to, complete the task. 8 minutes to go. If they can hold them off, they do that. But for Monroe, they have the players to score. They just got to figure out how to score.
Well,
they got a lot of talent on their team.
What they're going to do now is the defense needs to force a turnover. Now, speaking of Monroe, did you finally get the list down? Or
you know what? I was just about to do it right now, and you reminded me. Thank you so much.
Well, why don't you go ahead?
Remind me to forget. Monroe sophomore roster. I'm going to do it real quick. I got lucky with the short list today on this one. Jordan Swack, Eli McCrary, Carter Brown, Amir Battle, Aeon Franco, Caleb Fitzgerald, Zaire Gregory, Taj Cochran, Jackson Long, Elias Balin, Jason Roy Jr., Caden Watson, Jackson Powell, Incenzo Visceglia, James Thiel, Dominic Williams, Jameson Macaluso, Mason Johnson, Nazir Logan, Lucas Massanova. That is your roster. Your coaches for today are head coach Pat Hennessy, Mike McCrary, Jason Roy, Marcus Sampson, Joel Stradner, and Mike Steinberg.
Okay, so good job.
Sorry about that. Seidenberg.
And Pat Hennessy, the head coach.
Yep, Coach Pat Hennessy, the head coach.
All right, so Deptford ball with 8:40 left in regulation, up 13-0. And at this point, you want to try and get positive yards and just keep melting the clock and secure that number 2 seed.
Oh, you can, if you stay inside the tackles and just keep getting, 3-4 yards a pop right now, the clock is just going to go. And that's part of the game. I mean, you got the advantage, use it. They're going in spread now, so.
Well, this is a little surprising.
Yeah.
But it's been working.
It's been working,
I mean, that got him to 44-yard touchdown, and now
spread the field
hold
out.
On. Timeout can be called by Monroe. Yeah, so we'll grab a break. 13-0 Deptford over Monroe. We'll come back in just a moment.
Sorry, I'm out sick again. I just can't shake this fever.
Spread by mosquito bites, West Nile virus is found in nearly every state across the country.
Elena had another asthma attack. She's really sad to miss school again.
Asthma, a leading chronic illness among children and youth in the U.S., can often be triggered by allergens from household pests. Don't let pests force you to take a sick day. Learn how to protect yourself and your family at pestworld.org.
All right, I believe we are back as Deptford has the ball 1st and 10, their own 43-yard line. Spreading things out after the Monroe timeout. Back to the left end of shotgun. Ooh, I thought Deptford jumped. They didn't call. Here's a throw left side.
He got it.
It is caught.
He got it.
He turns around.
Wow,
and
still
there he
going.
Goes.
He's going all the way.
Wow, and Deptford may have gotten away with a false start, but they didn't call it. So that is a touchdown on the part of Zakir Alexander from 57 yards out.
That was nice play.
What a beautiful play by Deptford there.
That was a confident play. You got the lead. They were like, hey, let's go for this. Let's put the nail in the coffin and put the game away, and that would do it. Three touchdown lead now. Great pass, great reception, another touchdown. That was a well ran play.
And 3 touchdowns on 3 long plays today. And Deptford, clearly, since the second quarter, they have taken a hold of this game. And in spite of a kickoff return for a touchdown being called back, they have not let up.
They found a way to find the end zone. That's the fact in this game. Big play. And another one, that was a big play. They found a way to add big plays. These guys were staying inside tackles, both teams, and conservative, and they went for the big plays, and all their big plays are working.
And here, look at this, a pass into the end zone. That's nice. A conversion.
Very nice.
It's complete, and the extra point attempt is good.
So I believe that's a 2-point conversion. That's 21-0 for Deptford. And maybe you can see what happened on that play. I mean, first of all, it was a jump, turn, broken tackle, and away he went. Now take a look on the near side and look at that receiver in the slot. He jumps early. Watch this. Right there.
It was very close. Very close. And this guy goes up for it. Number 4 goes up for it, and it's all about his speed at that point. Good effort by 35 trying to chase him down, but he just had a little bit more speed. Big play.
I'll put it to you this way. Monroe's had a couple of tough breaks in this game, especially in the second half.
Yeah.
But, I mean, they still got to keep playing. There's still 8:28 left, and you never know. But let's also not forget, too, in all fairness, there's only 3 officials out there. Now, beginning with the junior league, they add an extra official, if I'm guessing right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's really the whole thing. But I'll be honest with you. Monroe's had a couple tough breaks, but they still got time to play and possibly make some move. I mean, they had a couple of good plays before Deptford's defensive side. Enough was enough.
Yeah, you got 2 good teams playing right now, which is going to help each other for next week or the playoffs. So you want that. You want this type of game to bring you into the next level of games. So it's a learning lesson today. You might see this team next at the playoff game. You might see them in the first round. So it's good to know what they're doing now. You can game plan. You can go on HSG Network and rewind and watch the game when you go home. All week you guys have access to watch these games, a game plan. So you're learning a lot. Yeah.
And we've had over 400 views so far in this game and a half plus. So keep telling the folks about this contest, HSG Network on YouTube, and we have the junior and the senior games to follow later.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
lots of good football still to play. Now, what they're going to do, because it's, again, a little windy down the field, somebody's going to hold the football on the tee. We don't see this very much, but hopefully it's just not a Charlie Brown-Lucy situation. And he kicks it pretty nicely.
Yeah, nice kick, nice bounce, too.
And bounces to about the 21-yard line. See if he can make a return out of it. He will make a return out of it.
Oh, my goodness.
And he might go, possibly.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, he slowed up inside of 40 down to the 36. And McQuarrie with the best return and no flags down, so that's going to stand.
Yeah, hey, good position. Way to run hard. And that shows fight. You got some fight in you. You're down by 3. Let's go. Let's put one in the end zone.
And now Monroe at the 36-yard line with a very good opportunity to try and get some points on the board and try and maybe make a comeback here.
Hey, right now you're working for the next round. Whatever you can do now that's positive to help you out in game plan. Like I said, this could be your first round of playoffs. We don't know yet. But, right now is we got it. If we can't score now, it's going to be harder to score, next game. So we want to try to see what do we got to do against this team to put it in the end zone. We got to find that. We got to be a little bit quicker on the transaction in the backfield. We got a little bit quicker on our play calling. So, that's what they need. We got to figure out how to play this defense that is tough in the middle. What can we do?
Here's a handoff going to about the 34-yard line, maybe a 2-yard pickup. But once again, Deptford's run defense has been a big difference maker today.
They have it from tackle to tackle locked down. I mean, 23 started off the game. I mean, he was just everywhere from between tackle and tackle. 25 is complimenting him. He's in every tackle. He's on the bottom, and then they got number 11 in there in the middle at linebacker, and he's sending them blitzes. And then you got number 9 make a big play. So you got these guys that are all want to make a play, and they're ball hungry to go after the ball carrier. So when you have all them together, man, it's havoc. So you got to find a way. I mean, you go left, you got 9. You go in the middle, you got these two dudes that are unstoppable in the middle, 25 and 29. And then if you get by him, then you got 11. And we seen when he hit that blitz and he hit that handoff. I mean, the guy, they were like the Matrix. He hit him so hard, they were 5 feet in the air. I mean, so you gotta just keep working till you find something that works against this defense.
So in a full house, 2nd and 9.
And
look how quickly Deptford's defense is getting in the backfield.
Yeah.
I mean, literally 4 guys already in the backfield. The offensive line's just getting completely outmatched.
You were talking, and number 3 was out there, and he had a little dance going on for a minute there. It was like a Spanish dance or something.
Whatever it was,
he was celebrating dance. It was good.
So it turns out into a 3-yard, maybe a 4-yard loss. So now Monroe's stuck with a 3rd and 13. Now they have to get to the 25-yard line for the line of gain, so I wouldn't be surprised they try the pass here as the clock is running down to 6.5 minutes and counting.
Yeah.
And they really are taking their time. All right, now they're on the screen. Let's see what they do on 3rd and 13. Keep your eye again on Deptford's defense. They began to the backfield a lot in this second half.
Got a man in motion, and here he comes around.
And here's an end around. And let's see if he gets anything. He does, but maybe a yard at the most to the 37-yard line.
A yard on the play.
That forces a 4th and 12. And
looks like Wilson on the tackle.
So now you're under 6 minutes left. I mean, I take a shot passing at this point if you're able to connect here.
Yeah, that was good defense. He stayed home on that backside. A lot of times when the motion is going to the right, you got kids that'll crash. They'll follow that motion, and all of a sudden you bid inside, and this running back goes around. He stayed home. He held his ground. You know what? I'm not going to make that tackle over there. I'm not going to get all the way on the other side of the field. Let them handle their business. I'm staying home. He stayed home, and the ball carrier came right to him. He made a nice tackle. And that's good football. That's good coaching.
Well, now 4th and 12 in the 30s. They're getting to 36, so 4th and 11. Modified here. Take the shotgun, back to pass. Look, you got to take a shot down the field, but in triple coverage, it's intercepted at the 20-yard line. Let's see what happens here.
Getting out.
Oh, he spins out of a tackle, still on his feet down to 35-yard line. So the pass intercepted. That's number 27, Jonathan Cannon. Shoots out of a cannon for a touchdown. Now has an interception to his record today.
They want to protect that shutout. If you're the defensive coach right now for this team.
Well, right now, Cannon's shaking up a little bit.
Yeah, he's ecstatic. When the head coaches, we're scoring. We got 3 touchdown lead, but this defense today has been a huge factor in why. And there's nothing that Monroe's doing any different. They've had broken plays that went for big plays, but they've played well too. Both teams playing very well today.
Reminder to please keep all trash in the trash can.
Well, I'll be honest with you. I mean, there have been some stars in this game. Estrada, one of them. Cannon's another, no question about it. He's starting to walk off on his own power. I think he probably was exhausted after the return.
Yeah, it's a lot of energy out there. It's hotter probably than they're used to lately. Just got to keep these kids hydrated today on a summer day.
I'm actually very surprised we haven't seen more cramping amongst the kids, because when you're caught in unusual weather like today, you're going to have these things happen. But they played a few games. You think their body would be adjusted to that shape, and maybe that has something to do with the cut down.
Yeah. Physical games. I mean, I've been in, which I thought in my time, you work out, you train, you think you're in the best shape of your life. But when you get into a real trench battle, a real physical battle, it'll drain you. I mean, you got 2 good teams here that are really playing up to par, and you're going to go home a little sore. I mean, this is a good game. I always felt if you didn't feel a little something, you didn't play hard enough, you know. It's aching muscles.
That's kind of a fair assessment.
Yeah,
there.
you know, if you're going home like, oh, I feel great. Yeah.
Here's a
Are you
low
sure you gave
snap
it all?
on 1st and 10, and it's going around for some
nice
yardage.
Still going.
And still going, crossing midfield down to
Big
about
yard.
the 46-yard line.
Yeah, they got the pedal to the metal now. They got so much confidence in their team right now with just 3 touchdowns. They're just playing at that next level now. They woke up.
And the ball be spotted at the 46 of Monroe, so that's a 1st and 10 after about a 21-yard pickup. And right now, Deptford, all they're worried about is melting the clock down.
Yeah, let's take this 4 minutes off the clock. Let's celebrate this victory. I think we said that they were the record. What was that record they had? They were very close, like 6-1 and 5-2. These two teams.
That's correct. Deptford 6-1.
So yeah, they want to get that 7-1 today over with in 4 minutes.
And they'll be guaranteed a top 2 spot.
Yeah.
Here's a handoff on 1st down, slipping through a tackle
nice run.
And going down to about the 40-yard line. So another 6 yards on the play, but more importantly, they are melting the clock of it. There you see Burlington City, top seed right now. Deptford, and
yeah, we're going to see the top seeds tomorrow.
That's right. You'll be with Magic Mirrors for tomorrow's game. We see Burlington City. That's going to be fun.
Another good day of games.
And, of course, you can check it out, HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. You got Magic, you got John, and they'll take care of you tomorrow. We got 2nd and 5 from the 41-yard line now for Deptford. They keep the spread, and, they're probably not even thinking about passing at this point. They just want to melt the clock and go home, as we've been saying.
You never know.
Well, you're right. It is you never know. Pass is caught. There's a block. They'll cross the 30. He may outrun everybody. Crossing the 20. Now he's out of bounds. And then we lost it. The pillar, I think, was one of it. But a big gain again for Cologne. He steps out of bounds. It looks like inside the 10.
Yeah,
or he may have stepped out before that.
When you got a lead, at this level, and you are now confident and you're secure, you run plays sometimes that you wouldn't have ran earlier. Now we're confident. Let's run a play. Because now you got to take it to the second level with the playoff time. So you got to pull all strings out. You don't know who you're playing. Practice some of these plays. Let's practice our craft, because this is a real game. Practice is not a game. It's like I saw Bruce Lee when they were doing the thing the other day. He's like, boards don't hit back. So it's kind of like the same thing. You might not get what you're getting in a game at practice. So now's the time to run some plays that you need to get tweaked a little bit.
1st and goal inside the 10-yard line. That was a 30-yard pickup that time. They send a man motion to the left. Going to take a shot down the field.
Oh,
right over just a little bit over the head, incomplete.
Yeah, they're going east and west with the passes, which is good. They're not looking downfield. So they're trying to do that east-west passing game right now and let the receiver make the yards.
I wonder if the wind had something to do with that one.
Today?
It's a little breezy down the field.
Nah, I don't think the wind had nothing to do with that one.
Hey, you never know. You'll notice
a gush down there.
But think on the screen to the right of the scoreboard, you'll notice the American flag is blowing.
That flag is blowing.
It's not a 40-mile-an-hour wind, but it's enough to cause disruption of the passing game.
Yeah, I got you.
2nd and goal from inside the 10-yard line. Estrada in the shotgun will take it. He's going to try another pass.
Oh, a little behind.
And, he threw a little bit late on there. I think the receiver may have cut too early, and that's incomplete. I'll try it again on 3rd down. The only bad thing is it stops the clock for each incompletion. So if you ran the ball a couple of times, you're down to under a minute and a half and possibly less. So, as you said, John, maybe they are working on next week.
Working on next week. Now, hey, I would be. Hey, these are the plays we're going to be trying next week. Working on you guys getting open. Let's get our quarterback some throw. We're going to have to throw some more next week, possibly. We don't know. So, they've been in the spread ever since the second half. They went right to that spread, and they're confident with it now, and they've been running it this whole second half, where they stayed more tight in the first half, and I think they're in the double wing and they're in some offset eyes and stuff.
Well, we'll find out on this 3rd and goal play, and that's going to be a
keep it.
keeper. If he gets some blocks, he could be home.
Oh,
And there's a block.
Hey, threw the flag.
That's a block in the back.
He turned his back and he bumped him. The ref was right there. He had to throw the flag.
Yeah, unfortunately for Deptford, that's a tough break. Well, it'll still be 3rd and goal, but they're going to back it up 10 yards from where it all happened.
And if you see that play, it was kind of like the side of him, but more towards the back. And it's like you can't pull back sometimes. You're running full force. You're trying to make the block. A defender turns his body, and unfortunately you can't pull back off of making that hit.
They're going to spot the 19-yard line, so that's where it's going to be 3rd and goal. But important for Deptford, now the clock runs again following the penalty. So I don't know if they want to try another pass or to just be content to just melt the clock as low as they possibly can. And keep in mind, folks, coming attraction, got the juniors with Deptford and Monroe, and that is going to be a fun game from what I understand.
Yeah, I heard it's going to be action-packed. It's either someone's going to be number one or there's going to be possibly a three-way tie in that division where I know in the past when you got a three-way tie at 7-1, the old round robin comes into play during the week.
Here's a handoff, pushing his way to about the 15-yard line.
Oh, hit that flag.
Oh, wait, is there a flag at the end of that?
No, I think he hit the whistle. That's why they're
at the 18-yard line, and Monroe's, they're wondering why. And they're thinking it was maybe a blow to the head, too. And the coaching staff not happy with that. And they keep the clock running. It'll be 4th down. I mean, it's not going to embarrass the difference in this game, but I mean that's another tough break. And now we have an official timeout, and it's going to be Monroe calling the timeout with 1:14 left. So let's take a break with Deptford up 21-0. We'll be back in a moment. All right, what happened for the delay was because on that rush, it looked like the ball had come out and a whistle blew a little bit early, and that caused the ire of the Monroe sideline thinking they had a turnover, but the officials said no. Monroe just has not been on the right side of calls here in the second half of this game. On 4th down, back to pass, looking, going to lob it, has a shot in the end zone. There it is.
Wow, another touchdown.
Another goal for Deptford as, again, it's Cologne. He makes the catch, and that extends the lead. And needless to say, some very unhappy Monroe players, or at least coaching staff.
Yep.
And just sometimes football just deals you a very tough hand.
Yeah, 27-0.
But but think about this. It is football, but think about this. they're not losing their number 3 seed. They're not going any
No,
lower than that.
you got time to fix,
So,
whatever happened today. It was all big plays.
As far as the bad breaks are concerned, they're not going any lower than a number 3 seed. So you want it to happen this game rather than the next game.
Yeah. So if they stay at number 3 and the Blue Devils remain undefeated tomorrow, Deptford stays at number 2, and they will see each other the first round.
Yes, they will.
Yeah.
So with 1:06 left, the conversion coming up. And give Deptford credit. They got off to a rocky start, but they put it all together pretty much midway second quarter. And in spite of a couple of bad breaks, they were starting to get everything together. But late, they were able to finally break through, and they've had a very good second half. Oh, here's a drop snap. Deptford falls on it, so the conversion fails, and ends up being 27-0. So, John, I mean, what are your thoughts on this game overall, looking at the two teams?
Right now, Deptford is ready for that playoff game week 1. They've showed a lot of signs, obviously, at 27-0. Defense is solid. Offense has got some big playmakers, and they completed the task today. Monroe's got a lot of work to do for the playoffs. You see a score of 27-0. They just got to protect against the big play. They came out, moving the ball. They came out, had a game plan with that, offense. But this Deptford team is pretty tough. They just came a little more prepared today. And they got a couple athletes that really stood out today that are going to take them in the next week. And, they got a good chance of, winning a championship the way they were playing today.
They have a good possibility of that. Estrada, of course, started things off. They've had some very nice defense. Let's not forget about John Cannon Jr., who had a huge second half, including that 44-yard touchdown run. I mean, in all fairness, Deptford was the better team today.
Yeah.
But Monroe, I mean, they have to kind of erase that from the memory bank and just start over next week.
Yeah, that's exactly the mindset you have to be. Erase it. Let's go. It's 0-0 next week. Let's make a statement in the playoffs.
And they very well could. I mean, this is still a good team that just had a bad day.
Yeah. A lot of positives on the team.
All right, so now Deptford will set up for the kickoff. The coaching staff still in a bit of disbelief, but let's be honest, Deptford outplayed them, especially in the second half.
Yeah, they've made some great plays on offense and defense, and they just they're very well gelled right now as a unit, and it's going to help them at the next level.
And a nice one-hop catch, taking about the 45 down to the 48-yard line. So with 1:02 left, let's see if Monroe enter it on a positive note.
Return off the play.
But there's also a Deptford player shaken up at the 48-yard line. So we just want to remind everybody that we had the junior game coming up next, and it's going to be definitely for top seeding. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of emotions for that. Deptford and Monroe. And, of course, for any of you who may have missed the earlier action, the freshman game and any parts of the sophomore game, you can always head on back, HSG Network on YouTube. That's where you need to be. And make sure you subscribe for, of course, more playoff action and the finals, which we'll be doing, I think, the weekend of the 18th of November, if I'm guessing right. So please make sure you subscribe. Got plenty of stuff. We got a scroller on the we had a lot of technical difficulty here. And, of course, we got the chat line. We got Dylan checking in, obviously rooting for Monroe. May not have been their day on the sophomore side, but you never know with the juniors and seniors. I mean, that could obviously change things.
Yeah, it's not going to get any. It's gonna keep getting more exciting as the day goes. We've already heard a little bit about the next games to come, and we're going to see, just like the freshman and sophomore, we're going to see some hard battles, some good athletes, and some good football. And it makes it exciting, and I'm sure everyone at home and everyone here is enjoying the festivities today of these games.
And for those of you watching, and like I said, we have well over 400 watching throughout the day. We definitely appreciate you checking us out here on HSG Network. And as Monroe looks to get their final couple of plays in before closing this out. A little bit of an extended delay. I know there was a Deptford player that was shaken up at the end of that kickoff return.
Yeah.
Now we'll see what Monroe does on 1st and 10. Ball to 47-yard line. Let's see where they're able to grapple here. In a modified here to get a man in motion.
Oh,
And they
defense
tried a
in there
jet
quick.
sweep, and this is why Deptford's won this game.
24.
They got Darnell Red Jr. shooting the gap and stopping the jet sweep and forcing a 3-yard loss.
Yeah, it's knowing when to call those plays on defense and knowing who to send on what particular situation, and that's been a big turning point and a big plus for Deptford today. They're making all the right calls at the right time.
All right, so last play of this one, it looks like, unless barring going out of bounds or something crazy.
6.
I was just signaling to Howard I was a 6 for the first game.
The first game, getting ready to get
There's more like a bird talk here.
fans.
Here's a handoff, and there's a stop, and that will put a conclusion to this one. So Deptford's a winner by a final score of 27-0. So what a job by them. So what we'll do, we're going to take a little pause and kind of reset. We're going to come back for the junior game a little bit after 3 o'clock. So please stay with us. More TCUFL action coming your way in a little bit. You know, for a second, it looked like the clock was shaking for a few seconds. All right, we are back here, Williamstown, New Jersey, the spot as we get ready for the junior matchup between the Deptford Spartans and the Monroe Braves. You can see Deptford a perfect 7-0, Monroe at 6-1, and this is literally for the top seed in the junior bracket as the playoffs begin next week. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gabriel on the controls as always. And, you know, I'm kind of interested to see how this one, I mean, a lot of people have been talking about this game all week, and what do you expect to see?
A hard-hitting football game, a lot of good athletes. You're going to see a lot of different formations. I think we're going to see, just like the freshman and the sophomore, great defenses. These kids are all coming out here today. They're all very well coached. They're all very well disciplined. We're getting what we came here and we thought we were going to get today. I mean, good football, fundamentally sound. This junior game is, you know, we were told about it for a while, and you know, we're here now, and I'm excited to see this game.
And a one-hopper to begin as Deptford will get the ball first, taking about the 46-yard line. Monroe won to toss their choices in the second half, so that's why Deptford will get the first possession, 1st and 10 for the 46. And I think you might be right, this is going to be a hard hitter.
I think we're going to have a really nice game here. I mean, look, there's so much at stake right here. This is another playoff game right here. This is for seeding. This is for number one spot. You know, you got someone that's number one. They want to continue to be number one at 8-0 and be sitting at the top of the food chain. You want that home field advantage. They would like to do nothing more today than upset Deptford and take that away and possibly go into a 3-way tie for number one and change everything.
Yeah, depending on what Sterling does this weekend. 1st and 10 for the 46. They hand it off, and there's a big hole already.
Wow.
Still going on his feet before being tackled down about the 40-yard line.
29.
For a first down and more ticket.
If you said 25, that's Braden Hutchins.
No, 29.
29, rather.
Yeah,
That'd be Davir Wade.
Yeah, Dahir Wade.
Yeah.
Wade, a nice run. I mean,
Yeah.
he ran hard. He hit the hole pretty good, and, you know, he took off after that.
And he stayed on his feet, got 14 yards on the play. So
That's a great play to start this drive.
the Deptford with 1st and 10 now for the Monroe 40-yard line. Opening drive of game number 3. Glad to be with us here on HSG Network.
Got that offset eye.
A handoff is not going to go very far. Cameron Mayo stopped right at the line of scrimmage, so 2nd and 10 coming up. So good play by Monroe's defense there.
One of the tacklers in on the play.
I think right now you're kind of looking at Deptford trying to get the first couple of plays in and seeing where they are and then going
right
from
now.
there.
You know, they didn't play each other this year. I'm sure they've got, you know, history every other year, but every year it changes. You get, you know, players get more developed, players get more experience, new players come up from the younger age groups. So they're getting a feel right now. That's all they're doing. They're getting a feel for each other and see whatever each other has.
Well, on the shotgun, 2nd and 10. They get a man in motion. They're going to jet sweep it. Crossing the 40. And he lost the football, but I think falling on it is Deptford. Very alert play by Hayden Redmond, who was another 33. What else is new?
Hey, that's another Redmond. Yeah, his father's the head coach of this Deptford team right here.
That is correct. Isaac Redmond is the head coach. He's assisted by Stephen Bowman, Kareem Ali Jr., Jason Jackson, Luis Tillery, Deshaun Davis, Corey Smith, Zakib Babb, Michael Herbert, and Terrence Mayo. 3rd and 5 after a 5-yard gain to 35-yard line. And now they're going to hand off, trying to reverse direction.
Got around that
He
corner.
does, and it's a first down to 29-yard line. Good run by Isaiah Guzman. Picks up 6, and that moves to 6.
First down.
Wow. Seems like it doubled in loudness, right?
I don't know. Well, following a 6-yard pickup, it is 1st and 10.
Yeah, they're moving the ball very well. Line is really getting a good push. Running backs are finding their holes, and they're hitting them. You know, they're solid running right now. Great gains.
So from the 29-yard line, they do a modified yet again. And it's a handoff up the middle, bouncing off the left side. That is right. That's Redmond. I guess you could tell it's at the 25-yard line.
Yeah.
Gain of 4 on the play.
What have you seen on his rushes so far?
they're moving the ball around. They're going left, they're going right, they're going inside, outside. They're using the entire field right now in this running game. And that's what you want to do. You want to find out where the weakness is. You want to find out where you're going to get your best gains. You want your offensive line all to work, not just one guy. If it's your best guy, you don't just run at one guy. You got to be versatile, and that's what they're doing. They're moving the ball around the field right now.
All right, so after a 4-yard pickup, 2nd and 6 from the 25-yard line. They're staying modified here.
Gives it again. Number 2.
Trying to get around the left side. He's able
Still
to
going.
evade one
Still
tackle.
going. Wow.
And a lot of bodies flying out of bounds. I believe that might be a Keanu Lee. And that's going to be a first down right at the 19-yard line.
Yeah. Great run. I mean, he knew where to go. He got there, and, they got a first down. They're still keeping his drive alive. Hey, when you come out and get that ball, that's the game plan that you want. You want to receive the ball. You don't want to not complete the drive and score. So they're doing a good job marching downfield, little conservative. They're running the ball. I mean, the Monroe is answering with some good tackles. They're giving up a little bit, some yards. But they're doing a good game plan right now. They're moving that ball, and they're creeping to the end zone. And you want to capitalize, because if this game is what we're told and we've seen the last 2, you want to be the first one to score.
1st and 10 from the 19 as they're in the red zone, bouncing off and getting across the corner, 15, and gets hit by a wave of tackles near the 10. He may have gotten to the 8. Well, for a second, we thought there was a flag on the play, but I believe that was a towel that kind of fell off of one of the Deptford players.
Yeah.
But it ends up being a very close 9-yard gain. And now we have an official timeout. We may have the chain gang come out for a measurement here, because the ball is literally right outside the 9-yard line. So we'll make sure everything is all set to go here. Yeah, they're going to bring the chain gang, and we'll see how close they are. They needed some volunteers for the chain gang. They're already been put to work here. All right, a stretch. Oh, wow, he did get the first down.
Nice.
So it ends up being a 10-yard pickup, and it's 1st and goal from the 9-yard line. And Deptford off to the start that they really wanted.
They're controlling their offense right now very well. They're doing what they want to do. They're moving the ball, positive gains every play, 5+ yards a pop. So they want that end zone. They're executing very well.
1st and goal, and I think they're going full house here from the 9-yard line. It's a handoff.
Right
and a good tackle for a moment, but he slips out of it and didn't quite get it.
Just short of the goal.
Probably about the 1, so about an 8-yard pickup there. So it forces 2nd and goal from the 1. But Deptford right now, their line's making a move on the defense for Monroe, and Monroe's going to have to really make some adjustments.
Yeah, they're moving the ball very confident. They came in here playing 7. They're 7-0, and it's showing that they have confidence in their team and their play calling, and the coaches are just calling the plays, but they're executing them.
And it's a keeper that should be in.
Yep, number
1. It is indeed. So a goal for Deptford. Cameron Mayo with the 1-yard touchdown run to give Deptford the early lead on the opening drive of the game.
Smooth. It was a very confident drive. I mean, they received the ball. They marched downfield. They did everything they wanted to do. They transitioned all the way down, and you got a touchdown, 6-0. Nice drive.
And here's the biggest thing. No mistakes.
No. It was confidence. That's confidence. That's a team that's very well coached and gelled right now in that offense, and coach has them fine-tuned.
All right, they'll try the conversion. It'll be an I formation this time. Play fake, rolling right. He wants the points. And a lollipop a little high.
Tried to get that one hand up there.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit too tall. So the conversion's no good, and Deptford has a 6-0 lead. Why don't we take a look at the replay? I mean, that was a pretty good push on the offensive line, which allowed the quarterback to get in.
I think that was just a mistake that the replay came up on the screen there.
Yeah, that's all right. Sometimes it does happen. You just got to reset the thing. But the bottom line here, Deptford, tremendous drive, and this is how it all capped off, John. Keep your eye on the offensive line, making that big push, which made all the difference. So right here.
Yeah.
And a couple of backs there, the push by the line, and that's an easy goal for Deptford.
Yep. Good job.
So now here's the question: how does Monroe respond to this?
Well,
What do you
know,
think?
you're playing a team that's evenly matched. You got to be just as crisp. If you come out there and you have mistakes, I think this Deptford team's going to be ready to capitalize on them. So you want to come out there and you want to be just as confident as Deptford's offense was. You want to be relaxed. You want to fire off the ball and you want to get the point across. You want positive yards. You do not want to make mistakes. Not at this game. We're at another level from the sophomore game, and you're seeing the level of intensity that just brought to this game. These guys are playing, with the intensity they came out, they're playing like a senior team, a varsity team. So, this is junior level, but with the incitement of a senior team. So,
the ball nearly bounced away from a Monroe player, but luckily they recovered about the 38-yard line, and it'll be 1st and 10 for Monroe, who will see if they can respond to Deptford's opening drive score.
yeah, it's going to be nice to see what they come out with. We've seen their freshmen, we've seen their sophomores, and they got some big boys on that offensive line too. You see some size out there, and they're paired up very well. Are they going to answer back? What are we going to come out doing?
Well, we'll soon find out. I mean, we saw in the last game how dominant Deptford's defensive line was. Now let's see on this level how they are against the juniors of Monroe.
Yeah.
All right, daybreak huddle will be 1st and 10, ball right outside the 38-yard line. Now, obviously, you're going to see a lot more formations here. This is going to be 3 wide slot right. A little bit of a modified here. Quarterback will take it.
Nice
handoff to the right, trying to skedaddle around a corner. Gets about, a couple yards on the play. That is, looks like Christian Weems was the one to carry. Amari Roy is at quarterback right now. So it's actually a 3-yard pickup. Got a nice spot there.
It's a good start. Yeah, it's positive yards. Hey, when you get the ball in your first drive, as you get a positive 3 yards, now let's add on it. When you're getting penalties or going backwards, they got double work, so it's a good start. Anytime you got positives, a good start.
So it'll be 2nd and 7, ball just across the 40-yard line. And once again, and I find this interesting that that Monroe huddle's way back behind the ball. You're going to get more energy. You'll get to the line.
It's a little warm today. I'd take them a little closer.
And they're in dark uniforms, too. Here's a handoff left side, trying to get around, but not happening as Weems is slowed up right at the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, it was 13. Anthony Santiago with a great held his ground right there, reached over to the offensive tackle, got his hand on the running back, didn't let up, and he made a nice tackle. He's very tall and he's got some long arms. He had that reach.
Well, we got fans from both sides of the ledger chiming in on the chat line here at HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe because we got plenty more things. Of course, we got the finals in a couple weekends, so definitely stay tuned for that.
Nice.
Now for Monroe, they have 3rd and 7 from the 40-yard line. We'll see what they come out with.
Spreading it out a little bit, it looks like. Got that trips left.
Yeah, it looks like that's how they're going to line up.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to kind of do it in a little bit of a triangle form. Now they got a man motion to the right.
Oh, quarterback's going to. Oh, good defense.
Talk about having your number called up.
Double
zero. That's Jeremiah Granger who was in on
5.
that.
5 was back there, too.
Yeah, that's Amari Harrison.
Yeah. 66 was a little pouting on that. The big guy in the middle, I think he wanted that tackle. I seen it, after he was back there. He just missed a little bit of, I think, an opportunity for that tackle. And, you see his enthusiasm not getting it. So he's going to be a little hungry this next play.
Now, remember, beginning with Junior League, there is no punt option. There are actual punts instead.
Yeah. Yeah. It's this is where you got to work at practice on them long snaps and
a little bit of a high snap, but
got it off. It's not
halfway,
bad.
and caught it about the 43-yard line, trying to bounce off
Number
the player.
3.
And he is, and tripped up at the midfield stripe. So it looked like the quarterback was the one who brought down Shannon Flores on the return.
Yeah, good job.
So now Deptford will have their second possession. They're already up 6-0. They force a 3-and-out. Now let's see what they can do to continue their offense.
Yeah, I mean, like we said, that first drive, they were just so confident, so confident, and the running backs ran so smooth. Their line was blocking. They marched downfield like they've done it many times this year, and it showed. So, Monroe, a little bit iffy on their first drive. They did punt the ball, and they had a great punt, but they got to build that confidence they got right now to because right now, if they come out in the same confidence and get another score on there, it could be a long day.
So 1st and 10, right to midfield stripe for Deptford. The lineup under center this time. They send a man in motion.
Right up the
But they
middle.
go to handoff. There's
Right
a block
tackle. Yeah.
off tackle and crawling to about the 45-yard line.
Nice run.
That's a 5-yard pickup for Tavir Wade. So we saw a message, somebody putting up excited for the doubleheader this weekend. Well,
yeah,
yes, this is the first half. The second half is tomorrow, and that'll be in Sterling between them and Burlington City. So
yeah, we're going to see.
Well, you are.
Yeah, I think number one. I don't know all the records yet for them two teams, so I just know one's undefeated, and I think the sophomore level was undefeated, so that's going to be exciting. But yeah, it's going to be another action-packed day of games.
Another reason to subscribe to HSG Network. Magic Mirrors will also be with you, John. So here on second down, there's a handoff. It looks like Redmond.
Yeah, Redmond's got
and he's going to get a first down
going.
and more.
Go.
And out of that, did he lose the ball? Did he lose the ball? He did lose it.
Ah, good break for Monroe.
Huge break for Monroe. So Monroe is able to recover the football, and they'll have it at about the 36-yard line.
Big break. Now, hey, you know what? Got an opportunity. Defense showed up. Running back coughed up the ball. So let's see if we're warmed up now. We're getting our opportunity. We punted the first time. Let's go. What can we do now?
It's a matter of building off. I mean, they went 3-and-out the first time. Now they want to try and do a better job with their second drive.
Yeah, we got a minute and 41 in the first quarter. So they want to get that ball. Let's get this rhythm going. Let's get it going.
Amari Roy, it might be Ra, it could be Wah, I don't know. But he will be quarterbacking here as Monroe gets the ball back 1st and 10 with a minute 41 left here in the first. And now they're going to line up a 4-receiver set, tripling to left. Back to the right of Wah.
You got that D-line in a 4-man formation.
Snap came out a little slow, and that gives Deptford a lot of time to just close in on the running back.
Yeah, big in the middle, man. They closed it down really quick.
Robert Robinson Jr., the one with the carry, and that ends up being a loss on the play.
He had big Jasir Muhammad is that big guy in the middle down there, 66. He broke through the middle of that line, and then he had 4 guys in on that tackle. But he's the big man in the middle for Deptford right now. He's a house.
Well, Monroe just called timeout as we're here in the with a minute 20 left here in the first quarter. So while we break 6-0 Deptford. All right, back in action, I believe, after a Monroe timeout. So it'll be a 2nd and 12. Ball spot at the 34-yard line as It's Roy taking a snap. He's going to keep it himself, and he has a
good
hole. Get a
job.
first down, the 48-yard line.
Hello. There we go.
It is Roy, so it's a 14-yard pickup. The
Nice.
chains move for a first down.
There's the confidence booster right there. Now we know we can move the ball. Offensive line, keep getting that push. Let's answer back. Let's show what we got while we're fighting for the second seed or tie for first place.
And I'm willing to bet that was part of the reason why the timeout was called. They wanted to design that play and then see what to do afterwards.
Yeah, worked well. 14 yards. That's a lot of yards on a run.
So with the clock running under a minute left in the first quarter, Monroe with their initial first down of the game. They have first and 10 at the 48-yard line, trying to get points off of a Deptford turnover. And they're going to line up again, 4 receivers set again, tripling near side, and they go in a triangle formation. And now go empty gun with a man in motion and go with the back, who catches the ball at the line of scrimmage, slips out of a tackle, and gets out about the 49-yard line. A late flag is dropped.
Yeah, it's
thrown on the play.
came right about where they went out of bounds.
I wonder if it was either a late hit or a face mask. We'll see. It ends up being about a 3-yard gain, but there could be more tacked on. We'll soon figure that out. Oh, a shot to the head against Deptford.
Wow,
So that's
it's going to be a big help.
Yeah, that's a first down going to the 34-yard line now after a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, it's a big game.
Penalty and an automatic first down.
So first down for Monroe as they not only take advantage of the turnover, they're now driving. Second first down here, and that one obviously from a penalty. Try and get one more play in before the first quarter is over.
Yeah, 19 seconds, 16 seconds here.
Well, of course, they're counting down. He didn't get out of bounds, so that's why the clock is running.
Yeah, they might not make it.
I do not know if they're going to. Actually, they decide, never mind.
Yeah.
So we have reached quarter time. You're jumping the gun before the clock runs out. Deptford leads Monroe 6-0. We'll break off quarter number 2 right after this. Okay, we're back. We are back here for the second quarter. Deptford 6-0 over Monroe in the junior game. I'm Tom Wilkins for John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber, of course, for the controls. As they discuss, remember the next 2 weeks are playoffs, and what's going to happen is you take the 2 conferences, take the top 4 teams, you reseed 1 through 8. It's 1 versus 8, etc. down the line. Then you got the semis on I believe the 11th, and then the finals on the 18th. The 17th and 18th, I believe, are the dates, but we'll double check everything with you. Of course, you can also tune to hsgnetwork.com on YouTube. Subscribe, and you'll be able to find us out. All right, here's a pass on the beginning of the second down. They're going to take a shot down the field. They got a man. Oh, just out of the reach. Just out of the reach. That was
he had a lot of time. He stepped up in the pocket. He had a lot of time. They were giving him some time. And, he had a guy, in the flat over here just sitting that didn't go down. But
that was intended for Parker.
Yeah, he went down. He went downfield for him, and unfortunately he didn't come up with it.
I mean, that was a tough break, but a well-designed play. And good job, too, by the Braves' offensive line, able to give the quarterback time to at least make that play happen.
Yeah, they're passing the ball. We're seeing some passing now. I like it. Trying to get like they're using the field. They're using the field. They're trying different plays. They're looking at different options, running the ball, passing the ball, trying to find that rhythm. They got to get a rhythm.
So 2nd and 10 from the 34. They go modified here. Waiting for the snap.
Gives
That's
it
an
to number
inside
2.
handoff. Bouncing to not very much, maybe the 32-yard line. That was Christian Weems. Gets a couple, forces a 3rd and 8.
Yeah, he's wrapped up by Jasim Shepard on that, number 13.
3rd and 8 coming up for Monroe.
So now Monroe with a 3rd and 8 coming up. And
Wow.
well, Deptford had a very stingy defense, we'll just say, especially with the way they played. And there's no wonder that they've allowed the fewest points. And now they are working on trying to keep Monroe off the board. They came close to allowing a touchdown pass in the opening play of the quarter, but it didn't happen that way. So 3rd and looks like 8 from the 32. Shotgun formation here. Taking a snap, looking, has time, but not much. And he's going to be thrown down the 40-yard line.
13 again.
Yes, indeed. Jazim Shepard. And he threw him down and stayed up. So a big loss on the play, and that forces a 4th down.
Yeah, that defense is they came to play. They're stopping that run, and they're getting a lot of penetration in that line. And 13 with 2 big plays in a row. They're doing a great job right now. Monroe, like I said, Monroe's just got to find that rhythm.
And now it'll be 4th down. Looks like a 4th and 16 play. We'll see what Monroe decides to do. I mean, considering where you are on the field, you could try punting and have a field position game and hope that Deptford doesn't turn the ball over again.
Yeah.
May not be the worst decision in the world, but they decide to go for it instead. And they're going to go spread. There's a shotgun snap. There's a flag down. Pass is way high incomplete, but let's see what the penalty is first before going further. Oh, it's going to be an illegal shift. If that's the case, then obviously Deptford refuses the penalty and gets the ball on downs. So Deptford ball, and that was indeed the illegal shift. I mean, if you use one hand, it's motion. If it's 2 hands, it's a shift. But anyway, it would have been a penalty nonetheless. So Deptford takes over at the 41st and 10. Another tough break. I mean, Deptford may have turned the ball over, but Monroe, they had a good drive, but just couldn't take advantage of the opportunities.
Yep, got to finish the job. And, unfortunately now Deptford's getting another chance. 7 minutes and 48 seconds left in the first half. What are they going to come out with? Looks like they're changing up their formation a little bit now. So, they're going to change up their game plan maybe a little bit, experiment, see what else they can do against Monroe, but they're confident, and that's the main thing right now is Deptford's more confident.
Well, we actually got some visitors coming inside the press box here too. But let's see what Deptford does. 1st and 10 for the 40-yard line. Gonna go with a handoff, bouncing off and down to about the 43, and Keon Ali able to get a couple yards there.
Yeah, I seen 36 in there. Tamir Logan Jr. in on that tackle. Great. He stopped him from that forward motion. He was about to turn the corner and put the Jets on, and 36 came in there and stopped it. So that was a good job.
Well, I think Monroe, for them, they need to do a similar stop as they did in the last drive. They were able to force a turnover, but if they can force a 3-and-out on Deptford, that's going to give them some confidence. But let's find out what happens here on this 2nd and 7 play. Ball to 43. Now they're going to do a triple, and now a handoff again to Ali. He bounces.
He found his way through.
He did, and he's still going.
First down.
Down to about the 49-yard line. So a hard-working 8 yards. That'll be a first down for Deptford as they keep the drive going with just under 7 minutes till halftime.
They're not veering away from pounding the ball in the middle. That's it was gutsy, and he went right in the line of fire, and he got a first down.
So that'll be 1st and 10 as the ball is at the 49-yard line, and Ali probably is going to be the one to shoulder the load on this drive. Quarterback Cameron Mayo getting the instructions from the sideline, and now let's see how they line up. It looks like it's more of a condensed spread here. Ali to the left of Mayo. Now they're switching position. We got an empty gun here. You got man motion on 1st and 10. Boy, a lot of moving around.
Just constantly, it can cause.
Whoops!
Oh,
And all that moving around resulted in Redman slipping and losing a yard.
Yeah, when you're playing defense and you see all these motions moving and players on, you got to use your thinker, and it causes a lot of thinking. And when you think too much, that's what they're looking for. You're causing this diversion. Get defense thinking like, what's going on here? Try to catch them sleeping. Try to catch them slipping. But unfortunately, the only one that slipped there was the running back slipped up at the line of scrimmage.
But you also can't be kept sleeping on either line.
Yeah.
Because it's such a mental game that you really have to make sure that everything is covered. So for Deptford, they're back in the midfield stripe. Looks like you lost 2, so 2nd and 12. I don't know if there's going to be much moving around here on this play, but you never know. They do have a single back. And they get the man motion. And inside handoff. Oh, try to get through the second level there.
5 or 6 yard gain.
And gets to about the 44-yard line. So a nice 6-yard pickup there, make it 3rd and 5.
Yeah, they're not looking for the big play yet. They're keeping inside of tackles. They got 4 yards. They just came back of this play, got 5 yards. So moving the ball, getting that offensive line moving. You want your offensive line to move, and they're just playing with confidence. They got a game plan right now, and I'm sure we'll see a big play possibly eventually, but right now they're getting a feel again.
And now you got a 3rd and 5 coming up. Ball at the 44-yard line. We'll see what Deptford decides to do. Right midway through the second quarter. They might go big here. They only got a single setback. Taking the snap.
Oh, they're back there.
Oh, look
Great
at that.
Defense.
They tried to do an end around, and what a nice job by Monroe. By Monroe to stop it. Parker was in there. Also, Tamir Logan Jr. was in there.
Yeah.
So now forces a 4th and 11, and Deptford may have to punt this away.
Yeah, Logan's got, he's showing, a couple different plays right now. He's got that close the gap down speed. He's a shorter player, but, he's doing a very well job seeing the ball, closing that gap down, making a tackle, getting in there with, I think it was number 6. He just made that tackle with the other player.
Well, there were 2 players on there.
Yeah, they made a great job.
Jonah Parker and I believe Tamir Logan.
Yeah, great job closing that gap down and getting back there.
Well, they're going to go for it here on this 4th down from midfield. Taking the snap is Mayo. Looking. He's going to throw off his back foot.
Oh,
it is
got away. He got away.
And he slipped away. He's going to get a 1st down and more.
Still going.
I thought his knee was down. He's going to end up in the end zone.
Man, oh, man.
Shannon Flores catches it on 4th and a long way. 4th and 11, and he ends up scoring. I actually thought when he caught the knee was down.
Yeah, that was very close. Great athlete. He showed he's got athleticism.
Well, we'll take a look at the replay after the conversion, but that is a major play for Deptford to extend their lead. And Monroe is like, you have got to be kidding me.
Threw that ball into traffic, too, and he came down with it, and he made a big play.
That was kind of like maybe more of a middle screen, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, I'd like to. I mean, if we can get a replay on that, I'm sure we can.
Yeah, we will after the conversion. So Deptford will line things up and try and extend their lead here with looks like 3:29 till halftime.
Coming out there and spread. He might just give it, and he
dropped it, and it's going to be a failed conversion because of it. So Deptford with a 12-0 lead following the failed conversion. But again, they've been known for the big plays, and we're about to see another one here. Now keep your eye on Flores' knee when he catches the ball and see if it was down. I mean, what do you think?
Extra point attempt is no good.
Let's see what we got here.
Here it is.
Going down.
Now, here's the middle screen.
Oh,
nope. he never.
No, he was good.
He was good.
Squat. It was a squat. He just squatted down a little bit, got in a breakdown position. Yeah, his knee in it. Defender's on his back.
That's
tremendous.
All
2nd, 3rd, 4th effort now.
And it ends up being a 50-yard touchdown
50-yard
reception.
touchdown.
And that's an
three missed blocks. I mean, 3 missed tackles. Good job.
And that's an athlete for you, Flores. And when you're able to squat down, the knee doesn't hit, and you pop back up and you're on your way for a score, that is some tremendous body control there.
Yeah, good job.
So now Deptford extends their lead to 12-0. Now, Monroe's had some positive drives on offense, but they haven't had enough. And now I think they definitely need to score on this drive. And they have 2 timeouts in the half to use, and just under 3.5 minutes. So it is doable.
We just seen this last game. Deptford was up 2 touchdowns before the half, and it's like a reenactment. You got an opportunity with 3 minutes. Check that playbook. What's your bread and butter? What was your bread and butter this year? Who's your big time player? Because we need them now. We need to get our guys out there that want to find that end zone and make a big play. So that's who you look for. You look for your big time players in situations like this. And you got a result. What got us here at this record, and we're fighting for first place. That's what we got to do.
Hey, Deptford's actually showing it, and they've had some very good play calls. They've minimized their mistakes, and that's why they're in the position they're in right now. So they'll approach the kickoff. Oh, it doesn't even go. It doesn't even go 5 yards. So they try to do a directional, potentially an onside kick, but that completely backfired, and Monroe will have great field position to start their next drive. Don't think that's what Deptford had in mind.
No, they were hoping to capitalize on that, get the ball back, maybe put another one in the end zone before the half. But Monroe, they got their work cut out for this drive. Again, you're going into halftime. We've seen it before. You got 3 minutes, good field position right now. What are you going to do to answer back? Try to get one in before the half. You got more than enough time. Experiment a little if you have to, but get that ball downfield.
So Monroe will get the ball, I think, at the Deptford 48-yard line. So be 1st and 10 for them. So they have a golden opportunity to get some points on the board here. Deptford's job is to ensure that they are kept out. Let's see how they line up in this one.
Got that trips right over here, and staying in it, shotgun trips right, and they majority of the game they've stayed in this formation.
Well, they've got to modify it a little bit once in a while. On first down, they're going to try a screen, and it's
try to
caught.
Get some blocking downfield by them receivers.
The blockers were not ready, so it's only about a 2-yard pickup.
Juju Hardison's pass is complete.
But that was a nice catch to Robert Robinson Jr. He got a 2-yard pickup. I mean, it's a start, but now Monroe has a build from it.
Yeah, I mean, if the blocks are there, you could really get a lot of yards on that. Defense just reacted really good. They played their position well. They fought the blocks off, and they made a great tackle.
So now you're looking at a 2nd and 8 from the 47-yard line. And Monroe trying to figure out what to do with Deptford's defense.
Yep, here they go. Going on the other side now. Same concept, going trips left, shotgun formation.
Well, they're a lot more spread over on the far side of the field. Now they're switching sides.
Yep, same thing.
Something didn't look right there, so they went with a quarterback draw, and it's going to be a good run, but let's see what the penalty flag is. And it's very possible it might be an illegal formation foul. So if that's so, that's going to be a 5-yard penalty. And they'll replay it down. But needless to say, that was at least a nice run by the quarterback on the keeper. It's just unfortunate that they didn't have it up.
They changed it up a little bit. They showed them the same formation. They showed them the same, motion, and they changed it up. They went for it. I think it was a little premature, but he took the snap and he went for the dive. And they did get some yards on it. I think if it was a little bit more, he didn't rush the play, I think it could have been even more yards.
So it's going to be 2nd and 12. The down marker does not look like it's correct, but
yeah, it's a little off, right?
But we're all a little off, John.
Don't pay no mind to the yard marker.
All right. Well, they go 4 receivers. They triple the far side here. And I think they might have corrected it now. Yeah, 2nd and 13. Back to pass with an empty gun. They lob it left.
Trying to
Pass
get
caught
that
by
blocking
Robinson.
again. All right.
He'll slip out of a tackle and get a couple more yards on the play. But he's stopped about the 49-yard line. So back to the original line of scrimmage, but it's a 3rd and 10. But if anything, you look at Monroe, they're at least having some positives in the short yardage. But now they got to go further than that.
Yeah, right now you got it's basically 10 yards. So 3rd and 10, you got to get a first down. You got 2 chances, but more importantly, you need to score. You got to score. 1:34 to go in this half, and look a little downfield. You got a lot of green on this side too. If they got an outside game, we could see possibly if they got something with a stretch, pitch, get a little outside.
And now bring up 3rd and 10. Ball at the 49-yard line. It's going to be a big play for Monroe. Now, keep in mind the clock is running, getting close to a minute left in the half. I think Deptford's being content because they're going to get the ball to start. I'm sorry, it's Monroe getting the ball to start the second half. My bad. All right, they go spread. 3rd and 10 for the 49. Let's see what the quarterback gets here. Back to pass. Going to throw middle.
Got a slant.
Pass caught. The slant is caught.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, and Parker made the grab. The problem was it took a little while for him to bring the ball in as he had to stretch his arm to get it. And now we have a timeout, I believe. And that's going to be called on Deptford. So we'll take a break. 12-0 Deptford over Monroe. We'll come back in a moment. Okay, we are back here after the timeout called by Deptford. Right now, Monroe is faced with a 4th and 8 after a 2-yard pickup. They're going to have to throw down the field to get some yardage here. Otherwise, Deptford will take the ball over with a chance to score before halftime. And we have somebody called We Work in the Podcast.
Number 13, Santiago.
That would be Anthony Santiago.
Santiago.
Correct. And now, wait a minute. Deptford's calling another timeout? All right, well, we'll come back in a moment. 12-0 Deptford. All right. So surprisingly enough, back-to-back timeouts taken, and Monroe with a 4th and 8 now from the 47-yard line. They got to throw down the field in order to get to the line of game, which is the 39. They send the man in motion. Back to pass.
He's dropping back.
And
he's got pressure.
He's in trouble. He's going to go down at the 45-yard line. And once again, it is Jeremiah Granger who makes the big sack, and Deptford will have the ball on downs. Now, the bad news is they have one timeout. The good news is they got 33 seconds left to possibly accomplish that.
Yeah, he was on that tackle. He was assisted with Amari Harrison, number 5, on that tackle. So great job. They're showing their speed. They're showing their poise. I mean, they're confident in their offense. Their defense is getting pass rushes. They've got some good run stoppers up front. 7-0. It's showing that we're seeing signs of why they're 7-0, and they're playing at a nice high level right now. So good atmosphere right now on the team, and just an all around confident coach team right now.
All right, Deptford
good
making sure they
position.
get the right personnel on the field for what looks to be the final drive of the first half with 33 seconds left. Looks like they're going to spread out here. Going to near hash. 1st and 10 from the Monroe 45.
Got that motion
They
coming.
got two-man motion again. But now they set, so you're good.
Now another one. Nice.
Back the pass. Going to take a shot down the field.
Got his man.
And the pass is caught getting out of bounds. Keon Ali able to make the grab at about the 26, but more importantly, he stops the clock, matching the number with 26 seconds left.
He's got a nice release in his arm. You know, he's a confident quarterback. We're seeing that he's not scared to throw the ball, and he can put it on the money. All around, he's doing a good job right now. Just that confidence level that Deptford's playing with right now. They're on the verge of possibly putting in a third touchdown before the half.
If they're able to do that, they definitely will have a lot of momentum going into the second half.
Yeah, they got a timeout remaining, you know, and the way if they're passing and it stops the clock, 26 seconds is a long time from 25 yards out.
Well, they condensed the formation, 1st and 10 to 26. Going back to pass. Oh, they're jailbreak there. Pass the screen.
Great job on the screen.
And he may have some blockers here going around
got
the
it.
20.
He's got Redmond out there leading the way for him, and great
and he
job.
is tackled down possibly inside the 10. They're going to give him the 8-yard line.
Yeah.
And now another flag goes down.
Oh.
Came very late. Not exactly sure what it could be.
Holding on the offense is the call.
Oh, that is a late holding penalty.
What? Where was that?
It probably was downfield, so it's going to be 10 yards in the spot of the infraction in that particular case. So Deptford is going to be going back, and they're going to replay the down. And about they marked it the 25-yard line, so will Deptford call their last time out here? Yeah, they do. I don't think they didn't know until the last second as the clock stops at 5 seconds till halftime. Oh, they're going to reset the clock. They're going to reset the clock. 12 seconds left.
So 12, they're not putting it to 26?
No, well, the play happened, and then, of
That's
course,
what they're talking about, right.
and the penalty happened. So,
all right, so 12 seconds on the clock. Here we go.
All right, well, the foul happened at the 15, so it's 1st and 8 from the 25-yard line. Let's see what happens here. Back the pass.
He's
looking.
Rolling.
Gonna take a shot in the end zone maybe, but it's
short.
a one-hopper incomplete.
So
6 seconds.
6 seconds remaining.
So with 6 seconds left till halftime, interesting decision. Now timeouts don't roll over, so what if Deptford calls a timeout to design a play?
You know, you got one play, and right now that close, your money play right now is in the end zone. So you want a nice play either across in the end zone or you want a slant to the end zone, but you want to be in motion. You don't want to throw it 10 yards away from the end zone. You want to get a receiver going into the end zone. I mean the coach could call a running play to catch him off guard because they think pass, or the quarterback could keep it and come around all this green over here. But I'm going to the end zone. It's there it is.
There's a shot down the field.
Intercepted almost.
No, it's when they
Just
got
about,
time for one more play. 2 seconds left.
Oh, wow.
2 seconds remaining on the clock.
That's good clock management.
Yeah, release
darn
quickly,
good
and
clock
if it doesn't work, then you got one more play.
You got one more play.
And now Deptford should use the timeout to design it.
You kind of now the defender back there kind of hopes he intercepted it. Because I would have thought would have been done, but they got one more chance.
Well, we'll see what they do. So
same thing. You just look for I would be going for the end zone. You got nothing to lose. You got 2 seconds.
You're not losing the lead at the half. That's
not
for sure.
Not losing the lead at the half, and if you get it, you're up 3.
So here we go. Final play of the half. Back the pass.
He's going to let it go.
Here's your shot. and it is a little
Now it's
underthrown
intercepted.
and intercepted at about the 3-yard line. So good play by the Monroe defense to stop Deptford as we've reached the half. So we'll take it a little breather here for the half. Deptford 12, Monroe nothing. We'll be back with the second half in a few minutes.
1-2, 1-2.
All right, we are back for the second half of our third game. The junior matchup, Deptford with a 12-0 lead over Monroe, and Monroe will get the ball to begin the second half. They won the toss. They decided to choose for, the second half, and now they're going to see if they can try and cut into this Deptford lead. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber is always on the controls here as the referee has just blown his whistle, and we are ready to go for the second half. And it's a high one. They'll be taking. Oh, it passed. And that's a problem. It's going to be Deptford
my
ball.
Goodness. Number 3. Didn't we just see number 3 with a big touchdown reception?
And now a big recovery on the
and
kickoff.
a big recovery.
So now Deptford gets the ball both halves to start.
Yeah, big-time players make big-time plays, and he was there to get that fumble recovery.
Oh, you're not kidding.
Oh, man, what a heartbreaker to start the second half. You know, you get an opportunity, and, you know, Deptford going to capitalize off a mistake. You know, a team like Deptford right now, you don't want to make mistakes because they will, from what we're seeing, they will capitalize on every one of them.
And a lot of Monroe fans are checking out the game. We understand.
Oh yeah, seeing all these comments coming through, we appreciate it. It's nice to see the fans out there, these teams chiming in.
Yeah.
Hope you're fans of us too. If you haven't seen games yet, you know you're coming out today, watching at home, and you're meeting Tom and John and the guy behind the mastermind camera, Howard. You don't hear too much from him, but he's here with us.
All right, so Deptford with the ball, 1st and 10 after that. Here's
7.
a handoff up the middle. He's going to score right off the bat.
Wow.
Isaiah Guzman with the touchdown, literally 19 yards in, and Deptford literally steals a possession. And I'm sure Kareem Ali is happy when we see that in a post.
Got a WMU on there. Yeah, they're just so confident. You just seen it right there, their first play. The line fired off the ball. They gave him a lane to run on with a big gap in that line of scrimmage. He took it. He's got speed. He was fearless running through there. I mean, they're a very confident team, and you know it's going to be interesting to see what else they can do. You know, in the future with the playoffs coming up, and you know Monroe, they just got to.
So they'll go for the conversion here.
29
Handoff right side. He can walk in easily.
Yeah, this line is blocking very well for this offense.
Oh, this could not have started better for Deptford here in this second half, as they now have taken a 19-0 lead.
8 seconds.
Just 8 seconds.
8 seconds, and they didn't receive the kick. That's not a lot of time off the clock.
Well,
that was quick. Yeah,
well,
Tom hasn't even finished. Yeah, Tom, you can't see us over here, but Tom hasn't even finished his fries yet. That's how quick it was.
Well, yeah, you need a little bit of a break after a halftime, but I tell you what, why don't you go ahead and read Monroe's junior team while we have a moment?
Yeah, let's go here. Here we go. Jeremiah Hardinson, Peyton Cato, Christian Weems, Pierce Knoll, Naeem Grays, Eric Younger III, Marquise Shivers, Javon Thompson, Amir Roy, Danielle Taylor, McKay Brooks, Jonah Parker, Cameron Pickett, Don Small, Shakai Harvey, Robin Robinson Jr., Kareem Battle, Elijah Parnham, Dwayne Lee, Jaden Wright, Tamir Logan Jr., Tyler Kennedy, Jeremiah Atkinson, Quadir Fresner, Dwayne Glenn III, Shane Horsey, Raymond Vasquez, Saeem Tyson, Cordell Please, Samuel Vorgees, Chase Brown, Jeremiah Jones, Stephen Mitchell, Enzo Amendo, Devin Harden, Akeem Harrison, Anthony Neff, and Ryan Hayer. That is your Monroe junior team.
Well, this time the kickoff is caught, and it's going to be returned not terribly far, only to about the 24-yard line. So I tell you, for Monroe, could not have started the second half any worse than what just happened.
Yeah, it's a heartbreaker. You know, you receiving the kick, you drop the ball, defense comes in there and lands on it. One play in, they score to take a third touchdown lead when there's only 2. So you know now they got their work cut out for them. 9:44 in the third quarter. It basically just started. We need, we say this a lot in the third, when you're down and you're getting the ball, we need your best drive, because you got to score quick, because this clock does not stop. And, you really want to find that end zone if you want to compete in that fourth quarter. So it starts with this drive right here. This is going to tell a story on our play calling and how we can adjust to this defense, because it's a stingy defense anchored by big 66 right there in the middle, and they're all feeding off of him. I mean, it's big Jazir Mohammed.
All right, well, we'll see what the Braves do. 1st and 10 from the 24-yard line. They're going to throw inside. It's caught.
Oh, nice. He got away.
He did, and he's going to get to about the 35-yard line. 11-yard pickup. That's a nice catch by a Robin. I'm sorry, that was Jonah Parker.
Jonah Parker.
First down.
Nice.
Good blocking that time.
Yeah, and he did a little second effort on himself too, because the guys closed down that gap a little bit, and he kept, moving his legs, and he pushed forward and he got that first down. So good way to start this drive. Positive. Now let's keep it going.
And we'll see if they're able to do that. So Monroe at a 1st and 10 for the 35-yard line. They want to make sure you get the right play out of the huddle. That's why they're taking a little bit of extra time. And we will see how things play out and probably go spread here. In the shotgun. Maybe in our quick pass will do the trick. We'll see.
They're closing it down.
Unfortunately, the line couldn't stop the Deptford pass rush, and they just run over the quarterback.
I just said the man anchoring that defense right there in the middle, 66. I mean, this guy he's got size, he's got speed, he's got strength. He's in the middle there. He's causing havoc so far this entire game. He's a run stopper. He's physical. This guy's got some size, and he's getting back there, and you just seen him get this big loss. So when you got a guy that big in the middle causing all that havoc, everyone's going to play better. It opens up the door for every other player to make a play. He's getting double teamed, triple teamed, and it's a big factor.
Well, John, have you noticed this Deptford a pass rush, regardless of what game you've seen, that whenever they give up a pretty good play by the opposition, they come roaring back to try and take the yardage away again?
Yeah. Yeah. That has happened a lot today.
Just happened a couple of plays ago. So it is 2nd and quite a long way. 2nd and 18 from the 27-yard line.
That stacked formation out there with the receivers.
And they triple the right side in this case. Taking the snap.
He's going for it.
Oh, he tries, and not necessarily the best decision there. And one's against Muhammad, who brought him down, so it's another 2-yard loss.
Yeah, when you're running it, staying in that middle, I mean, he's going to be there in your face all game, and you try to run in that middle, he's going to be there again. So you want to try to get away from him. Roll out to the right, get away.
And that'll now force a 3rd and 20. And that's not what you want to be when you're a Monroe right now.
No, I mean, it's, this team is not going to let off, and their coaches aren't going to let them. They're number one for a reason right now, and, they're playing as a unit. And when you get all the players on the same page that are playing together, big things happen, and they're all playing as a unit right now. So, and coach got them there. So hats off to the coach. So they have an opportunity. They got 6 minutes left in this quarter. They got to get downfield.
So here's 3rd and 20, back to pass, kind of like a swing screen, and trying to cut up the middle. Not going to get very much. Maybe about 3 of the 28, but that's about it.
Roy's pass is complete to Naeem Gray.
I mean, they are trying things, but obviously Deptford's keeping everything in front of them, and this is why Monroe's not gaining too much on a lot of these plays.
Yeah, they're just this defense right here has got a great knack for the ball. They have ball energy. They close the gaps down. They're completing their tackles. They're wrapping up. They're being very physical. It's a physical defense. So when you have a physical defense, you got your work cut out for you. You got to play mistake-free ball. You got to be quick. You got to be, you're a little bit sassy too, and
well, this isn't a bad punt.
No, it was nice.
And it takes a Monroe rolls out of the 48-yard line. Unfortunately, during the punt, one of the Monroe players got absolutely pancaked at about the 42-yard line, and he's going to be seeing a few things more than stars.
Yeah, I missed the hit, but I see he's down there. It looks like number 15 from Monroe.
Yeah, so Unfortunately for him, he'll be attended to. Let's go ahead and take a moment and read the Deptford Spartan Juniors. And, well, as he gets up, he'll be all right. So here they are, the Spartan Juniors for Deptford. Ashad Carter, Cameron Mayo, Keon Ali, Shannon Flores, Keshwan Green Jr., Amari Harrison, Zachy Babb, Isaiah Guzman, Tyler Jones, James Pollard, Josiah Hornsby, Lathan Sierra, Luis Colon, Anthony Santiago, Jassim Shepard, Gerald Tender, Jeremiah Jones, Joel Dean, Aiden Banks, Ryan Caltagrione, Kiri Chandler, Lemire Council, Cameron Wilson, Amir Whitfield, Thaddeus Carpenter, Caden Lucas, Braden Hutchins, Daryl Lambert, and we'll get the rest after this first play on 1st and 10, which is a handoff that will take it to about the midfield strike. Good tackle there. Continuing on, we have Daryl Lambert, Tayon Henry, Amari Safas, Davir Wade, Gavin Smith, Khalif Rutland, Elijah Sistrunk, Hayden Redmond, Jordan Lugo, James Haynes, and there's plenty more. Nazir Green, Elijah Love, Russell Love, Aiden Herbert Roberts, Elijah Gamble, Gavin Riley, Honor Bradshaw, Jahair Gross, Steven Sierra Jr., and we got like 10 more names to read on after we'll do this play. I mean, this is probably the
players. Yeah.
This is the biggest roster
I'm
I've
glad
seen.
I gave you that roster. I'm not gonna fib. I switched them.
All right, well, a handoff up the middle. That'll be a first down.
Looks like Redmond.
Yep, and about the 41-yard line. Continuing on, Jair Gross, Steven Sierra Jr., Raheem Chatham, Quinton Long, Jasir Muhammad, Carlos Osorio, Josiah Nicolosi, Ajan Allen, Shane Hurlbert, Luke Landis, and Jeremiah Granger. Of course, we mentioned the head coach, Isaiah Redmond, and his coaching staff. And now we are back to action as Deptford has 1st and 10 now at the Monroe 41 halfway through this third quarter.
That was a lot of work there, wasn't it? Getting through that roster.
Well, that's why I tried to read it as fast as I could, but Deptford was a little bit faster.
Yeah.
Here's a handoff up the middle going
Nice
down to about
defense.
the 38.
There you go.
That's Ali that time. Only got a couple, but you know that Monroe is not going to quit. They're going to try and give their best effort on every play.
They're not going to quit, and that showed it right there. Defense, stood up to the challenge right there, and great gang tackling. Had 4 guys in on that tackle. 1 yard, maybe no yards. Good job.
Got 2 on that play.
2. It was 2 yards. Okay.
So they'll have it at the 39-yard line. Deptford in no particular hurry. Have a 3-score lead right now, and they'll go full house here. 2nd and 8 from the 39-yard line. They'll try an inside handoff, and they'll cross the 35, and second effort, all to about the 30.
He got it.
It depends on the spot. Yeah, they're moving the chains. It is a first down right outside of 30.
Nice power running, just right up the middle. He had this little cut to go back inside, and strong runner, strong legs, and he got a first down. 8 yards. Carried a couple guys with him, lowered his shoulder.
And now we have 1st and 10 as the ball's at the 31-yard line. Going full house yet again. That's another run.
Gives it to number 3.
Yep, that's Flores. Flores goes all the way down to about the 12. Another first down. And now you can see how dominant the offensive line has been now for Deptford. Having these holes blow open for the running backs.
Yeah, it's a quick design to hit that line of scrimmage quick and go. Line is doing a real well job blocking for them. And, they're controlling this game right now. They can pretty much at this point, with the running game, do whatever they want right now.
Looks like there's a player shaking up. So, and that's very true for what Deptford has been doing. They've really done a heck of a job as far as keeping everything contained and picking their spots as to when to go. They've been right most of the time
today. They haven't had any mistakes. Very, very, very few, if any. But they came in with so much confidence in the game to start the game, and it's showing. And now they're marching downfield again and trying to put another one in.
And you can see the ticker above on the top of the screen here. You'll see the scores from earlier. Deptford winning the freshman and the sophomore game. The freshman game, very entertaining, coming down to the final few minutes.
Yeah.
And like I said, if you miss any of the action, all you need to do, you can basically DVR at any point and check out the action as to what happened in that game. So make sure you do that. HSG Network here on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. Got playoffs in a couple weeks. We'll be broadcasting the finals, so make sure you are there for that. Here's Deptford, 1st and 10. They're going to stay at the 12-yard line. Again, full housing. Here's a handoff.
That's Redmond again.
And Redmond will dive over to 10, maybe get to about the 8-yard line. So a short gain, but it does
Still
its
moving
job.
The ball. Yeah, still moving the ball.
Spartans
You know,
carry
3 touchdown
victory
lead.
for
You know, you
them
don't
on the
have to
second
go
down
for
and
a
6.
you don't have to go for a big play.
Inside the
You know,
10-yard line.
when you get a game and you keep getting big plays, your offensive linemen aren't getting work. So, you know, a coach's concept too is, you know, let's march downfield, but I want my guys working because we got to get stronger as the weeks come. We got to get stronger as the game goes. I need you guys working because you're going to hit speed bumps. You're going to hit someone to punch you back in the mouth. So you got to keep fighting. So, you know, doesn't necessarily mean always look for the big play. You know, work. Get these guys working, getting them legs moving. You know, it's a constant. Give me 4 quarters.
Here's a handoff up the middle, around the 5, and very close to the end zone. Going to be good enough probably for a first down.
29 on the carry. Plays good.
That's
for
Davir Wade, who was able to get to about the 1.
The 3-yard line.
Well, here's something interesting, and John would also know this. There's another 29 who's a veteran of semi-pro football named Raheem Ridley.
Oh, yeah.
Literally.
He runs like him. 29 runs like him local. Yeah, he does.
Pretty much. And he might get the opportunity to get a goal here for Deptford here, 1st and goal from the 1.
Yeah, he does. He does run just like him.
Well, they give it to him, and he got it.
He got in there.
So I was about to call him Ridley, but it's Davir Wade who gets the score for Deptford to extend their lead.
Because, you know, it's funny you say that because I said it a few times myself. You know, being a fan of the NFL my whole life, I don't really know a running back that wore 29. I can't offhand remember one. It'd probably take me a long time.
Eric Dickerson.
You know what? I'm ashamed of myself. You're right. I'm ashamed of myself. I can't believe it. Offhand, I didn't know Eric Dickerson. Oh, no. Yeah, so Eric Dickerson, and I was a fan as a kid of him on the Rams and the Colts. But, yeah, you don't really think of that number. It's not a 34, a number 20, 22. But, yeah, we know a guy named Raheem Ridley who was a running back, and I thought of him when I saw 29, too. And, yeah, it's a unique number.
Definitely is, and certainly usable for the running back or the defensive backs. But then again, all that has changed, especially with the way the numbers are now. All right, here's a keeper, and that's going to be an easy conversion. So that makes it 26-0 in favor of Deptford, and they are just pouring it on here against Monroe here with like just under 2.5 left here in the 3rd quarter. And we still have the senior game between these two coming up, which I think will also be very highly entertaining. But
yeah, it's going to be 4 games of good football action. I mean, you got teams top teams in the league right now in the conference going at it all 4 levels today. And, you know, unfortunately, like this game right now, this Deptford team is showing they're pretty strong. You know, we're in the 3rd quarter, 26-0. You know, what's going to stop them? You know, what can stop these guys?
I think there might be one answer to that, and that's themselves.
Yeah, might be a good possibility.
So, but Deptford, I mean, they took advantage of a big break at the very beginning of the second half, and they have run away with this.
Yeah.
But that doesn't mean Monroe will come back and get a couple of scores late, because you know they're not going to stop playing, especially on the defensive front. But,
yeah,
I mean, this is a matchup.
Yeah, because I don't know if it's a fact, 100% fact. Yeah, if I heard that they haven't been scored on possibly all season. I don't know if it's fact yet because I went on the website a minute ago and I only saw the standings and the points against and points for went on there. I might have to go to the actual results to find out. But, yeah, it's a good possibility they're unscored on. I mean, that's an amazing feat, you know,
especially during the regular season.
Yeah, I mean, and we're seeing what could be happening in every game because we don't have the scores from the other games either. But you know, when they came in this game, and I said it right from the door, I said, "Wow, these guys are playing with confidence right from the very first snap," and they marched right downfield, and you don't see it often. 5 yards, 10 yards, 10 yards, 5 yards, gracefully blocking and running, following their holes, and they scored. You know, you don't see it all. It was a well-tuned offense from the opening drive, and they haven't stopped yet.
And they probably won't. I mean, there's still another quarter of football to go. So Deptford again will kick off.
Nice
kick.
Gets
a high pop-up.
Yeah, here we go.
Juggle about the 15-yard line. Let's see if he can make something out of it. Yeah, he will a little bit to about the 26, maybe the 28. So it's at least a decent return. So you got to at least give Monroe a little credit there for the return there to set up the next drive.
Yeah, they got to really come up with a game plan. We're 2 minutes to the fourth quarter. Once you hit that fourth quarter, you got to experiment a little bit and try to look for big plays. You got to look for a big play against this defense.
Well, you also don't want people to get hurt this time in the game, and it looks like a Deptford player is a little bit shaken up here. So I think right now, I think a player's health is going to be a bit more important too. We consider the way the game has gone, and Deptford likely to start next week. They want to make sure they have their entire contingent with them.
Yeah. I mean, these guys they're in shape. They stretch. They practice every day. The coaches get them, in top shape for this, level of football and to continue to play. And you're young. I mean, you get in tons of positions where if I got in that position or we ain't getting off the ground, so you're very limber and stretchable. And, good thing for that. Being young is a great thing.
Hey, we were all that once.
Yeah.
Tayon Henry was the shaken up player for Deptford. He slowly walking off, but ends up being 1st and 10 now for Monroe. They'll spot the ball at the 28-yard line. Let's see what they can do now. See if they can maybe get something positive going.
Going in spread formation right away, and let's see if they're going to do the air attack.
Well, we'll see what the quarterback does here to get a man motion.
He gives
and
it.
they jet sweep it. See if
Trying
he can
to get
turn
that
the corner.
He's got him. He's still
going.
He's
still on his
feet. Great move.
A nice job. And he stays in bound. He'll get to about the 39. That's going to move the chains.
Yeah, he could have went down, and he was leaning forward. He got that hand on the ground, and a second effort boost, and he got that first.
Gain of 11 on the play.
Yeah, good job.
And not only that, he stopped the clock by stepping out of bounds, so that helps. So at least, hey, that's a positive start. Now, how do you build on it?
Well, you seen what they did right there. You went outside, you used that jet sweep, and you know what? You got green this way. If it worked that way, come back this way. I used to run the jet a lot, and the midgets. If you got a fast guy and you can hit that corner, it's a big advantage. And then you bait them. You bait them that you're going to give it. And then you run one up in the middle when they're baited. So it's all what am I going to do the next play down the line? Coaches usually at this level, you got 3 plays on your mind. What we're running now, we're going right into next. I already got a game plan if we got yards or not. So your mind is constantly thinking. But that was one of their best runs.
Yes,
today.
Indeed.
I mean, 10 yards, 11 yards. And right here,
here's
now
a
we
handoff
got one
up
up the middle.
And
There
look
you
at
go.
this.
Nice.
Moving up, crossing midfield, and twisting down to about the 46-yard line of Deptford. So another nice play and another first down for Monroe.
That's that just topped it. That's their best play of the game right there. So, you got nothing to lose to play hard right now. You got nothing to lose to get rid of that goose egg and go score on them. Take that into next week. You're going to the playoffs. Hey, we scored on them. If it's true they weren't scored on, that's a feat right now just to score on these guys.
All right, so 1st and 10 for Monroe. Monroe trying to, get some points on the scoreboard. Coming up on 1.5 left here in the third quarter. And they're taking their time again to play set. Deptford, meanwhile, gets a substitution in. And now they come out, 1st and 10. Took them a little while. Now let's see how they line up.
Got that spread formation.
All right. Amari Roy, the quarterback, looks for a shotgun snap. And now another in round the corner
nice
handoff.
Block.
Gets a good
tackle.
block, crossing the 40, down to the 36. They're fighting their way here.
That tackle on the play side had a nice pancake to seal that corner for him to come around. It was a real nice block. And, another great gain in a row. Best drive of the game right now. Now they just got to capitalize and finish it. Go down there and smell that end zone and put it in there.
Well, I don't know if they're going to get one more playoff before the quarter, but one thing's for sure, Monroe at least is showing that they can push the pile, and they've had a couple very nice play calls.
Yeah.
But it's also possible Deptford might be bringing some other people since everyone has to play. So that might partially have something to do with that too. All right, they break huddle. Let's see if they get the playoff before the quarter ends. Question is, will they? No, they don't. Oh, wait.
Yeah, there's the flag down here in the.
Well, here's a throw, and it ends up being intercepted. Well, that's interesting. And once again, that's Flores, and he's down about the 32-yard line. But a flag went down right at the end. Now, the question is the flag, we don't know what the flag is for, but if Deptford's offside, then that's a break for Monroe. We'll see what the officials discuss. It's an illegal formation foul, so that's going to be against Monroe, and that refuses the penalty. And so as we hit three-quarter time, Deptford ball on a 26-0 lead. We'll come back for the final quarter in a moment.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we are back here for the final quarter of this junior matchup. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber, of course, controlling things as well. As Deptford, a 26-0 lead as we begin the final quarter. They just came away with an interception. Flores was able to make the interception. And now a handoff on the first play of the quarter, slipping through a couple of tackles. That is Cashwan Green Jr. And he's able to get his way to about the 41-yard line, about an 8-yard pickup.
Yeah, they just all they got to do right now is just control the rest of the game. 26-0. They proved that they were the better team today, and they did just about anything they wanted to do. Coach just look, we've got to get the clock down. Run my guys, work my big guys. I've been in these situations before. I want my big men up front working the trenches because I need them for 4 quarters when there is a closer game. I need them fighting to the end. When you're winning, you don't take it off. You keep trying to keep winning, but not necessarily big plays. Let's run the ball
like they're doing here, and that'll be a first down to 45.
Yeah, I want my offensive lineman to constantly work.
Carry is good for the first down.
Well, I think also too, when you have the offensive line taking care of you and making these plays, as you said, it probably makes it just so much easier for the offensive group.
Yeah, because you could make when you got great talent in the backfield and receivers, and you got a lot of talent around you, you could make your offensive line lazy, and we've seen that. I've seen it. You see it a lot of times because they don't have to work as hard. Nah, you want them to keep working. It's a privilege to have athletes behind you, so you just keep working. And you see these guys; they're pointing to their blocks. They look good out there. They're still moving at a high caliber. So I want them to keep working, and that's just what he's doing. I don't think they're going to look for a big play. Just keep ground and pounding.
And that's what they're doing. Yeah. But this time Monroe was even to the task there with no gain on the play. That time that was Amir Whitfield. Again, some of their other players in the game with the score the way it is.
Yeah, it's a good statement game for them. They're ready for the playoffs, and all day today, I can't say it enough. These are playoff games because they're for seedings. This is week 8 regular season, week 0 of playoffs. You want to get that higher seed. You want to be at home. You want the home field advantage. You don't want to travel. You want to represent, and you earned it. You play good ball, and you did your thing this year. You want to play at home, so they're going to earn home field through the playoffs, which is great.
So here's 1st and 10. They hand it
Nice
off.
run.
And a nice run. Oh, breaking
Wow.
through a couple
Oh,
of
it's still
tackles.
going. It's
And
still going.
away
I don't think
he goes.
He got
He
him.
gets tripped up at about the 12-yard line. Isaiah Guzman with a big run that time, and Deptford's
Yeah,
in
he's a hard
position
runner.
again.
He's a hard runner, solid runner. He runs downhill. I call that bowling ball. You ever roll a bowling ball downhill? They don't stop. We've seen a lot of that today. These put your nose out front and just keep going downhill.
Well, now a flag goes down like out of nowhere, and I think it's a sideline warning.
Okay. I was about to say that was a little late.
A little?
I'd have to go question that myself.
It's
I
funny.
would have to go do it.
It's funny. 2 officials threw a flag just for that, which is more than any other foul that's been out there today.
Yeah. Yeah, you do want your sideline clear. I mean, we've seen people get run over. That was in Vineland. We saw the first one in Vineland when the chain guy was standing there and they ran him over.
Oh, goodness.
And I had to go and laugh on live stream.
Well, as long as you're not on the wrong end of it.
Yeah.
So 1st down from the 12. Another run,
33.
another hole inside the 10.
I think
and now wait a minute. Now we got
Ooh,
flags everywhere.
Flags.
I think every official threw a flag.
I wonder what we got on that. 3 flags from all these different angles. Is
multiple flags down on the play.
I would have to say the laundromat has got to get those through. And I'm guessing it's going to be on Deptford because, I mean, the first flag came in the backfield, so you'd think it's holding, but the officials, I mean, there's
on the pile, could have been a face mask in there. I mean, he was fighting pretty hard to get the extra yardage into the end zone. I mean, when you got flags all through there like that, there's definitely multiple penalties, but what?
Well, we'll soon find out. He's got his work cut out. We know it's coming back. Oh, we got a face mask.
There it is. I knew it had in that pile. The way that side judge threw it. From what I've seen, that's all it could have been.
So no wonder everyone threw a flag. It was an offensive face mask. So
we've seen a couple of them today too, and they never called them. I mean, there was a couple blatant ones where they, had the defenders. They missed up on them.
And that's going to be a 15-yard penalty, and it's from the spot. So they're going to go all the way back to the 33-yard line. So in essence, they get to repeat the down, but it's a 21-yard net minus.
What do they got? They got a lot of yards to go, and hopefully maybe, Monroe could step up to this and take advantage of it and try to get that ball back.
So evidently the foul happened like 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage, and then you take a 15 from the spot. I mean, that's more than a major penalty. So first, and it looks like 31 coming from about the 34-yard line, and they'll be content to run it. And once again, cutting through.
That's Redden.
Oh, look at this. He's going to get to the 10, and he's going to score anyway.
He was on that play that was called back, and, he said, I'm going to answer back with a touchdown run.
And it ends up being Hayden Redmond, who with 1st and 31, he just said, whatever, man.
Yeah, that looked like his pop. I watch his pop's videos from Bowie State throwbacks. He's always putting on Facebook, and then I used to watch him in high school too. But yeah, he runs like his dad.
So that makes it 32-0 pending the conversion. And now,
maybe
now it's raining penalty flags again.
Yeah, that's unfortunately that might be what it is.
Flags thrown on the play.
Well, fine. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like probably it's unsportsmanlike.
Yeah, definitely
on both teams and defense. So
okay. Got a little jawing down there. It's frustrating, when you're down.
Yeah, the officials try and keep control of the game, and that's why the penalty flags came out the way that they did.
Getting a little breezy out there. The American flag is blazing, huh?
It's been like that all day.
Yeah, you don't really notice it. But, yeah, it's got a nice breeze out there.
Yeah, the wind
coming here.
Yeah, the wind's picked up a little bit. They're going to go with a handoff, and they stopped it.
Good job, defense.
So the conversion's no good, and Deptford now with a 32-0 lead. So
6:56 to go in the fourth quarter.
It's 26. So just under 7 minutes left. Deptford obviously being dominant in this game. And don't forget, folks, we still have the senior contest coming up, which will be after this one. So remember to get all the action. You'll be notified as to what goes on. Of course, tomorrow action from Sterling, as I believe it's a Northern Burlington, or is it just Burlington City taking on Sterling?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, you'll find out when you get there tomorrow.
We're going to find out tomorrow.
Probably. So for any of this action, other action coming up, make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. We have lots of things going on. Another high school playoff game next Friday when Hillsborough takes on Marlboro, who defeated South Brunswick this afternoon. That will be on HSG Network next Friday at 7 p.m., so you'll get a notification for that. All you need to do is subscribe to HSG Network. And for those of you watching this game, make sure you can chime in on the chat board. We've had a bunch of people do that. And there you can see it tomorrow. It will be happening with games at 11, 1, and 3, respectively. Burlington City against the Sterling Knights. John will be here. Magic Mears will be in my place because, unfortunately, I have other commitments. But it's going to be a pretty fun afternoon of football, I would suspect. But I can promise you one thing, John. Bring your coat.
I have my sweater in my car at all times. I will be prepared.
Well, the only good news here is the chance of rain for tomorrow has gone down.
Oh, good.
So they were
good.
talking 70%. Now it's a 25%, I believe. In fact, it's now lowered to just under 20%. So maybe the system is fizzling out. We don't know. But that's going to be a break. But probably the reason why the wind is blowing is to get the cold front. And now, how about that?
Well, good effort.
Now, good effort to get the ball back because he fell backward.
It was kind of like the worm. He had the worm across the field to get it. Good job.
Oh, man.
He got there.
And he pulled a Scotty Too Hottie and fell on it.
Yeah, I remember Scotty Too Hottie.
But anyway.
My kids run a wrestling. It's funny you say that.
Well, anyway, it ends up being a recovery from Monroe, and they'll have the ball 1st and 10. Yeah, sometimes you have to think of some obscure references.
I mean, it was good, though. I mean, he did get across that field.
Yeah, but as I was saying, the wind is starting to pick up only because the cold front is approaching. It'll be here in a few hours, probably overnight.
Maybe cool it down a little tonight for the senior game.
Well, I don't think it's
going.
I don't think it's going to cool down for the senior game. I can almost promise you that. We're going to be done, and it'll be like 72 degrees outside.
72 still, okay. They're coming out in that spread formation, trying to make something happen, get one score, get downfield. It'd be a momentum booster for them just to get in that end zone.
Well, it's probably going to be just as breezy tomorrow, just like about 20 degrees cooler. Here's a handoff and a good cutback going to about the 22, 23-yard line as Monroe tries to get in. Now we got a flag down on the far side of the field. Now, I believe at this point it's a running clock because of the score. And another illegal formation foul, and that is against Monroe, so we'll do it again. So, I wouldn't say it's overall talent, but what do you think's been the difference for Deptford in this game against Monroe? This was a highly talented contest.
But usually when you see a team dominating at this level, okay, and when they're, hey, there's Magic. He'll be with me tomorrow.
That is correct. You'll see him tomorrow. And
former Florida Marlins. Used to play baseball for the Florida Marlins.
Oh, really? For the now Miami Marlin
yeah, he played with the Florida Marlins. We both played at Violent High School, but like 10, 12 years difference. But, he was picked up by the Florida Marlins when we were young.
And not only that, he turned into a pretty good semi-pro quarterback throughout the years.
Hall of Famer. He got in the Hall of Fame in the Northeast Atlantic Football League, yes.
The NEAFL, you're right. Monroe will use a timeout here. Let's grab a break with 4:56 left. 32-0 Deptford. We'll be back in a moment. Okay, following the Monroe timeout, just under 5 minutes till time here in this junior contest. Monroe wants to finish strong, even though they're on the wrong side of a 32-0 score. Let's see what Roy does. He's going to throw on the first play and ends up being complete to about the 13-yard line.
Roy's pass is
Actually, no, it's
intended for
incomplete.
Gemma Parker.
It is incomplete. So that'll make it third down. And as you mentioned, John, you're talking about Deptford being a unit. And everyone is just basically like a well-oiled machine.
When you get this group of kids that possibly been together for quite a few years, and I have seen from Facebook, social media, a couple championships that Deptford has won at different age levels the last couple of years. So coming into today, I knew that there's been some talent coming through, even though I don't know all the details of it. I saw the championship trophies, and actually we have some of the pictures that come up on the screen. So you knew that they've been in this caliber of a team. So when you got all these players that are playing up a level and are playing together, there's no me, there's no I, it's we. We're playing as a unit. We're not no individuals out there, and that's when you win big. There's no individuals. Everyone's got a job. You're doing your job. You see big plays. You don't see a lot of celebrating. So that's another big thing. Why you don't have to celebrate big plays.
Well,
you know what I mean? That's a discipline thing.
Let's also not forget you celebrate. You got a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, I did forget about. Yeah, I did forget that he wasn't there when I played or was coaching. So at levels, but yeah, so that's a big factor in it. Sometimes emotions you can't stop. You score your first ever touchdown, and we did see a couple in the past couple weeks. You will get them, but that's just part of the game.
And what's that?
I think he's teasing me about Woodbury. I'm begging to go back to Woodbury. It's like, yeah, we're never going to forget Woodbury, that barbecue they had out there.
And what a beautiful day it was there as well.
Yeah, I was covered in barbecue sauce, and it was a great day. I haven't had barbecue like that in a long time, and then haven't since. So, maybe they're in a playoff game. I can go out there and check them out.
Oh, goodness.
Yeah, but they're playing very well. They've obviously most likely been playing together for a while. They're coached very well. And coaching is everything. A lot of stuff is coaching. Keeping these kids' heads in the game. When you got a good team, if they're not coached right, then what good is the good team? They could slip. If you got good coaching staff and the players aren't listening to the coaches, then they could slip. So it's the coaching and the players. There's a connection. When you're winning games like this and you're undefeated and you're putting all this energy in it, there's a connection. The coaches have gotten their heads and the players accepted the coaches. You know what I mean? It's one big unit working together. And that's what championships, at these levels, that's where you build the championships, and then these kids take it to high school. And it makes the high school coaches' jobs a lot easier.
All right, so it looks like we have a they call it the end of the game?
I think so. That's it. Yep.
Yeah, well, considering it's about 10 minutes till it's a senior game, it looks like they have waived off the final 2 minutes. The official says that's it. So the final score in Game 3, Deptford over Monroe, 32-0. We'll reset and come back in a few minutes for the senior game with these same two teams. So please stay with us. We'll be back shortly. All right, welcome back here to Williamstown, New Jersey. Final game of this four-game set with Deptford and Monroe. About to start the senior matchup as Monroe will receive the ball first. Deptford won the toss. They decided to choose for the second half. So Monroe will be moving left to right, Deptford right to left. Deptford is in the gold helmets, while Monroe is in the dark blue helmets.
Yeah, we got similar jerseys out there.
Well, anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. So referee blows his whistle, and we are set for the final matchup. Approach the tee, and a little directional ground ball taken down about the 43-yard line.
I think we're going to have to see if we can get the standings up there to find out.
By Chase Wild and overturned on the play.
I think it's another 6-1 and possibly 5-2 game.
Well, we will find out shortly because this will be news to me on this one as well.
Yeah, here we go.
Well, Monroe, they lead
6-1.
with a 6-1 record. Now, Deptford, they can take over that top spot with a win over Monroe today. So you're talking the top two in the senior matchup. So we've had a lot more key matchups, but it's been all Deptford. Maybe the Monroe seniors can change that.
Yes, this is probably going to be another good game. The last game has slipped away from Monroe, and, that junior team in Deptford really showed what they're capable of doing. And it's good to see what we got with the senior game right here. Two good teams. They're probably well coached.
Here's a handoff on the first play, going to about the 46-yard line. So that picks up about maybe 4 on the play. So second down coming up.
Elijah Campbell up the middle, gains 4 on the play.
So that running back was Elijah Campbell. And we're going to see what happens here on 2nd and 7. Ball be placed at the 46-yard line. Opening drive of this final game. The senior matchup between Deptford and Monroe. And Monroe with the ball first.
Yeah, they're coming a little tight here. Looks like they're going to come out that double wing.
We haven't seen much double wing since like the sophomore matchup.
Yeah, the sophomore stayed in that trips a lot of the game for Monroe. And they didn't really come out of it that much.
Let's see what variation they use here. It's a pitch out left, and there's some blocking crossing midfield.
Still going.
And he stepped out about somewhere, the 38-yard line. That's Alexander. Ends up getting a first down.
Well executed play. He looked real good on that.
16-yard pickup.
Line did their job and executed on that, and you got a big gain. It's a way to start the game. 2 positive, plays in a row. And a good drive going right now. So that's a good positive for Monroe right now.
Well, let's see if they can keep the momentum. All we've seen is whenever Monroe's had a couple of good plays, Deptford's defense suddenly wakes up and throws you back for a big loss.
Yeah.
We'll see if the senior game holds the same script.
He gave it to him on that motion.
Well, here's a little bit of a
number 6
jet handoff, and Campbell will get to about the 33-yard line. So another nice gain on first down. So right now, Monroe showing the running game's doing its job here.
Yeah, he tried getting it outside. He did. He was successful with that. So they're using the whole field right now. They went left. They went in the middle. They're on the right. So, they're moving the ball around. And you're trying to feel out this defense right now.
I'm willing to bet they're going to try and confuse Deptford on a couple of the lineups. I mean, we saw like an inside sweep just a moment ago, which was kind of a little unexpected, but it actually worked out for a 5-yard pickup.
Yeah, it was a great pickup and well executed, and 5 yards to go for the first, and it's going to be nice to see what they're going to do if they're going to stay in that wing, and they are.
So at the 33-yard line, it is 2nd and 5. They do double wing. They change out of it now. A handoff
right up
across the 30 and right about the sticks. And that's Alexander again. And that's another first down for Monroe, as they have had very good ball movement on the opening drive of this game.
Beck followed his lead blocker right through the hole, and he gets his first down. And, they're coming in with confidence. We've seen that last game on opening drive. It was Deptford's ball in the junior level. And, they had a game plan, and they were confident. Right now you're seeing Monroe seniors. They're confident. They're moving the ball. They seem relaxed. It's a good relax, not relaxed where we're not intense. They're just relaxed. They're confident in their team right now, and they're moving the ball very well.
Here's a pitch out on
And
first
another
down. There's a
positive
nice
big yard.
block.
Nice stiff
Breaking a
arm.
couple
Nice stiff arm
tackles
again.
at
He's
10.
still going.
Look at this. He's going to dive in.
Nice.
How about that?
He's in.
The
Touchdown.
first points of the night for Monroe.
Great drive. See, that's how you come in. When you're confident, this is the drives you do when you're confident.
So Monroe comes through a 28-yard touchdown run. I think they said who they say they got number 2?
Number 2.
Jacoby Martin.
Yeah, great run.
Gets paid at that time, and Monroe is on the board first in this one.
Yeah, he had a couple nice stiff arms out there, leaving bodies on the field. He was a hard runner. He got that stiff arm out there. He got a couple players off him, and he just kept going. He got in the end zone. Hard runner.
Definitely is, and was able to break a couple of tackles along the way, and they're able to get the first points of the game of this one. Couple last-second substitutions, and Monroe will try the extra point. They'll send a receiver wide left here. So on the conversion. Wait a second. There was a pre-snap movement.
Flag on the
offense.
And that is going to be a false start. So the conversion will now be from the 8-yard line, and Monroe will have to try something from there. And that's one thing you don't want to have, especially on a dry pre-snap movement. But when you're talking about points being at a premium, you also want to make sure you don't do that when you're doing a conversion.
Yeah, it's very important. I mean, you lose games by 1 point, 2 points, and you can always go back. Hey, the first quarter, if we didn't make that one little mistake, we got that 1 point in there. We made all the other ones, but we messed up. It cost you a game. So you want to convert. We haven't seen a lot of kicking this year. We think one game we saw 2 for extra points, and it's good craft to work on getting them extra point kicks too. But a lot of you got to have a good kicker, you got to have a good long snapper, a good holder.
All right, here we go with the conversion, rolling around. Let's see if he has some room. He'll fire. Oh, he's got man open.
There it is.
And the conversion works out. And Monroe gets it to a 7-0 game on the opening drive. And we gotta show you this replay of Jacoby Martin's run, because that was rather impressive. I mean,
nice run.
Yeah, it was a little underrated too. But take a look.
Here he goes in
Here's
motion, and he gets the pitch. Here goes the first stiff arm. He gets another stiff arm. He's coming here, gets possibly a third, and he's still going. And he bounces into the end zone.
Well, I'll give you this. He just kept going so fast, I think we underestimated his speed a little bit.
He was moving.
And he moved very well for a 28-yard touchdown run. So Monroe able to get the first points, and now Deptford will have their first chance just under 3 minutes into this game. I mean, this happened quick. So
nice smooth drive.
You might end up having a high-scoring game the way it's looking.
Yeah, we got to see what Deptford's bringing to the table right now and how this Monroe defense is going to react to it. We saw some stingy defenses today, well coached, some hard-hitting players out there today. So it's going to be nice to see what this Deptford defense can do.
All right, well, Monroe will kick off.
Monroe defense. They're kicking off.
Well, Deptford's going to get their first crack at their offense and see how they respond from that opening score.
Hey, get a nice kick out there.
Taking it about the 23-yard line. Let's see what goes on. Slips out of a tackle down to about the 38-yard line. And that's where Deptford will begin, first and 10. And I'll grant you this much, even though it might be a little bit of an eyesore, Deptford looks like they're going to try and line up some things with especially their offensive line. And we've seen some powerful lines here. Deptford's done very well, especially in the younger groups. Now it's a matter of the seniors to try and answer back.
Yeah, it's you got some size out there on both teams, as you can see already. The interior tackles for Monroe, they're pretty good size seniors, and then you got some big linemen out there, a couple guys with size. I think it's 86 out there, and then the left tackle, big boys over there. So you're gonna get some trench wars in there, and how they're gonna answer back. They're coming out and spread. It's got that.
All right, referee blows his whistle, and we're going to have, I guess, an official timeout. Want to make sure everybody was all set.
Actually wrong about that. Quarterback is in shotgun.
All right, so
Offset eye.
they
Yeah, it's
go
basically an
offset.
offset eye, but
Back to pass.
they-
He's going to roll
oh,
back, and the
wow.
pocket just completely crunched down.
Taken down by number 50, Kenneth
And a
Taylor.
good run. Kenneth Taylor was the one who came down with the
Yeah,
sack.
there was a little confusion on that offense, and that confusion, I think, cost him a big play on that. There was confusion, and then it stopped the play a little bit, and they capitalized off that. I mean, that defense just shot in there and caused a big play.
I think the offensive line had a little bit of an issue as well.
Yeah, they were communicating, and it cost them on that play. I mean, a big loss of about 6 yards.
That'll make it second and 17. They'll spot the ball at the 34-yard line. Probably line up in the same position again. Deptford looks like they're trying to get the quarterback's number here. Takes the snap, and now a handoff at the middle. Can get a little bit of yards, but not terribly much.
Great defense.
And it's number 3, who we do not have listed here. You know, it's possible, and let me just share this with you. There's a possibility. There were a couple of the juniors that had a pair of 3s and a pair of 13s.
Might have put them on the wrong roster, you're saying, maybe?
There's always a possibility. So we don't know who.
That could happen. Anything can happen.
Yeah, who knows what it could be. But anyway, it ends up being third down. And Deptford. I'm sure there's somebody, just can't figure a name out just yet.
Here we go. Spread formation. Got number 3 in there, quarterback for Deptford. He's the shot caller today.
All right, well, we'll take the shotgun snap, a low one. He's going to call his own number. Now he's going to fire, and there's a flag down as the pass goes incomplete in the direction of Jeremiah Fitzpatrick. Let's see what this is. Potentially a defensive hold or a contact foul. So the officials will discuss that. I'll be honest with you, Deptford just doesn't seem to be really in sync with some of the plays. But here we got defensive holding.
The defense.
So that's going to help them. And it's going to make it's 5 yards, so there's no automatic first down in this league for defensive holding. Wait a minute, but that holding is a 10-yard penalty. It's probably from the spot, so a break for Deptford as they now have the ball at the 46, and that 3rd and long just became a 3rd and 5.
Yeah, it's a big break. You take anything you can get. I don't know, it's going to help them out. So 3rd and 4, see what they got for us.
Well, we'll soon find out. We'll soon find out as to what they do here. As Deptford will try and get things going again. That penalty might actually jumpstart their offense. I mean, happens a lot. So here we go, 3rd and 5 from the 46. In between the full house is a shotgun. Taking the snap, he's going to call his own number. Try and bounce out. He cannot do it as Monroe swarms to the ball and takes him down.
It'll be a 4th down situation for the Spartans.
Yeah,
so that
forces
a 4th
bunch of
down.
defenders on that. Number 2, number 50 were 2 of the numbers that were in there for Monroe.
Joshua Quinn led the charge there.
Kenneth Taylor was in on that. Yeah, there was a big standoff right there.
And now we have 4th down, so we'll see what Deptford decides to do here. You're bring a last-second substitution in. Now we have, I guess, a timeout can be called by Deptford here. So let's take a break with 4:26 left. It's 7-0 Monroe over Deptford. We'll be back in a moment. All right, back here in Williamstown after the Deptford timeout. We'll see what they decide to do here on 4th down. It's 4th and 5. They're going to go for it. Same formation inside the full house shotgun, taking a snap. They go with the handoff up the middle. That's not going to be enough.
He did not get it.
Not enough. 2 yards shy of the first down.
It's number 7.
Not good enough for the first down.
So Naheem Ballard was able to make the stop, and Monroe will get the ball on down. It's a tough break for Deptford there.
Yeah, this offense is already warmed up, and they got a score on there, and they got the ball with good field position right now. And, you're going to see how Deptford answers back on defense to try to prevent that smooth drive on that first drive. So, this team is right now confident. Like we say it all the time, when a team is moving the ball and it's smooth transition, it's all about confidence, believing in your coaching's call, and the coaches believing his players can make it happen. So, let's see what Deptford, if they can stop them this time.
Well, actually, they're going to have to wait because Monroe's calling a timeout, so we'll grab a break again with Monroe up 7-0. So stay tuned. We'll be coming right back. Okay, as we return to live action, Monroe at 1st and 10 for the Deptford 49-yard line. They double wing this. Now they go to handoff. Yes, he does. He's going to bounce around across the 40. There's a flag down and at the 37. And now a little bit of shoving at the end. There's going to be another flag for that, too.
Might be a little talking going on over there.
We may end up having offsetting fouls, because the ending of that play looked a little bit disjointed.
Yeah, it was, getting apart from each other a little bit of a shove.
You don't want to do that unnecessary roughness stuff. And so if you think about it, during youth football, these are kids, leading to becoming freshmen in high school here. So in youth football, you're going to have this happen once in a while. And, it's obviously spirited play. So the officials are discussing what the fouls were. Now, the original penalty, was a blow to the head on the offense. And then we have unsportsmanlike also on Monroe.
Wow. Both.
So 2 15-yard penalties, and one may have come. It's a hands to the face. So that's going to be a long penalty here.
Yep, going back.
Yeah, they're going to have to go way back. And I wonder if the other penalty happened after the play was over, so therefore they could tack that on as well. So let's see how far they march back in reverse cliffhanger. So what happened, he got to get right in the face of the defender, and they're going to be taking, looks like
he's
all the way back.
Yeah, he's
a pair of unsportsmanlike. And so one happened during the play, the other happened after the play was over, and both penalties are going to be enforced. So that is a massive, massive mistake by Monroe, as 27 yards in penalties from the original line of scrimmage.
That's a coach's worst nightmare.
All right, so what do you have lined up for 1st and 37?
They're spreading it for a reason. Listen, we can go to the air, or we spread that defense. Got somebody to jump.
Well, they're going to get 5 of it back probably.
Yeah, there's so much you can run out of the spread. You got your crosses, you got your slants, you got your quarterback keeper, you got your quarterback drop back and find a hole open. Just read. So there's just so many possibilities. They showed they got speed. I don't know if number 2 is the lone back in the backfield right now, or if he's out there receiver. No, I think number 5 is in the backfield right now.
Let's see if it makes a difference here on this series of downs. 1st down and a handoff.
Giving it to 5.
And, he spins
what a
out of a
spin move.
couple and goes down to about the 33-yard line. So Alexander again had that one.
Gain of 6 on the play.
Gets about 6. So now you got 2nd and 26. So you're crawling a little bit closer. So I guess plays like that, maybe get a hard count, try and get another 5 yards, and hey, then anything's possible.
Yeah. 3:40 to go in the quarter, and they're going to try to march down that field and get that first down. They showed they can find. They got big plays in the playbook, and they showed that in their first drive.
All right, back to pass on 2nd and long. They're going to go with the screen. Is caught. Again. Springs out a tackle and steps out of bounds at about the 38. So they still got a little ways to go to get to the line of gain. But it's going to be like 3rd and 23.
Taken down at the 39-yard line.
So we'll see how things go on this 3rd and super long. But
yeah, they're going to go for that first down. They got the artillery. Jacoby is I think it's Jacoby Martin, number 2. He's a playmaker. You already see it. He can catch the ball. He can run the ball. He's got speed. Look for them to look for him a lot this game. You can always tell, scenarios for the future. So I'm sure he's one of the guys that gets the call a lot. You're going at trips on that left side. And
well, I think Deptford's defense trying to line themselves up.
He had a hard count there. Nobody bit.
3rd and 22 from the 39-yard line. Back to pass, a lob. It's caught. Let's see how far he can get.
Number 4.
He'll get to the 45. Was he pulled down?
Yeah, he had a hand there. He might have got away with it.
He came close to maybe drive him down with a face mask. That would have been disastrous.
Yeah, that was
It'll be a 4th down and long for the Braves.
So outside of Monroe's defense stopping Deptford, they couldn't do anything on offense, so they will have to punt. Like I said, those hands to the face and unsportsmanlike really shot the drive down. They have the ball lined up at the 45. So I'm sure they will. This is interesting. They're going for it in their own territory on 4th and 16.
Spread formation. They got confidence in this offense.
Let's see if they can come
back.
Through.
He's letting it go.
He's going to take a shot down the field, and it's caught!
He got it. Number 2
my goodness.
Jacoby Martin.
Jacoby Martin with the grab on 4th and 16, and it's first down for Monroe. They overcome a 1st and 37.
I think we're learning a lot this game right now about Mr. Jacoby Martin. Good hands, going up for that and coming down with that ball, and this guy's legit.
Let's take a look at a replay to see how he got open there. And I believe he's lined up on the far right part.
He's on.
He just takes off, and now he cuts in.
Yep. Nice job.
Meanwhile, as we go back to live action, the handoff is Alexander, and he crosses his way to about, I guess, the 16-yard line.
Yeah, they're just marching downfield again. They got the plays that they're comfortable with. They're executing them plays, and they're moving the ball very well again. So, they want that end zone. They're looking to score that second time.
So here we go with a 2nd and probably about 4. Ball spotted the 15-yard line.
Got number 1 out there for Monroe as the quarterback today.
It's Tyson Walker Foreman.
Yeah, it's got a nice arm. He's comfortable back there. His line's giving him time.
Well, they're going to get the handoff, trying to sweep around to the right, but there's a gang of Deptford players knocking him down. And that ends up being for a couple of yards.
Taken down at the line of scrimmage.
Maybe we'll see where they spot. It's back at the 15, so no gain. So 3rd and, I believe, 4 coming up.
Yeah, you had Justin Cortez on that tackle, and Jeremiah Fitzpatrick with coming down with a good tackle over there together.
Coming down to the final minute of the first quarter, Monroe breaks huddle. They got to get to about the 12-yard line. Between split backs, Walker Foreman in the shotgun looking back at his coach saying, what do you want? And I switch the backs. And wait a second, somebody moved. And it's going to be a false start against Monroe, so that's going to hurt. They back it up 5. And that's the one thing you don't want to do. I mean, those are discipline penalties.
Yeah. You want to try to get as much mistake free as you can. There was a lot of movement there. You sent a guy in motion. The center snapped the ball. It's all about timing. Sometimes that ball wasn't snapped fast enough before somebody else moved with that motion.
Now wait a second. We got flags down again.
Oh, sideline.
Yeah, it's a sideline warning.
Warning on Monroe.
So the junior game they had that happen a time or two. So I know they're antsy and stuff, but they gotta stay in your lane and stay in your box.
Yeah.
That's what it comes down to. All right, they'll wind the clock down. We're going to hit quarter time here in Williamstown. So after 1, Monroe over Deptford 7-0. We'll break here, and we'll have quarter number 2 coming up right after this. I guess there's an untimed down involved here.
Here we go.
And
oh,
now all of a sudden, now they got encroachment against Deptford. So they move it another 5 yards. So back to about the 15-yard line. And it's a 3rd and 4 coming up. Actually, it'd be 3rd and 6 because the line of gains at the 9-yard line. So this is getting a little crazy here.
Here we go.
All right, quickly back. There's going to be a pass. It's going to be caught. Sleeking throwing a hard hit, and it's going to be close to a first.
Number 2, number 12.
And
Jeremiah Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, good stop on him. So now we'll be able to switch sides, we think. No, they didn't. Now they're going to. So I guess now we can reset the clock. So again, 7-0 Monroe for Deptford after 1. We'll have quarter number 2 again right after this. Okay, we're back here in Williamstown. Second quarter officially about to start here. Monroe is 7-0 lead and looking for more. But the big story here is they're faced with a 3rd and looks like 6. Looks like they have to get to like the 8-yard line to make it goal to go. But we'll see how it goes. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplinski. Howard Gable with the controls as usual. And now we'll see what Monroe is up to on this 3rd down play. Walker Foreman will pitch it out.
There you go.
Try and turn the corner.
He's got
He will
speed.
get to the 10. He's going to be a little short of a first down.
Looks to be short.
And it's Jacoby Martin who had to carry.
It's a turnover on downs.
That is Fitzpatrick again.
It was 4th down. I beg your pardon.
Yeah, that's Fitzpatrick again on a nice tackle. He's been making a lot of tackles this half. I think he made maybe the last 3 in a row.
All right. Well, I guess Monroe was on 4th down. They didn't make it. They lost. They ended up falling 2 yards short.
Wow.
So Deptford will get the ball on downs and have 1st and 10 from there.
Yeah, it's great to get the ball, but not in that area. You got to get that ball moving.
Well, take a look what happened on that last play. You can notice on the top left. They pitch it out, and look at the containment there.
Yeah, he broke down. Fitzpatrick broke down real nice. He got wide, got parallel, and he made a nice tackle. Great form.
So the lights are on here in Williamstown. Just turned it on a short time ago. Now Deptford with the ball 1st and 10 from their own 10. Let's see what the quarterback does here as he is back and there's a quick pass. Ooh. And that was a dangerous pass.
Incomplete for Monroe.
And that was a hard hit by Jacob Quan, rather.
Quan, yeah.
And he was able to knock him down. Why don't we take a little replay again? We're actually experimenting with this
I like
inbox replay.
Yeah, this way we don't miss a play. Oh, he's going up for it and timed it just right as a defender, and you can't ask for much more than that. I mean, he was right on the money. He brought some force with that hit.
Well, and after the force of the hit, it looks like a Jacob Quan is the one that is shaken up on the field.
Oh, okay. I didn't notice that. Yes, he is.
So, and like I said, we're experimenting with something new. You might be using it tomorrow, might be using it next Friday in Hillsborough.
Yeah.
Could very well. But for those of you checking in for the senior game, obviously the chat board is still there, HSG Network on YouTube. So if you want to chime in and cheer your fellow players on, doesn't matter what side it is, from Monroe or Deptford, yeah, feel free to chime in and let your friends know about this game. I think we got a good one here. Again, it's HSG Network on YouTube. Make sure you subscribe. And there's going to be TCUFL action tomorrow from Sterling between Burlington City and Sterling. Got 3 games for you there.
Yeah,
John will be here. Magic Mears will be here. So they'll take care of you tomorrow.
Yeah, it's going to be another game of some good action-packed football. Can't wait. It's been every week we've been getting some good games, learning a lot about the league and the players in it. And it's been a nice experience for all of us.
All right, so following the incompletion, it's 2nd and 10. Now a handle trying to bounce around. They're running the wrong way. He's halfway in the
trying to get out of there.
He does get out of there, but he's still going more.
Oh,
He'll get to the 20, the 30. He's gonna take it all the way down with a late flag, a possible horse collar tackle down at the 48-yard line. But Deptford gets out of major trouble. But let's see what this is all about. We know it's going to probably be a 1st down. No other flags back in the main area of the play, so it had to happen right at the very end.
On the play, there is a flag down on the play.
That was a gain of 38, by the way, and they may tack 15 more. We'll see.
Well, if you count the east and west in the end zone, I think we got 60 yards on that play.
Yeah, I mean,
he ran for his life back there, and he got out. Here he goes to the left.
Almost Merriam Barber-esque.
Turns around and comes to the right, and he cuts it up, and he just makes a big play.
And give credit to the defense for not giving up on that play, too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he took it from the back of the neck.
Yep, there's the old horse collar.
So
Great effort.
Officials discussing. So, I see. It was a blow to the head. So, we had 2 penalties, so they offset.
On the offense
and
the horse collar on the defense.
Now this makes it interesting. This is interesting because, I mean, the horse collar. Now, I wonder what the officials are going to take a couple minutes to discuss this. What do you think is going to happen, John?
It could be about the yardage. It could be about a few other things. Someone seen something and noticed something that the other two didn't, or they're just discussing it real quick. The white cap got it discussed, and they're okay with the outcome. So we're good.
Let's just say there was no foul at the end of the play.
Yeah.
1st and 10 from the 38-yard line. At the 48, now a handoff, getting into Monroe territory with another late flag down.
Man.
Boy, it's been raining flags here in this first half.
Yeah, they're going to say leading possibly with the helmet on that.
I mean, you've got to play football properly. Because with all the injuries that happen, no matter what level of football it is, it's got to be for the safety of the game. So again, and that's a 15-yard penalty against Monroe.
There it is.
So what they're doing is throwing the flags that can keep. They got to keep control of this game, and that's why we're seeing all this penalty yardage. So now, all the way to the 31-yard line, Deptford was almost at the back of their own end zone, and here they are now on the other side looking to tie the game.
Yeah, great position right now, and they're getting closer and closer to that end zone.
Hold on a second. We have a timeout. It's going to be called by Monroe. They need to reset themselves. So we'll break with 9:11 left in the half. Monroe up 7-0, but Deptford driving. We'll be back in a moment. First and 10, looking to try and even things out here. It's a low snap, bouncing around the left side, trying to get around. Oh, I'm pulled down.
Number 50.
By the back of the uniform.
One on the carry.
Kevin Taylor.
In the backfield, lost the yardage on the play.
And that's going to be a loss of about 2 on the play. And that'll force a 2nd and 12. That was close to being almost the same thing as we saw a couple minutes ago.
Yeah. And Kenneth stepped up, went back there and got him in a big play. They're trying to defend that end zone. They got the lead. They're not going to make it easy for Deptford.
And that forces a 2nd and 12 from the 33-yard line. That's one way to slow down momentum. Now let's see how Deptford responds to it. Not necessarily much of a huddle for Deptford.
I think they're waiting for the call still.
And they're waiting for the right personnel, too.
There we go.
Guess they were missing a person.
He's got the play. He brought these. Someone's bringing the play, and there we go. Now number 3 is.
It took a little while. All right, well, now they break huddle, and we'll see how things go in the far hash. 2nd and 12 from the 33. Let's see how they do on this shotgun snap. Long count here. Now flags are down right at the run, and he's going to keep it himself. Turn the corner, 30-yard line, and a hit down to the 28. Now let's see what it was. That sounds like that was one of those like pre-snap penalties. So
yeah.
The guess is it's probably against Deptford, but the official will tell us. An illegal formation foul, and that will be against Deptford, so that backs it up, and now the momentum's really shot. I mean, they've had a couple very good runs, gotten luck on a couple of big penalties.
Yeah, had him in good field position. He had that real big 33 or 35-yard run, and we're in the end zone and got all the way out here, and now you're faced with the
now
obstacles.
Now all of a sudden they got a 2nd and 17 to deal with. So Deptford trying to push forward again as they did the early part of this drive. Now they're going to line up with a receiver on each side. Going to be 2nd and 17. Ball spotted to 38-yard line. A low snap that gets by, and they're going to dive on.
Another loss of yards.
About the 48-yard line. Oh, my goodness. Only takes one play to end momentum, and that's exactly what's happening. Although it looks like one of the Monroe players is shaken up. Looks like a Jordan Dales got rung a little bit, but he's up and okay. So now all the way back to the 49. That makes it a very 3rd and 28.
Yeah.
11-yard loss on that last
It's like
play.
a quarter mile. You know what I mean? It's 3rd and long.
Yeah,
And, they
yeah,
gotta come
take a
up
look
with
at
that
the
playbook to get big play time right now.
I'm sorry, take a look at the replay screen. I don't know if the snap was just low and nobody was ready for it.
On the ground. Yeah, it hit the ground. And nothing you could do about that. You could try to stop it. Sometimes, unfortunately, like just now, it went through his legs.
And sometimes it just goes through what we call the 5-hole, especially we have in hockey.
Yeah.
So 3rd and 28. So now modified here as they'll make it a 3-wide slot right. Taking the snap.
And they're back
and the
there.
pocket collapses. They're not going to go anywhere.
Yeah, there's a
and Monroe
big defensive standoff right there. They got back there.
And Monroe came alive here. And they're going to, and Deptford has no choice but to punt here. Well, they do have a choice, but I don't think there's going to be, there's probably not going to be any decision here.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a bit of ways for a first down here.
A little bit of a little equipment issue there. Breast cancer awareness sucks. And you got to remember, they started at the 31-yard line, and now all of a sudden at the 31 of Monroe, and now all of a sudden they're all the way back to their own 45.
Yeah,
that's
quite
20,
a bit of yards back.
That's 24 yards in 3 plays. And on 4th down, I mean, I would say maybe a pooch punt might be a little bit of a better choice here. But they're going for it. They're going to heave it down the field. That looked like a duck. And
wow.
But wait. Sneaks out of a tackle. Still another. He hustles back, but still about 13 yards short of a first down. But what a good effort there by the Deptford receiver. But Monroe gets it on downs. I'm just very surprised they tried going for it there.
You know, it was almost successful. I mean, the catch was there. He almost broke free on that second effort and would have been the hero of the day on that play. But they're a little short, but nice pass. I mean, he was right on the money. He turned around for it, went up and got it. So this would build their confidence for later in the game, for this passing game. Like, hey, you know what? That was a big play. We had the pressure put on us to get that first down. Let's do this the rest of the game. Let's go at them.
And so Monroe will have it 1st and 10. So in a way, the ball's spotted at the 34-yard line. If you think about it, they basically tilted the field about 21 yards on that last play. So even though it was not exactly what they had designed, it actually still worked, even though it was a possession changer. 1st and 10.
It wasn't that bad.
As here's a hand, they'll try to bounce outside. They'll cross the 40. He's still going. They'll get a first down to 48-yard line.
Yeah, it's number 5.
And Trey Alexander comes through for a first down for Monroe.
Yeah, it was a nice run. He stays low. He runs low. He's, pretty strong looking back.
Tell you one thing, the chain gang's just staying busy here.
Yeah, constantly moving, right?
Yes, they are. And you'll see on this play where the opening was round the right side, and there you bounce off, and away you go. Kind of use your speed just to get to where you need to go. A first down at the 48-yard line. Go I formation this time. Another handoff. Oh, there's some room on the left side. Oops.
Little tumble there.
Yep, Trey Alexander was there, but he just lost his footing.
He got some yards, though.
Got about 5.
Picks up 5.
So it forces 2nd and 5 from the 47-yard line. He would have had more if he was able to keep his footing. Clock running to just a little bit over 4 minutes left till halftime. Monroe scored in the opening drive of the game. Deptford's had a couple of runs, but Monroe has stood tall when they've needed to.
Yeah, I mean, we got a close game right here, 7-0. Both teams are playing pretty solid. The records indicate that they both have been playing good all year. This is, basically a playoff game for seeding, even though it's regular season. So, you're going to get a lot of fight out of these guys, and, one's going to come out the winner.
Again, Alexander gets a 45, about a 2-yard pickup. So now Monroe faced with about a 3rd and 3, maybe a 3rd and 2 based upon where the ball is spotted. Wonder if they'll try going up the gut one more time.
I think depends who they got in that backfield. They got number 5 back there, then getting the carries, number 2. So they got 5 back there, and he's a downhill runner, and I see them giving it to him. Good possibility. Just try to get that first down through in between the tackles.
Well, we're about to find out. It's a pitch out, and again, I think it's Alexander. He gets close. Yeah, it looks like they. Ooh, he's saying possibly fourth down. They may have to get the chain gang for this one.
Back a little bit. Okay, fourth down.
Probably because his knee was down just less than a yard away from the sticks.
4th and inches.
So 4th and about, I'd say less than a yard. Monroe didn't necessarily agree with the spot, but let's see what he do on his 4th down play. And they're probably going to go big here.
Yeah, I mean, 2:29 in the half, and they would love to score before the half. So this first down is crucial for that.
Here's a hand. Oh
my goodness!
He got
number
clipped.
3 from Deptford,
and the quarterback for Deptford ends up making
I don't have
a
a number
stop.
3.
He's the one that's under center, and here on defense, he makes the stop, and it looks like Deptford is forced a turnover on downs, but let's see where the spot is.
Oh, that was beautiful. I don't have a number 3 on the roster to give him a shout out, but
let's take a look. It was 4th and less than a yard. It's just a matter of where was the ball when his knee went down.
I do an official measurement.
Oh, his shoulder went down. Oh, man, that is close.
It is close. The measure.
And the measure, he is short by about 4 inches.
4 inches.
Short of the first down.
So Deptford made a stop, a very spirited defensive stop by Deptford as they forced a turnover on downs. And with 2:08 till halftime, Deptford has 2 timeouts and seemed to drive down the field to try and level the score before the break.
Yeah, that was a great defensive standoff. Now they got an opportunity before the half. So it's going to be interesting to see if they're going to, try to go back to that passing game, which they just showed they can do. So, with 2 minutes, I would look for the pass.
Well, let's see what they do. 1st and 10. The ball is spotted at the 42-yard line. We'll find out what Deptford has up their sleeve. They had a very nice drive the previous drive, but then Monroe's defense woke up and threw them way further backward. Now let's see what both teams have for an encore. They're
coming on a spread formation.
Actually, they're going to triple the right side.
Left. I mean, right, yeah. 1 trips.
And we'll see what they do 1st and 10. A low snap. It's going to be a keeper. Slipping out 1 tackle. A flag down the middle. Going down to about the 46 of Monroe. But again, looks like it was in the backfield, and it is. So holding going to be called against Deptford, and that's going to be costly.
Yeah, you got to get downfield. You can't go backwards. Mental mistakes will cost you at the end.
So a 10-yard penalty with exactly 2 minutes left till halftime. I don't think that's exactly what Deptford ordered on their first drive of this particular possession. And the officials kind of call things a bit more strictly at this level.
Yeah,
the freshmen, you kind of get away with it a little bit, but then when you get to the seniors, it's like, you're not supposed to do that. And every time you do, it's a penalty.
Yeah, they've been more strict at the senior levels a lot more. You can see it.
It was a 10-yard penalty from the spot of the infraction, so that makes it now 1st and 20, going back to the 33-yard line. Again, they'll line up to triple on the right side. 4 receivers set. Taking the snap, looking, he's being chased, slips out.
I think they got him.
And he's down at the 25-yard line. And again, Monroe's defense has been flocking to the ball here in this first half.
Yeah, they did. I mean, they got back to 3 guys deep, and, you got a big loss again.
And Deptford called timeout, so we'll take a break with 1:08 left in the half. 7-0 Monroe. We'll be back in a moment. All right, as we return here to Williamstown, Deptford just used their second time out of the half. And right now they're facing a third and pretty long. Actually, a second and pretty long. He got hit with a holding penalty and a sack. Maybe they try and throw one down the field here.
Oh, snap is high.
But he caught it. Is he going to get away?
He's not getting away.
No, he's not. Tackle down the 16-yard line. So right now, Monroe's defense is their offense.
Yeah, Julian Nieves on that and Elijah Campbell.
And now I think Monroe called a timeout here.
Yeah, it was a big play.
All right, we'll be back in just a second here. All right, as we return to action here, Monroe just used their last time out of the half. But right now, Deptford with third and ridiculously long at this point. See what they do in the shotgun formation. Waits to snap.
He gives it. Oh, they're
and trying to get around.
got
There's
a flag back
down
there.
and going down to about the 7-yard line. Well, let's see what the penalty's all about. Again in the backfield. Now, you would think if it's against Deptford, Monroe's refusing that one.
Yeah, you definitely want to refuse that.
And it indeed is a
declined.
Oh, so it is an illegal block in the back. So they refused the penalty, and now it's 4th down. And it's all like, okay, what do we do? And let's show you the replay as to what happened here on this one, where the block took place. Yeah, it was a push in the back. Probably more like on the far side of the field where that took place.
So they're trying to let a little bit of this clock run down.
Well, Deptford would not mind at all. They're like, we need to reset, and we're going to get the ball to start the second half anyway, so why not we start with decent field position rather than try and design like a 93-yard play? And there it is, a timeout by Deptford. We'll break here with 18 seconds left. Come right back. Okay, we come back. Both teams have used all their timeout, so 18 seconds remain till halftime, and Deptford trying to come up with a punting play here.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking when you're back against the door right there for any center, long snapper. So you just want to be crisp, get it in his hands. All you want to do. See, he's a little pre-practicing that snap right there.
Well, hopefully they get it right here. Here we see it.
Nice.
It's a good snap.
Yep.
And it's a very low line drive. It's a one hopper to 30-yard line, returnable. Cross the 20. Crossing the 10. And down to about the 7-yard line.
Jacob Kwan with the return. 7 seconds.
And that gives Monroe a chance to get more points with 7 seconds left in the half. That low line drive just bounced into Kwan's hands. Let's take a look. I mean, that's as low of a line drive as you're ever going to see for a punt. Yeah, that didn't even get 10 feet in the air. And there you see Kwan getting through the levels and pushing his way to the 7.
Yeah, he picked it up at the 30-yard line, and, he got some good yardage.
Yeah, they're going to give him the 8. So it is 1st and goal. Now, remember the half can end on a defensive penalty, so Monroe obviously going to try and get to the end zone here.
It's a gimme. I mean, they got great field position right before the half. I mean, you could really take advantage of putting one in the end zone right now and coming out with a 2-touchdown lead coming back in the third. Got to have a good play for this one.
Well, they're going to need it because they don't have much time. Back to pass. Looking. Here's the shot. And it's a little low, incomplete. So now down to 4 seconds left, so get another chance.
Seconds remaining in the first half.
Tell you what, it's been pretty entertaining first half, even though things have been stopped a lot with penalties and such.
Yeah, I mean, 7-0, is a very close game right now. And second half can go either way. I mean, Deptford was showing a little bit signs of waking up and playing better football as the game went on. They had some real big plays and standoffs. I mean, unfortunately, with these penalties, it's just it'll kill your momentum on your offense. And being back that far, it just took the drive away.
Always has and usually always will. So we'll try it again from the 8, 2nd and goal. 4 seconds left. Probably the last play of the half unless I do it quick. They go with a handoff up the middle. They're not going to get it.
Nope.
About 4 yards short, and that will end the first half. So, halftime here in the final game of this series. Monroe over Deptford 7-0. We'll go ahead, catch our breath. We will come back with the second half of this one in a few minutes, so please stay with us. All right, back here in Williamstown, New Jersey, as we are ready for the second half of this final game of this 4-game set. Monroe 7-0 over Deptford here in the senior matchup. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gable with the controls as usual. And it'll be Deptford ball to begin the second half, and probably they'll be thankful they'll be in better field position unless they get a terrible bounce. But we'll see how everything plays out.
Yeah, we should have a nice second half here. A 7-0 ball game right now. It's going to be who wants it more at this point.
All right, taking it about the 30-yard line and going out to close to the 40. They're going to give him the 42-yard line, so a 12-yard return. And here is Deptford, 1st and 10, in much better field position. Now, here's the challenge, to go forward. They've been going backward a lot lately. And why do you think that's the reason, John?
Well, if I, as a coach, I'm going to say undisciplined right now. They're playing undisciplined ball, so they got to, they had their halftime. The coaches are going to talk to them. Hey, look what's at stake here. It's 7-0, which means to a coach it's 0-0. Go tie the game up. Go get the end zone. We get the ball. Go score, make a statement, and let's take this game. If I'm Deptford, you got to boost up the morale, but it's got to be mistake-free football. Monroe, their coach says, hey, man, 7 isn't enough. 7 isn't going to get the job done. You got to get me the ball, and you got to go march down there and give me 2. You left one on there. They gave you a freebie. You left it on the field. We should have scored down there because that could be the factor in the game. They were 5 yards away from the end zone, giving the ball after that nice return. So, it's going to be who wants it more right now.
Well, right now it's Monroe's defense who wants it more because the handoff ends up going backwards yet again. But they're going to say forward progress is stopped at the 40-yard line, so only a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, these both defenses ain't making it easy. They're not going to make it easy. I would like to see them go back to some of them passes. I think that's going to help them dramatically. So they could be setting it up right now. They're trying to get a feel again, getting their offensive line warmed up, coming out of halftime. But, you got to go what was our biggest play? It's what I always do in the second half is what was our biggest play? What got us downfield? What was our bread? What was our money pay? So, you got to find that the second half. Run your playbook, but go back to where your big gains were.
2nd and 12 for Deptford. They're at the 40-yard line, but do we have a false start? And they signal false start, and then the flags come down. I thought it's supposed to be backwards. I thought it was flags down first, and then signal
what it is. Could have got stuck in his pocket. I mean, I had to referee a few times, and I, hit the whistle, and there was no flag. I couldn't find it.
Either that or was a crazy glue in your side pocket.
I was kind of slow a few times. I feel their pain when you do stuff like that,
Well, now they're back at the 35, so here we go again. 2nd and 17 now. Deptford trying to go forward here. They go at an inside handoff, but there is Monroe.
Yeah, it's
just completely
stingy defense.
Completely stopping him cold, and that forces 3rd down.
You see 50 in the bottom of that pile again. Kenneth Taylor, he's in a lot of tackles. He seems like he's a nice leader out there in that defense, that linebacker.
And Deptford waiting to get the ball
He might be
in.
defensive end. I'm sorry.
Well, whatever place he's going, he's involved in the plays, and that's what's mattering at this point.
Yeah, he's in the bottom of a lot of them piles.
So now Monroe, their defense has done a good job. They're picking up right where they left off here in this in the first half. Now Deptford going 3rd and 17. I wouldn't be surprised they take a shot down the field. I mean, those plays have been
spread
working
it out
for
a little
them.
now. Here we go. They're coming into that spread. I think they know they can pass the ball. They got guys that got hands. Let's go for it.
As I say, what are you waiting for?
Yeah, let's do it. Now's the time to do it.
And guess what?
Yeah.
Another flag.
He put his hand up. He said it was me.
Oh, actually, they might be saying neutral zone infraction.
I'm thinking 41 defense.
And you are correct.
Yeah, he knew he did it. I mean, you can't hide. Usually when you're caught, you're caught. I mean, sometimes you just deny it, you're blue in the face. But he was man enough to put his hand up, said it was me, coach.
Called my bad.
Yeah, I'm not admitting it. Film, no film. I'm never admitting it.
3rd and 12 from the 40-yard line. Important play here. Quarterback takes the snap, under a rush.
Oh,
And
got
now
him
he's going to
again.
go, but there's
Huge.
also a flag.
Oh, goodness, either.
Quarterback is sacked.
And that's going to be a sack. But let's see what the penalty is, and that could be a hold.
15, 81, 50. Got a couple guys on there.
Down on the play.
We've had a lot of them here in this day, and it's a hold. So I would have to say they're going to refuse that penalty because of the sack.
Offense is the call.
Yeah,
Penalty.
their defense is warmed up right now. And,
I think they're more than warm.
Yeah, they're more than warm. They got the fire above the helmets right now. They're ready to. They came in the second half ready to play some football right now, and they're not going to make it easy on that offense, and they didn't. And you see the results.
Not a surprise here. All right, so it looks like Deptford's got the punt again. Remember, if you just joined us, Monroe scored the very opening drive of the game. Nothing since, so it's been a bit of a tug of war, but now Deptford's got to try and find some way to put out the equalizer. Unless they throw some sort of fake punt out. I don't know if you're allowed to do that in this league.
Yeah, you can run a fake punt. You can keep the ball, you can run it, you can pass it. Nice snap.
Or you can just kick it.
A little left.
It may have been tipped. It still takes a Deptford bounce, but it doesn't get to the 40.
Yeah, they're going to have good field position to start this drive. Let's see if they're warmed up for the challenge here.
I think a lot of it had to do with maybe it was more of a condensed formation, and the snap was just a little bit hot, which threw the punter off. We're going to take a look at the replay and show you what happened here. He's far back. Now watch this.
Yeah, he's got good distance. He gets a good center gets a good snap back there.
Yeah, but they come rushing.
Yeah, he got his hands up in his face a little bit, so he kicked it a little faster probably than he wanted to, and didn't get under it.
All right, so Monroe now will have their opening possession here in the second half, 1st and 10, in great field position at the 39-yard line.
Gives it to number 2 around the outside.
He's the one who had the touchdown early, I believe.
He got that corner 30, again.
And now a flag goes down, so we may see another hold.
Oh, my.
So as the flags continue to pile up, why don't we give you the Monroe senior varsity team as they discuss, led by quarterback Tyson Walker Foreman, Jacoby Martin, Joshua Kwan, Jacob Kwan, Trey Alexander, Elijah Campbell, and we have Nakeem Ballard. That is going to be a hold against Monroe, so that'll back it up. So Nakeem Ballard, Christian Lowe, Chase Wilder, Dylan Heverly, Aiden Ezeraku, Matthew Lon, Jaden Hennessy, DeAndre Turner, Amir Chandler, Eric Garcia, Sincere Ebanks, Noah Goodhall, Elijah Lewis, John Giacomucci, Kenneth Taylor, Wayne Simpson, Jordan Dales, Jacob Simpson, Shane Monahan, Julian Nieves, and Markel Holmes. Head coach is Jeremy Budesa, assisted by Freddie Alexander, Marcus Hampton, Jamal Kirby, Kirsten Lowe, and Bobby Maxwell. And now in his 1st and 20,
he got away from trouble there.
Yeah, he did, and he's still able to get most of the yardage back to about the 30 to the
nice
30-yard line.
Nice spin move there.
Ends up being a gain of 6. Now, mind you, it was 10 yards from the spot of the hold. And we're going to have an official timeout. Yeah, somebody's shaking up.
Yeah, I'm going to go through while we got a second, I'll go through the Deptford seniors
go right ahead.
roster. Here we go. We have Karan Russell Jr., Emmanuel Jones, Jeremy Benson Jr., Michael Nicolo, Justin Cortez, Carmelo Stewart Chiado, Keshad Granger, Chase Panarello, James Pullian, Bilal Robinson, Jeremiah Fitzpatrick, Ferdard Briggs, Dylan James, Nasir Steele, Cameron Walters, Terrell Davis, Armani Carderno, Drew Bracey, Sean Baxter, Travis Saylor, Nolan Terrell Jr., and that is your roster. And your coaching staff for the seniors is Karan Robinson is your head coach, followed by Deshaun Perry, Andre Baskins, Taquan Higgs, Samaj Polk, James Herbert Robertson. Those are your assistant coaches.
All right.
The injured player.
Well, the injured player that time, it looked like to be on the Deptford side. You mentioned number 12. That'd be a Jeremiah Fitzpatrick. He got rung up on that last play.
Yeah.
You see him, make sure to snatch a picture.
So now we have a second, and what looks to be about 3 from the 30. Because you remember the holding penalty, even though it was downfield, so it was 10 yards in the spot of the foul, which made it like a 1st and 13 play. So now we got second and it looks like 2. Ball spot at the 30-yard line. It's like they're trying to wind the clock down. They go double wing. And here's a handoff up the middle. That'll be a first down crossing the 25.
Yep. Nice, quick hit.
So a quick shot
And
there.
they're on the carry up the middle.
So they move the chains again, and Monroe keeps the drive going.
First down.
Yeah, it was a nice run. You know, he got what he had to do. He got that first down, gives him a little leverage now.
And Deptford's going to call a timeout with 5:13 left in the third. Well, let's take a break. Monroe up 7-0. We'll come back in a moment. All right, back here after Deptford called a timeout. So it is 1st and 10. Monroe right now, a critical part of the game. They're at the 24-yard line. Trying to make sure everybody is set up. Double wing here. Now they're going to try and sweep around.
The outside. He's got a lane.
Inside
he's still
20.
going.
And he's going to cut to
got
the
around that last guy.
Wow. That's Elijah Campbell who gets into the end zone. And something fell out at the very end of the play. We thought, it was the football. Okay. I'm like, wait a second. I'm like, don't tell me there's a penalty in the end zone because he didn't look like he was celebrating at all.
Yeah.
So
2 touchdown lead now. Monroe's has got, controlled in the third quarter. 5:06 to go. They're moving the ball. They're looking for that possible 2-point conversion here, maybe.
And
so it is a 24-yard touchdown run by Elijah Campbell. I think it was Amar who had the first touchdown anyway back in the opening drive at 28 yards.
Yeah.
So here's the conversion. They made the first one. Let's see what they do here. It's a handoff left side, pushing.
I think they got him out in the end zone. They pulled him back.
About a yard short. So Monroe's leads down to stick at 13-0. And maybe we can fire up a replay on that touchdown run by Elijah Campbell. And once again, you look, it's probably similar, just the other way than the first one. Lead the blockers.
Right here, he's got one guy to beat. He gets by him.
And it was easy, too, because there was an overload on the far side.
Yeah.
And they decided to go to the near side for that one. Almost a duplicate of the first score.
Yeah.
And just a different player and a different route, and it worked out beautifully, and that's why Monroe has extended their lead.
Yeah, they're playing, a little confidence right now this second half, and, defense is having a good game right now, and, this drive right there just got them that 2-touchdown lead. They just got to, if they want this victory, just got to have to show up big time right now because Deptford can move the ball. They just got to want to. And, they got to find what their knack is this next drive. Again, it's always that 2-touchdown lead with the third quarter halfway gone, and we come in there and you say a team's got to have their best drive. Sometimes they get it, sometimes they don't. So, and reason why, because that fourth quarter is going to go by. So you want to get a score in the third. If you've got an opportunity to get a score in the third, it's so important because you can fight back in the fourth to get that ball back.
I definitely agree with you, but
Yeah.
the way Deptford's offense has been, it's been more like sputtering backwards since like the midway point of the second quarter. By the way, we just gotten word we've got over 1,000 views for our games today, so
Oh,
they definitely
they enjoyed
appreciate it. Here's a
them
ball that
games
went off a
today.
Deptford player, but he recovers at the 45. So for those of you checking out the TCUFL action today, thank you guys so much for your support. Nice to hear over 1,000 views for all the games today. So is appreciated. There will be more tomorrow.
Nice.
As of course, we will be at Sterling High School, where Burlington City takes on Sterling for a couple of games beginning at 11 a.m. Make sure you check out HSG Network on YouTube and also subscribe. So the games are at 11, 1, and 3 respectively. It's freshmen, sophomore, and juniors. No senior game this time around, but it will be 3 games, and Burlington City and Sterling, you're on notice because you're in the spotlight tomorrow. That's for sure. And John will be there. Magic and Mears will be here.
Yeah,
And they'll take care of you tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have a good time tomorrow. Good football Sunday afternoon game. We have a good time, and a lot of folks can't make it out the game, so it's a great opportunity for family. And you got family that lives in other states or grandparents that want to see you, and they're able to log in, and you watching this live. They get the opportunity to see this, so it's a great thing.
So 1st and 10 as the ball is at the 45-yard line. And you want the drive of the year. This is what Deptford needs to do here. Low snap. He's going to call his own number. He's going to get positive yardage, but not much. 47-yard line's all he gets. And trying to get people off the pile. That's why they held up play for a brief moment.
He got about 2 yards on that carry. It's just a quarterback kept it and just, tried to get up the middle a little bit. He hit a wall, but, they got to try to get to that outside a little bit. They got to challenge themselves, see if they can get a little bit bounce one out.
All right, well, they're going tempo on 2nd down. They're going to hand it off again.
Yeah,
not going to happen this time. No gain on the play. So that forces a 3rd and 8. Hey, it's better than a 3rd and 17, but
yeah. Well, yeah, that's true.
Well, considering how Deptford's offense has gone the wrong way.
7 p.m. start time. The Pee-wees take on the Spartans under the lights. Be sure to stick around and watch some intense football.
All right, so it'll be 3rd and 8. Evidently, after we go off the air, they're going to be continuing one more event. But...
little peanuts or something like that.
Oh, I had no idea.
Yeah, I guess they're going to put them last. The Pee-wees.
Oh, and the 8 and unders.
I think they're younger than 8. No, these guys are like 4 and 5s.
Anyway, it's 3rd down, back the pass, trying to escape the rush. He's not going to be able to escape the rush.
That's big defense.
I'll tell you, Monroe has done a heck of a job, like shutting down Deptford's offense, and the quarterbacks had nowhere to go.
Yeah, they were coming from every direction. These guys are finding the ball, and they're going to get it. They're not scared to go get it. And they're making big plays right now when you need it the most. We got the lead, and let's close this down. The clock is running in the 3rd. They know it, and they're not taking they're not putting the brakes on. They just keep coming.
I think they're going to try and go for it. I would think.
You have to.
I mean, they were able to get a 20-yard play on 4th down earlier in the game, even though it was 4th and God knows how long. But the problem here is Deptford time is starting around a little short, and they're going to need to convert a 4th and 15 from their 40-yard line. They got to get to the 45 of Monroe.
He's going to punt the ball.
Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm sorry. The quarterback's in. I'm sorry.
Well, let's find out what they do.
Yeah,
and it's a low snap. Now flags are down, and going down also is the back. Yeah, now let's see what the penalty is.
Yeah, there was a miscommunication that again, and you can't run a play hesitant against this defense.
On the play, I believe it is on the offense.
We're gonna soon find out.
Will be declined.
Yeah, they was very hesitant. It wasn't a smooth play.
Yep, it's a shift foul, so it is going to be declined, and it'll be Monroe ball on downs.
That wasn't what you wanted to do. They're playing such good defense right now. If you give them an inch, they're going to take 2 inches. You give them a foot, they're going to take 2 foot. So
if they take 2 feet, you won't be able to walk.
Yeah, but yeah, they're playing so crisp right now, and you can't be hesitant. You got to be confident in the play you brought in. The quarterback had to be there was a lack of confidence in that play right there, and there was a hesitation that just cost them a big play.
All right, so it'll be 1st and 10 2:31 left in the third quarter, and Monroe looking to extend their 13-point lead as they have the ball now at the Deptford 40-yard line. They've really taken over this game.
Yeah, they got great field position right here, and 5 is warmed up, and the line is warmed up, and it's pretty much they're gonna.
There's a handoff
great
and
run.
trying to get around and still pushing his way close to the first down. Looks like Trey Alexander again. And that's a 9-yard pickup, making it 2nd and a yard from the 31. And looks like somebody's shaken up. So they will bring the trainers out here. Oh, and Alexander, I think, is the one that's down, and maybe it's a cramp. We haven't seen too many of these injuries, but in this warm weather, I mean, when the body kind of messes you up a little bit.
Hydrated. You want to drink that water. Water is very important. All day long. It's what you put in your body the night before too. A lot of water. Eat them carbs. Eat the bananas for the potassium. It helps you from cramping up. And all day today, drink that water. Just keep drinking. Stay hydrated when you come off the sideline.
Yeah, probably something started acting up after that last push.
Yeah, I went for a walk between one of the games, and by the time I went, down to the other side of the field and back, so I was pretty sweaty. It was hot out there today.
You're not kidding. Got to 81 degrees today. It's only supposed to be 64 tomorrow.
Yeah, tomorrow it's a blessing.
Tomorrow's going to feel a little bit more like fall, as October is going to be coming to an end.
Yeah, it went by fast.
Well, we still have 3 more days left in October, but I'm only saying October because of the temperatures. So it's an 8-yard pickup, so when we resume play, it'll be 2nd and 2. From your standpoint, John, from both teams, what have you seen, which I think has been the more impressive part?
This Monroe defense, they're stingy. They're working as a group effort on every tackle. They find the ball. They know where the ball is. A lot of tackles for loss of yards today, so they're doing a really well job. And when you got a defense that's doing their job like that, it gives offense an opportunity to keep getting opportunities because they're stopping the other team. So their offense has gotten a lot of time to get warmed up today. But yeah, their defense is lights out right now. They're playing at a high level.
All right, so. Unfortunately, the player is still down, and while we show you the stats going in, Monroe with a 6-1 record, Deptford's 5-1 going in, but right now really having big issues against Monroe, and then you got Willingboro. Should Deptford fall short, they'll be in a tie with Willingboro. It'll be very interesting to see how that all works out.
Well, it might go head-to-head if they played each other. If one beat the other, one will get the tiebreaker, I'm assuming, at this level still. So it'd be the head-to-head if it was a tie, overall record, head-to-head, and then whatever else they do after that.
So now you got 2nd and 2. Thankfully, looked like Alexander finally got up and went off on his own power, so that's good news. 2nd and 2 from the 32-yard line. They're going wing. And now an inside handle. That's an easy first down. That could be another one. Yes,
where did that come from?
It came out of nowhere. Julian Nieves with the goal that time.
Where was that all game? That's our defensive linebacker right there coming in the backfield.
That is a wrinkle we did not expect, but
yeah, I mean, I'm a little shocked right there. He came out of that backfield blaring speed. He's fast.
Absolutely did, and the flag girls are waving the flags after the score for Monroe. And I tell you, the seniors have really picked up this program because the other 3 teams did struggle earlier, and Deptford had the advantage in all 3. But Monroe here, very impressive performance.
Maybe he's a third quarterback once in a while. I don't know what they're using him for, but if you see his speed on that and the way he hit that hole, took that handoff, and this kid just flew downfield. We haven't seen this guy all game run. We've seen him solidify on defense and in a lot of tackles, but just to come in there in one play and run the ball like that.
Okay, so here we go with they're going to try the extra point or points.
Good.
Snap.
Oh, someone got it.
And unfortunately, it went off somebody. And let's just say that was kick was in the breadbasket, so no good. and Monroe keep
It
the
happens.
19-0 lead.
Hey, that's why they went out there and did it, because you might need it when you got to practice your craft.
Well, let's take a look at a replay as to how
Yeah, this is a
Julian
nice run.
Nieves actually we had it for a second. We'll get it.
The replay again. We just got teased.
That does happen
There
once
we
in
go.
a while.
There we go. He's in there. He's the lone back. You're in that wing. You're going to send the guy in motion, and all of a sudden he's going to be the lead block. He's going to follow his block and bounce it out.
And they kind of underestimated his speed there, too.
I don't think they've seen it coming. I mean,
It's like, what was that?
Yeah, he seen the end zone from the start of that play, and he went.
And he's starting to celebrate with people along the side.
Yeah, I mean, this is his highlight reel right here. I mean, you're going to go home and he's going to watch this over and over again, and his family, and put it on his phone and probably be on social media tonight. A play like that,
It probably already is on there.
We have that Kingsway 85-yard interception last week too.
Right.
I mean, I'm sure that young man was home and getting that on social media and showing his friends and everyone talking about it, and that's great to be able to go home or on the car ride home and put your game on instantly as you leave here.
You gotta love
we see that
technology
a lot.
in 2023.
The kids always after the games go like, how do we get on YouTube, HSG Network, and you see them putting the game on while we're still here. I mean, it's proud moments. These are their highlights and their memories and their family, and it's just
and things they'll never forget as they grow.
That's right, and it's never going to leave YouTube, so it's there forever.
All right, so here is Deptford with a nice kickoff return going to about the 47-yard line.
There's number 1, Emmanuel Jones on the return.
So Jones able to get to about the 48, and Deptford will give it another try, 1st and 10.
Yeah, they're pulling away right now a little bit. They're playing at a little bit higher caliber, and it's showing. And they had weapons we didn't know about. We're bringing 81 in there, Nieves, and just changing it up a little bit. And I think you catch teams off guard like that. And they're just playing intensified right now, and they're their own enemy, and they're playing mistake-free ball, and they really got to get a score in there soon, if they want to have a chance at this game. So Deptford really needs this drive here to be positive.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 47-yard line. Deptford will give it another shot. They do spread out, a little modified here. Back to pass.
A little behind the line of scrimmage.
If it went behind the line of scrimmage, it's a big loss on the play.
Yeah.
And not exactly the way Deptford wanted to start that drive. And they're saying it is not. Oh, wait, the official's standing about the 41. Hang on, they may have to do a little bit of researching here. No, okay, never mind. So they're going to just rule it strict incomplete. A little surprising, but 19-0 game. I'm not going to make too much of a deal of it. 2nd and 10 from the 47-yard line. Now they sweep. Oh, look who's right there
65
waiting.
And 50, and then you get big.
Goodness. Kenneth Taylor, Jordan Dale, they just ate that play up.
And Marco Holmes cleaned it up in there, and oh man, he's a big guy there.
65, Jordan Dale.
I mean that's a very impressive reading of the defense there on the part of Monroe.
Yeah, they were back there pretty quick, and that's what I'm saying. They're playing it at a lot more intensified right now, and they got their rhythm. They find the spots that they want to do, and that defensive line right now is like we saw at the junior level. They were controlling the game. When you got a defensive line playing as they are right now, and they're just getting back, you can't get a playoff. If you can't get a playoff because your defensive line is back there causing havoc, it's going to be a long day.
So that forces 3rd and long again from the 17th. And 3rd and 17 from the 41. It's going to be a quarterback keeper. Oh, that was a hard hit, but not much to the 45-yard line. Is going to force a 4th and 13. And we probably have seen the final play of the quarter, so Deptford's going to have a little extra time to talk about this 4th down play, I would suspect.
Yeah, you're going to get a free timeout in about 17 seconds.
Well, Monroe, they've had an excellent 3rd quarter. Of course, their running game doing a job and being able to shut Deptford down along the same lines. So we are about to hit 3-quarter time here in Williamstown. Monroe in the senior game leading Deptford 19-0. Let's grab a break. We'll come back with the final core of this one right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, now we're back for the final quarter of this evening. Monroe in a 19-0 lead on Deptford, and Deptford going for it on 4th and 12, taking the snap, looking, lobs
Ooh,
it
defender was out there.
way too high, incomplete. So Deptford again turns the ball over on downs, and Monroe will have it as they have this 19-0 lead. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gabriel to controls, and Monroe. I mean, what's impressed you the most about them?
Monroe, all around solid team. They're ready for the playoffs. Like I stated a little while ago, this defense is fired up, but they have a lot of offensive weapons, and they're producing their plays, and they're finding the end zone. So, yeah, I mean, you can have a lot of yards all game, and you can march downfield all game, and we see from week in and week out, a lot of teams can't capitalize on it and find the end zone. They leave points on there. They're finding a way to get their points at the senior level. They got the ball back again, good field position. You're going to see them fired up. I mean, once you're ahead and you got all this momentum and you're hyped, like, hey, we got a 3-touchdown lead. Let's experiment. Let's punch it. So, this is the advantage when you take a lead. You get more energy.
All right, so 1st and 10 as Monroe's at the Deptford 45-yard line. And yeah, speaking of experimenting, there's a new formation for them. Oh, and the exchange didn't work out, and Deptford falls on it.
Oh, that's a big break.
A big break. Deptford gets the ball back as
10.
Ferdard Briggs able to fall on it, and Deptford gets the ball right back, and maybe it's a new lease on life. We'll see.
Hey, you get a couple here and there, and that could be a big break. You get it. Only takes one big play to get a touchdown,
or one full moon that's over my shoulder. That is out over on the east side of the field. But Deptford right now, not quite out of it yet, but they need to score and score quickly. Only 14 seconds into the final quarter. I mean, their freshman, sophomore, and junior teams have done very well today. Just a reminder, if you missed any of the action from earlier from the previous 3 games and even this one, you can always check it out here on the exact link here on HSG Network on YouTube. And you can see the ticker on the very top of the scores of that occurred from earlier. Freshman game was a rather interesting one, that's for sure.
Yeah. It was a lot of action today. A couple teams had some good scores and got good leads in some of these games. The sophomore level.
Here's a keeper down to the 47-yard line, about 2 yards on the play, forcing a 2nd and 8. And I think right now the quarterback's trying to put everything on his shoulders and try and get the ball moving. Now, keep in mind, Deptford had a very good drive, but then they started going backwards, and they really haven't recovered from it.
Yeah, a couple different times, and the penalties, they just will not make anything positive. It's unfortunate. You got to clean it up.
Maybe he'll do it here on 2nd down. Back to pass. Under a rush, and he's going down again. And he fumbled the football, too. And I'm guessing Deptford got it back. There was no signal.
Looks like big 65 at the bottom of that pile for
yeah, that's Jordan Dales. He's had a great game.
Yeah, he's a big guy out there. I mean, Him and 41 in the middle, they're holding down that middle, and you got everyone surrounding them that's playing up to par. They got a lot of weapons. A lot of speed.
I tell you, that's how overpowering this Monroe defense has been. So here we go with a third and looks to be 17 back at the 38-yard line. They haven't been able to find time to pass. The offensive line hasn't been able to block.
Yeah, if you notice our running back that scored that long touchdown, Jordan Nieves, I mean, he's lined up, I mean, to give you an idea, at nose tackle. I mean, just look at him barreling through there.
There's a pass for an 8-yard loss.
But it is behind the line of scrimmage. It'll be a loss of yardage.
Ends up being caught. It ends up being caught, but it ends up being an 8-yard loss.
Yeah, they're just getting so much pressure in that backfield, and there's not much you can do when you can't get a playoff. There's not much you can do. They've just got so much speed. And like I said, when you saw that touchdown run, we watched when Nieves running, and then we're like, where did this come from? This guy took his first handoff in the game, and 30, 40 yards for a touchdown, but lightning speed. Then you wonder why he's at nose tackle, and they're getting all this penetration on it. This guy is fast. So, offensive lineman, your most important step is your second step. So if you plant your feet in one step on a guy like him, I mean, this is where this penetration is coming from. I mean, you got speed on that D line.
All right, well, they break the huddle, and they're going to they pretty much have to go for it, and they may have to send everybody. Actually, they're going to punt.
He's back pretty far, too. He's got enough space there to, enough cushion.
We'll find out. Up, the center moved. That's going to make it worse.
I don't know if they're going to call that. He might have. He might have quit that ball.
Yeah, the flag dropped out. So
I did notice him earlier when they were going to punt. He did pick the ball up and practice the snap a few times, which you're not allowed to do.
That was one too
many. They might have got him. They might have got him this one. I wasn't looking, but they might have got him this time.
So all the way back to the 24-yard line. So Deptford will have to punt again. They're going to wait for everyone to get set.
See how he just moved again? Might have been the guard. I'm sorry.
Oh, and I think it's blocked.
It's blocked.
It is blocked.
Oh,
and it can be a recovery about the 20-yard line.
And he was 10 yards, at least 10 yards, almost 12 yards back. And to see them get back there and block that punt, that shows the speed they got on this defense.
And Monroe, I mean, that shows you how overpowering they've been.
Yeah. They're just a dominant defense right now, and they're not slowing up. And, they're giving the offense an opportunity again to put another touchdown up there with 6:34 to go.
They most certainly are, and the ball is going to be around the edge of the red zone, so Monroe will have 1st and 10. 6.5 minutes from clinching the number 1 spot.
Yeah, and this is how you want to play when this playoffs is coming up, and you have to increase every game. And when playoffs comes, you have to be the best team you've been all year. You want that championship, you got to smell it.
Here's a handoff.
Nice.
Alexander get to about the 15. He's still going. He will not go down.
Alexander stays on his feet.
Gets to about the 13. So a 7-yard pickup that time.
It'll be 2nd down.
And right now for Monroe, I know they want to try and get more points, but they also want to melt the clock too.
Yeah, I mean, 6:13 to go. I mean, they're gonna keep it on the ground most likely. I don't see them going to the air. So, I mean, if it's hard running gets them in, it gets them in. I mean, they're working their offensive linemen. They're working the plays that they're going to be playing next week. This is the time you're like, hey, experiment. It's something we can run right now. We didn't run earlier in the game. Let's get it.
We're going to stack receivers on the left. On 2nd down, it was a missed exchange, and the quarterback, Walker Furman, ends up falling on the ball. It's going to be a rare loss on the play.
Loss of a couple yards on the play.
So I'll force a 3rd down.
They've been down there before, and with the 7 seconds to end the first half, they had an opportunity to put another touchdown in down there, and Deptford stopped them from 5 yards out.
I mean, let's not discount Deptford. They've had a few very nice moments in this game.
They did.
But the overall story has been Monroe has been dominating and overpowering since the midway point of the first half.
Yeah, I mean, this whole second half, just getting a playoff has been hard to do. I mean, they've been in the quarterback's face 3/4 of the time. They're just getting that first step on the snap and getting back there. And it's not one player too. It's multiple players.
From the 17, it's 3rd down. Going back, throwing a middle screen, not quite, incomplete. Yep. They tried to get to Campbell, and he just couldn't come up. It was just a little bit off target. And that might have been the reason why Campbell reached for it.
Sometimes is incomplete, intended for Elijah Campbell.
So that'll force a fourth down coming up. Now, I would say you'd have to go for it only because I don't know if you have a kicker that can do a 35-yarder right now.
I don't think they want to go for that.
Now you're already up 3 scores.
Yeah.
Let's find out what they decide to do. What they want to do is just melt the clock.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, you want to get, if you can get the first down, you get it, or you're going to go right for the strike. So it depending on the coach and what he wants to call. Does he want his guys? I mean, if you don't get the first down, you can't get an opportunity to score. So you might want to be looking to try to hit the end zone. But it all depends.
We will soon find out. All right, under 4 minutes left. Fourth down coming up.
It's a reverse.
And, they are doing a reverse. Let's
get
see
around the outside. He's going to get the first down.
He turns it to the 10. He will score easily.
Number 4.
Jacob Quinn. Or is it Joshua Quan? I couldn't tell.
Jacob Quan.
But it's one of the Quans,
yeah,
and it's good for 6.
Quans on there, yeah. 3 and 4.
I know we just signed the deal, but
so that ends up being more points for Monroe. They tried on 4th down, and that gadget play worked out, and now flags all over the place. And I'm guessing it's gotta be one of those attitude fouls.
Yeah, you get emotions right now. You got a team with 0, a team with 25. You know, you celebrate a little bit in there, and maybe you say something, and you know it does happen.
Just a very difficult spot for Deptford. I mean, considering, they've had some bright moments in this game. Unfortunately, they've just been overpowered. All right, we're going to have what looks to be offsetting on sportsmanlike, so.
A little bit of words in there.
Well, sometimes that happens in youth football.
And we've all been kids, at that level, and emotions carry a long way. You say something, you think the ref didn't hear it, and he's going to get you.
That's what normally happens. All right, they'll try the conversion here as Walker Foreman's under center.
Keeping it.
And he's going to keep it, lob it, and he knocked away incomplete.
Walker Foreman's pass is incomplete.
Well, they went for a Jacob that time. Now I'm thinking, you know what I found interesting with Monroe up 25-0. Think about this. I'm wondering if Joshua's wearing 4 and Jacob's wearing 3. It could be one or the other, but I have no idea. But anyway, Monroe now up 25-0, and Deptford, obviously, they're going to try it again here, try and maybe finish strong and get ready for the postseason.
Yeah, they made it. It's a statement game today. They made a statement. We're number 1, and this is why we're number 1. And they, with 3:44 to go, can't take nothing away from that.
Well, you're absolutely right.
Yeah.
And Deptford, obviously, back to the drawing board for them. But I also believe what they need to do is try and finish strong. Get them prepared for next week.
Yeah.
The season's not over. You got the postseason coming up.
Once this week ends, it's 0-0, and number 1 through whatever how many teams are in it, it doesn't even matter at that point. You just want to bring your game to the next level and excel with more intensity. That's just the way it is because, that's why you have opportunities, even in the NFL when the Giants were 9 wins and go on to win a Super Bowl. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they were like number 5th or 6th in the playoffs. And, you underdog, I'll always rather be the underdog because once you're at the top, it's hard to stay there. That's a bullseye on you week in and week out. And, I'm always for underdogs and heroes of the day and stories that go on forever. But, if you're good, you're good. And there's not going to be someone coming in there knocking on your door and taking that number 1 spot from you. So you just got to protect it and keep playing with that intensified attitude, and you have no problem.
All right, so Monroe will be kicking off final 3:44 of this one. And it's a pop-up, taking it about the 32. The special teams have done a good job here today, and they continue to get a nice return.
Carry.
Fitzpatrick to the 44.
Yeah. He's had a nice game. He's been, a well-rounded player today, offense, defense, on his returns. He's had a good game. Result even with the score. You got to give these kids their accolades that are, standing out. Unfortunately, you can't score a touchdown, but it doesn't take away from the athleticism and the good sportsmanship we've seen here today with all these teams
And the
and the
effort.
senior team. Yeah, the effort. No one's hanging their head. They're still playing football. Unfortunately, if you don't score a touchdown, they're still giving it their all, and that's what you look for. After the game and shake your hands, parents. Let your kids know you did a great job. I love you. Good job, and that's how you want to leave it. No matter what the score is or what the outcome is, just all positive all around.
Well, I will say this, John. I mean, in the end, when we do these games, these are always about the kids.
This is all
That's
absolutely.
that's all that matters, and they're still learning the game. And remember that this weekend, these are the last regular season games,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
for all the teams.
Yeah, it was a nice ride going through each week. I think I missed week 1, but I've been there for every week after. And
So this is the last regular season weekend.
right.
So, like we said, they will take the teams and the 4 teams in each conference. They'll reseed a 1 through 8.
Yeah,
They'll do
because each
that playoff
conference
round
has a
next
North
week.
and a South.
Correct.
Yeah, the American and National.
Oh, I beg your pardon. There are 4 conferences, so 16. You got the American North and South, and then the National North and South. That's 4 conferences, 16 teams, 4 from each.
Oof.
That's a lot of football, if you ask me.
Yeah.
All right, so on first down, the handoff goes to about the 39-yard line. That is number 19, Dylan James, with the carry.
Spartans carry, take it back to the line of scrimmage. It'll be second.
So they go back to the line of scrimmage. And now, this is more like a parent alert here. We're seeing a lot of the players who don't normally see too much time on the field. Now they're getting that opportunity, which is always
good
exciting.
to get a rotation in there. And there's different times the coach is going to put a rotation in there. I mean, if you got a big lead, obviously they're going to put players in there to rotate in positions they wouldn't normally get an opportunity. There's just so many. It's a coach's discretion. They know when to make the right decisions to rotate in and where, and the safety for kids and stuff like that.
So from the 44, 2nd and 9, I'll try it again. Quarterback behind the full house here. We'll take it, and this is a handoff, and pushing the pile, and not a bad effort, down to about the 41, 42-yard line. Now force a 3rd down as more Braves come in to substitute.
Yeah, when you get that call, when you talk about players coming in with the starting team, or they get a call to go in there, or the backup quarterback, or the 3rd string running back, it's an opportunity. It's just a new life enters your. Thanks, Howard. Was that live? Did he say that live?
He was asking if I was coming off the bench or leaving it. I'm like, I carried the bench. And probably used it a couple of times.
Did you play football? Did you play football?
No, I played baseball.
You're a baseball player?
Well, listen, when I was young, when I was their age, I played a couple of years of like Hamilton Powell baseball and basketball.
Okay.
So I did that. I didn't play any football. I mean, I just felt that was not quite the sport for me. But hey, listen, I played 4 years at the Hamilton High School West Hornet Band. I was the trombone player for them.
Oh, nice.
So I don't know where the band's playing, and I don't even know Hamilton West is playing.
I didn't know you were in a band either.
Well, yeah, I play in a up-tempo band in one of the sections of Philly.
Okay.
Might be getting something in Center City potentially after the holiday, but nothing's been confirmed yet. So had a very busy year for Variable Elements.
Perhaps to send HSD Network to go live.
Hey, got 1,000 views for football. I'm just hoping the music we play isn't necessarily copyrighted on YouTube. All right. Well, we're down to 2 minutes left, and we're going to have 3rd and 8. There was actually a shaking up a Monroe player. Now they restart the clock, and they'll try this 3rd down play. 3rd and 8 from the 46. Again, on the edge of the full house. Quarterback in the shotgun. Taking a little while, making sure they
they're waiting.
snap.
I think their coach wants them to waste a little time before they snap the ball.
Well, I think it's smart because we don't want anything else bad to happen. And I mean, we can't. It's all over, but the shouting.
Yeah,
at this
they
point.
got enough plays to run that clock down and snap the ball before.
Well, and trying to get back to the line of scrimmage and barely doing so.
The middle is
Gets up the middle, he's stopped down, and it'll be 4th down. So we'll try one more time. See what Deptford can do. Monroe is like one play away from protecting their shutout.
Yeah.
But just some final thoughts on this day, John. I mean, what do you think how everything went?
Well, they talked highly of this game and all these games today. They said it was going to be, good battles and stuff. And, you got winners, you got losers. The senior game, Monroe came in here very confident. They came in here, we're at their home facility. This is their protecting that number 1 seed, and they played like it. They played like they wanted to be number 1. They played like they wanted to get that home field advantage in the playoffs. So, they did everything right today. They did so much right. The coaches made the right calls and the players executed them. But, they did an all-around great job to get 25-0 against a good team in Deptford. So
who just did not have wasn't their day. All right, quarterback draw on 4th down, and there goes the ball into popping.
Oh, they got it.
And it's recovered by Monroe going down out of bounds about the 24-yard line. They're just going to run the clock, and that's going to be the ball game, folks. So Deptford won the first 3. Monroe takes the senior game. Just a quick reminder before we go, TCUFL action continues tomorrow. Burlington City and Sterling beginning at 11 a.m. here on HSG Network on YouTube, so make sure you check it out. So now, for John Saplensky and Howard Gaber, I'm Tom Wilkins. Thanks for joining us here on HSG Network tonight. Enjoy yourselves. We'll see you tomorrow from Sterling. Have a good night, everyone.